The world of gaming merges with reality. Everyone is granted a system, except for our main character. His system doesn't seem to display anything at all. It even glitches occasionally, like it's malfunctioning. He trains until he nearly coughs up a lung, but he can't seem to get any stronger. But he doesn't know that he's actually the final boss of this world. This blonde young man is the strongest human alive. Those who stand before him are scared stiff, because in their eyes, he's the Demon King, with a level so high it takes 4 digits to display. Infinite, immeasurable health, an unreadable status, the title of World Ender, an absurdly long list of achievements. Without further ado, let's begin. This is Season 1. Enjoy! A game called Earth's Will transcends into the real world. And of course, this game isn't simple. It constantly throws difficult challenges at the players. One of these challenges is facing cosmic monsters, otherworldly creatures, and NPCs from various factions, all descending upon a threatened world. Fortunately, with the widespread nature of this game, an inevitable phenomenon has occurred. Every human has become a player. And naturally, these players are free to customize their character's information and attributes. At the beginning of the game, everyone starts small, just getting used to the mechanics. All players begin as newbies and gain combat abilities to fight monsters. However, contrary to Hot Da's expectations of a glorious monster-slaying adventure, he's been left out. Unlike everyone else, his system isn't responding at all. Now, Hot Da's face is ashen, completely bewildered. Hot Da's face is pale, as if he'd just swallowed a mouthful of dog bait. Tears stream down his face as he realizes his unfortunate start. He truly is the king of bad luck. An ordinary, utterly average university student, encountering the extraordinary at such a crucial moment. Hot Da's superhero dreams are shattered. The system has malfunctioned. Character creation failed, ejecting from the system. The system follows through. In the next instant, he's kicked out. Hey, don't kick me out. Silence. Standing amidst the flow of life, he can't help but feel the futility and unfairness of his situation. He desperately wants to fight the monsters himself, but with his bare hands, he can't even touch a single hair on their monstrous bodies. He discovers he has no equipment. No matter how hard Hata trains, nothing changes. He can't gain experience points. He can't level up. And even worse, he can't even access his character stats. The falling snow and biting wind outside are nothing compared to the icy chill in Hada's heart. A normal human can't survive in this dangerous game world. Hada falls into deep despair. But as Hada wallowed in a mixture of helplessness and bewilderment, a cruel irony pricked at him. How pathetic to die a virgin. Despite life's relentless blows, he'd always maintained an optimistic outlook, a smile perpetually blooming on his face. But now, things seemed truly hopeless. His best bet was to find a safe haven, hide, and then figure out a way to survive. Something was better than nothing. He scrambled to make use of whatever resources he had. Thankfully, his backpack wasn't jammed, just some beginner potions. Faced with his dire circumstances, Hada sat cross-legged, lost in thought. I should head the safe zone first, he mused, and team up with nearby players. As he pondered his next move, a suspicious vortex materialized in the sky above. Oblivious to the impending 80-second catastrophe about to befall him, Hada simply stared upwards in confusion. Surprise, old man. One moment, all was quiet. The next, a streak of violet light plummeted towards the earth like a meteor, shattering the ground on impact. From a distant building, a blonde-haired man named Jordan observed the earth-shaking event. "It's finally here," he murmured. What he spoke of was nothing less than the apocalypse. After the less-than-graceful landing, a grotesque creature began to emerge from the dissipating white smoke. Hada, meanwhile, had scrambled for cover behind a boulder, peering cautiously out. After a quick assessment, he ventured a guess. Is that a field boss? The monster then revealed its true form. Surprisingly, it was a woman, curvaceous and alluring. Bel-I-Am, the Heavenly King, level 97, demon race, S-rank monster leader. So this is the place prophesied in my dreams where the Demon King will descend. Hada gaped at her appearance. An S-rank monster? How? Even for the apocalypse, He was clearly a hopeless simp. Smitten by her beauty, he did a complete 180, pulling out his phone. I haven't transmigrated into enough stories. Bel-I-Am, seemingly searching for something, scanned her surroundings, tilting her head this way and that. She then playfully brought a finger to her lips. I'm a little lost, she seemed to say. After a moment of searching, Bellium's face lit up with delight as she found what she was looking for. Found it. This is definitely the place. Next, Belliam reached into her cleavage and retrieved a small piece of paper. Unfolding it revealed a picture of the man she was utterly infatuated with. Her eyes softened with affection. I'll wait here for the Demon King's arrival. I drew a portrait of the Demon King from my prophetic dream. Such a handsome face. Completely love-struck, she clutched the drawing and hopped with joy on cloud 9. After indulging in her fantasy, Belliam returned to reality, ready to confront the players. These pesky humans are ruining the scenery. Everyone was stunned to face such a powerful opponent. How can this be? An S-rank boss, right at the start. She seemed to sympathize with their plight, but what could she do? My mission is to prevent them from leaving this place. How unfortunate for them. Belliam activated her skill, Absolute level 27. The next second, a magical matrix shimmered into existence where Belliam stood, radiating such potent energy that Hada and the others were flung back. Inevitably, the horrific followed. A scene of carnage unfolded, instantly fatal to any creature within its radius below level 10. Terrified by the gruesome spectacle, Hada trembled uncontrollably, a whimper escaping his lips. This is more like it. A Demon King's descent should be dramatic. A voice echoed, chilling Hada to the bone. He clamped a hand over his mouth, hiding behind a boulder, his face ashen. I have to run, he thought desperately, but it was too late. Bellium's attention had shifted to the boulder where he hid. She approached slowly, her gaze suspicious. Hada could only pray. Who was that? How could anyone survive that attack? I'm dead. Just when all hope seemed lost, a blur of light flashed past. It streaked like a vengeful god behind the boulder, leaving Hada gaping in astonishment at its impossible speed. He watched, dumbfounded, as the light zipped back and forth with blinding velocity. What in the world is that? Belliam, too, was taken aback by the unexpected arrival. This power, she breathed, her voice laced with surprise. Uncertain of her ability to withstand such ferocious speed, she leaped into the air to evade the onslaught. Landing gracefully after narrowly avoiding a crescent-shaped slash, Belliam touched down. Her face, contorted in a furious scowl, betrayed her anger at the interruption. The figure who had executed the lightning-fast maneuver was none other than Doolender. Belliam, he said, his voice laced with amusement, you're as irritable as ever. Infuriated by his taunt, she retorted, you have no right to lecture me after causing such destruction. Doolender, level 101 God Officer, Moshi, humanity's highest strategist, their beacon of hope, don't act so high and mighty. The handsome newcomer had undoubtedly saved Hada. Belliam, seething, pointed at Doolender and demanded, what are you doing here? Without hesitation, he replied, I've come to greet the newly born Demon King, of course. He paused, placing a hand on his chin and scanning the area. Although the prophecy showed me an image, I wasn't certain it was this place. It seemed the location he sought coincided with Bellium's objective. This is the place, she confirmed, understanding his intent. A murderous aura erupted from her. But I will never allow you to touch the Demon King. With her characteristic impulsiveness, Belliam launched herself into the air, poised to attack Doolender. He remained motionless. With blinding speed, she unleashed a flurry of blows, a series of swift strikes that landed like a cat scratches. Still not satisfied, she followed up with a relentless barrage of punches. Doolender, however, remained impassive, merely defending himself. Frustrated by her inability to land a significant blow, Bellium's rage intensified. She lunged again, her expression savage. Facing her relentless assault, Doolender simply offered a contemptuous smirk, not even bothering to counterattack. The monster within Belliam fully awakened. She unsheathed an 8-meter whip, preparing to lash out at him. Only Hada remained, eyes wide, taking in the apocalyptic scene. In the next moment, Belliam channeled her fury into a series of devastating blows that shattered the ground beneath her. Having endured Bellium's attacks for long enough, Doolender finally decided to retaliate. He pulled a magnificent holy silver wind blade, seemingly from thin air, as he descended from the sky, ready to engage Belliam in combat. A chaotic and furious battle erupted, neither combatant willing to yield an inch. hidden behind a boulder, oblivious to the earth-shattering fight raging around him, Hada questioned his own existence. Who am I? Where am I? I'm so scared. He felt a pang of despair. He had imagined himself a shining star, but now he was nothing more than a background character in the epic duel between these two powerful figures. After a relentless exchange, Bellium's health was critically low. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? She snarled. Just when it seemed she was on the verge of defeat, Bellium entered a second phase, her power surging to new heights. The thought of meeting the Demon King fills me with strength, she roared. A system alert flashed. Warning, Leader Bellium's health at 10%, entering second phase. Attack power increased by 20%, immunity to crowd control effects. With those words, she crouched low, assuming a frog-like stance. In a blink, she launched herself upwards like a whirlwind. Wielding her long, powerful whip, she prepared to strike. Prepare to die, Linder. Linder couldn't help but be wary of her unrestrained ferocity. Crazy woman, if she kills me. Realizing he couldn't keep this up, he pulled a small piece of paper from his pocket. I have no choice but to use this. He finally played his trump card. Just as Bellium was about to strike, Linder held the paper in front of her. The tactic worked perfectly. Bellium stopped dead in her tracks, her gaze fixed on the paper. It was a picture. Linder's tactic was a man-trap, and Bellium was completely captivated. My Demon King, she whispered, mesmerized. While she was distracted, Linder seized the opportunity to exploit her vulnerability. The price of her infatuation was a swift, brutal kick to the face. The impact contorted Bellium's features. Despite her being female, Linder showed no mercy, sending her flying dozens of meters. The force of the blow carved a long, deep gouge in the ground. Hada, who had been watching the intense battle, was stunned to see Bellium sprawled on the ground. After receiving such a devastating blow from Linder, she slowly began to stir. Then, a shocking development unfolded. The picture of the Demon King, which Bellium had been holding, was torn, the head ripped clean off. She stared at it in horror. My Demon King, she cried, trembling with rage. You despicable god officer. You used my love for the Demon King against me. Clutching the torn picture, Bellium slowly rose, her fury barely contained. And you damaged my Demon King's face. Linder had crossed a line. Bellium was now a monster on the verge of eruption. My Demon King's face. But in the next instant, she glanced towards Hada. He remained frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle. Realizing he'd been spotted by the monstrous Bellium, Hada resigned himself to his fate, certain he was about to become Monster Chow. Surprise! Instead of being ripped to shreds, Bellium mistook him for the Demon King. At last, I found you, she exclaimed. Bellium might have been waiting, but Jordan wasn't. He gripped his sword and charged towards her like a moth to a flame. And just as quickly, in a matter of seconds, he shared Goro's fate, bisected by Linder. Bellium's blood splattered across Hada's face. He was reeling from one shock to the next, utterly speechless with terror. Seeing Linder advance on Bellium with his sword, Hada felt his spirit nearly leave his body. These thrill-seeking, bloodthirsty people were too much for him. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he resembled nothing more than a beached fish gasping its last breaths. As expected of one of the 7 heavenly kings of the demon race, he thought faintly. After a fierce battle, Jordan's health was dangerously low. He pushed himself to the limit, and emerald crowns began to materialize around him. No matter, he thought, I just need to set a trap. Having dealt with the first obstacle, Bellium, he began to formulate his next plan. Wait for the Demon King to descend, spring the trap, and kill him, he mused. Jordan still seemed oblivious to Hada's presence. But just a few seconds later, he turned, and his eyes met Hada's. Right, the specific location must be here, he muttered. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward, both of them frozen like statues. He'd thought Bellium was the only one who mistook him for the Demon King, but now even Linder's jaw dropped. When did the Demon King descend? He wondered aloud. Linder, activating level 23 sensory skill. Level 39 enhancement skill activated. Level 39 skill activated. Immediately after activating his super sensory perception, he attempted to gauge Hada's, or rather, the Demon King's, level. The result left Linder empty-handed. Infinite health, immeasurable. Status, unreadable. Title, World Ender. He was utterly shocked by Hada's hidden power. A 4-digit level. How is this possible? He thought, reeling out of the frying pan and into the fire. Doolander was now low on health, and his current level was no match for the Demon King. He began praying internally. Doolander's overthinking kicked into overdrive. Could his plan be to duel me and take my head without lifting a finger? A sinister, cunning, and cruel Demon King, he fretted. Doolander, you will guide the adult players, and together you will defeat the Demon King and save the world. You are humanity's hope. A whirlwind of thoughts spun through his mind as he watched Hada slowly rise to his feet. He braced himself, gathering his strength into a defensive stance. But Hada simply raised a hand to cover his mouth, eerily silent. Doolander's overactive imagination went into overdrive again. This is the end, he thought. He envisioned Hada condensing an energy sphere. Then, like a monster, Hada would thrust it forward, overwhelming him. You foolish humans dare to injure my subordinates? He's truly enraged now, Doolander thought, and 7,749 doomsday scenarios began to flood his mind. The world was about to end. Yet, surprisingly, in reality, Hada offered him a vial. This incredibly friendly gesture left him frozen in place. For 5 seconds, he stared at Hada in disbelief. The Demon King before him was acting as gentle as a fairy. The crucial reason for this was that the Demon King was completely unaware of their own identity. Your health is depleted, but I only have this. If you don't mind, would you like to drink it? The convergence area between Earth and our world has reached 30% of Earth's surface. Reports of human participation in the game are coming in. Humans on Earth have successfully awakened as players and begun battling monsters. Everything seems to be progressing smoothly. We just need to stick to the plan. A man in a suit expressed his satisfaction with this development. Excellent. Helping players grow is our duty as NPCs. Then they discussed Jordan's situation. How's the Holy Light God's side? Have they killed the boss-level monster guarding the Demon King's birthplace? He then cheerfully shared his next plan. If we can kill the Demon King in diapers, we can win this war without fighting. With Jordan in charge, there's nothing to worry about. The other person, reassured, replied, as expected of Jordan, to come up with such a brilliant and convenient plan. And the title of a legendary hero, Jordan, truly lived up to humanity's hopes. Little did they know, he was currently cowering before the Demon King. The two faced each other in starkly contrasting states. One was drained of health, while the other was the very source of power. Seeing him frozen in place, Hada asked, "Aren't you going to drink it?" Jordan, still suspicious, remained silent. Is this revenge for his subordinates? It must be poison. His habit of jumping to conclusions hadn't changed. Though no one had done anything, he was already sweating bullets. To kill me so easily, yet trick me into drinking poison. It must be because they don't want me to die too quickly. Due to his initial negative impression, Jordan firmly believed Hada was the villain. Writhe in agony and die, you mongrel. A truly despicable Demon King. He was torn between drinking and refusing, though he knew refusal meant certain death. In his delusional state, Jordan mustered his remaining strength. Feigning ignorance might be my only chance of survival. Like a ravenous beast, he snatched the vial from Hada's hand. Hada simply watched, making no move to intervene. Upon opening the vial, Jordan's expression shifted to one of comical bewilderment. It was just an ordinary beginner's health potion. Seeing his confusion, Hada explained, "Sorry, this is all I have in my bag right now." But Hada had no idea that their actions had nearly given Jordan a heart attack. You scared me half to death. He was still convinced he was being toyed with. That despicable Demon King daring to mock me. He then offered a friendly smile and spoke. Well, at least you escaped death by a hair's breadth. Truthfully, Doolander still couldn't shake the suspicion that Hada was trying to harm him. Tell me, he said, his gaze fixed on Hada, his face taut as a bowstring. What is it you really want? As Hada considered his response, Doolander, slightly on edge, pulled out an item, ready for anything. Actually, I have a question, Hada began. Where's the beginner's safe zone around here? Doolander was taken aback by the innocuous question. Surprised by such a simple query, Doolander was momentarily speechless. A safe zone, he echoed. Hada, recalling his objective, clarified, It's a place where low-level players without combat experience can learn and grow. A sinister smile crept across Dolender's lips. So that's his plan, he thought. The safe zone is full of newly spawned adventurers, the very people who will eventually kill him. Hada, oblivious to the dark thoughts swirling in Dolender's mind, remained pure of intention. But Dolender's paranoia tainted everything. He's going to take advantage of their weakness and slaughter them all, he mused. Such a devious scheme. Lost in his own twisted logic, a chilling grin spread across his face. You think I'd sell them out just to survive? After a brief internal struggle, Dolender decided to lead Hada to the safe zone. Forget it, he thought. I need to stay alive. I'm humanity's irreplaceable hope, after all. Upon reaching their destination, Hada, overflowing with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. You're so kind." Having fulfilled his reluctant obligation, Dolender waved goodbye with a forced smile and departed. Beneath the facade of friendliness, however, seethed a cauldron of resentment. That damn Demon King, he fumed. Once I'm back in the safe zone, I'll contact my superiors. But before he could escape this current predicament, another crisis arose. A monster suddenly appeared. Unwilling to waste another second on these creatures, Dolender drew his sword and struck. The monster exploded in a shower of sparks and gore. Just a stray? He wondered, glancing around. He quickly realized it was not alone. Several more monsters materialized, their numbers not insignificant. Without hesitation, Jordan charged, his sword flashing. He was a whirlwind of motion, effortlessly cutting down the monstrous horde. "Isn't he amazing?" someone might have exclaimed. Single-handedly, he took on the entire pack, fearless and undaunted. His B-rank skills were on full display, a tempest of steel and power. He moved through them like lightning, obliterating everything in his path. Even with his health dwindling, he remained more than a match for these creatures. Meanwhile, Hada was in dire straits, on the verge of being caught by a monster. Terror etched across his face, he desperately fled. Even Dolender watched with bated breath, curious to see what would happen next. Will he fight back? He wondered. If so, I might be able to gather some intel on his combat abilities. To Dolender's surprise, Hada ran straight towards Jordan, crying out for help, stopping him dead in his tracks. But before they could react, a monster, impatient for its prey, lunged at them. Still clinging to life, Hada reacted instinctively, throwing his weight against the creature, cleaving it cleanly in two. An explosion followed, obliterating the monster before it could harm them. After Hada's performance, Jordan couldn't help but scoff internally. What a pathetic display. Even with so many ferocious monsters present, he hadn't shown the slightest intention of lifting a finger. He'd completely betrayed the inherent confidence of a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, Hada still clung tightly to Dolender, utterly awestruck by his impressive display of power. Jordan, clearly possessing superior strength and oblivious to his role in Dolender's supposed demise, smirked to himself. It seemed luck was on his side. Finally, Jordan, unable to bear Hada's leech-like grip any longer, asked, "Could you let go? I can barely walk." Hada, startled, released his hold. "Sorry," he mumbled. They now stood in a vast, empty field. Hada busied himself examining the items he'd recently acquired. These were the spoils from the Sasodi picnic boss. Rewinding to the previous scene, the two had been discussing what to do with the monster's remains. "You don't want the body? It's against my principles not to loot monster corpses," Dolender had stated. Hearing this, Hada turned to Jordan and asked, "Can I have it then?" Jordan, unsure why Hada would want such a thing, eventually agreed. Without hesitation, Hada gleefully pulled out a piece of clothing. "Thanks, bro. I won't stand on ceremony." Ignoring the withering look Jordan sent his way, Hada turned back to the remains and asked, "This is divine gear, right? You don't want it either?" Jordan shook his head vehemently. "Of course not." Hada continued rummaging. "Great, you're the best." Then, a tragic realization struck him. "My account's bugged, so I can't wear it." Something else caught his eye. "What's this?" Apparently, Hada had found something interesting and beckoned Jordan over. Together, they peered at a book. Its contents, propaganda for the Demon King. While Hada seemed engrossed, Jordan couldn't stomach a single word. Filthy demons, he thought. I can't let the world fall into their hands. Despite emerging unscathed and with loot in hand, Hada felt a pang of disappointment. Anyone else would be ecstatic to have single-handedly claimed all the spoils from a high-level Sasodi picnic boss. The injustice of it all brought a wave of self-pity. This kind of luck would have been better spent on character creation, he grumbled. Ever the optimist, he quickly recovered. For now, I just need to focus on surviving. While Hada contemplated his situation, Doolander found himself harassed by a pack of monsters. It was utterly frustrating to be pestered by these creatures when he was already exhausted. Hada watched him fight, eyes filled with admiration. So cool, he thought. I wish I were as strong as him someday. After a flurry of sword swings, Jordan finally plunged his blade into the ground, taking a breather. He looked as though he was about to collapse. The safe zone is just over there, he said. Hada's eyes followed Jordan's gaze to the vast expanse before them. He was momentarily dazzled by the sight. That's the safe zone. Their long day of fighting for survival had finally led them to Sanctuary. Kurama University, levels 1 to 10. Peace Zone. He thought it was far away, beyond the horizon, but it turned out to be right under his nose. This place was incredibly familiar to Hada. It was his own school. After the fierce battle with Jordan, who unfortunately had to leave the game early and was taken back to be worshipped by the girls, Belian had failed and died. Damn it, things were getting serious. They then began to fuss about welcoming the Demon King. Someone else had to be sent to welcome the Demon King, but only Belia could see the Demon King's face in the prophetic dream. The 7 heavenly kings, Babylon, level 102, leader of the demon race, was extremely worried in this critical situation. If something happens to her, how will we find the Demon King? While they were still in a tangled mess, a voice called out from afar, "Don't be afraid." And that person was one of the 7 heavenly kings, Mammon, level 84, leader of the S-rank demon beasts. Before Belia died, she left us a clue. And the clue she was talking about was a picture of Hada with alluring lips. Just based on this, we can recognize the Demon King. She then stood up. You came at the right time, Mammon. Because she had just joined, Mammon also briefly inquired about the current situation. Then, based on what she had gathered, Babylon recounted every single detail. According to the demon intelligence, after killing Bal-I-Am, Jordan left the Demon King's birthplace. He went to the safe zone and brought someone else along. Indeed, Mammon, with her keen eyes and sharp analytical skills, made a spot-on judgment. If so, the person he brought along could be the Demon King. Hearing this, Babylon brought out Hada's portrait. The demon intelligence transmitted the person's appearance. It was unknown if the demon intelligence had a grudge against Hada, but they took an unflattering photo of him, worse than a wilted flower. It looks like this. Mammon then looked carefully at the photo she provided. However, surprisingly, even though both pictures were of the same person, she didn't recognize him. It seems it's not him. Very good. At least it proves that the Demon King wasn't captured by Doolander. He's still safe. The fate of Hada's picture now lay in the trash can while they urged the search for him. We can't delay. Gather the troops and move out immediately. They were extremely determined to welcome the Demon King. By all means, we must find the Demon King quickly. But these beautiful girls didn't know that their Demon King was currently enjoying flowers in a safe place. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Is this the safe zone? So many people. He was somewhat overwhelmed by the sight of long lines of people, as numerous as ants. Hada looked everywhere and saw only people. He felt lost in a vast sea of people. So many people. But what was even more surprising was that at this time, Doolander still thought Hada was acting. But he didn't know that Hada was genuinely bewildered. This acting was truly immersive. But a self-righteous person like you basically doesn't realize what you'll face next. The place where they were standing was almost absolutely safe. Kurama University City was a powerful trap. It was a safe zone, so it received the protection of the gods. There was a system device, a suppressor, that could seal the energy of all monsters. No matter how strong the monsters are, they'll be trapped like turtles in a jar. That's how the game rules work. A sinister smile crept across Doolander's face as he finalized his equally sinister plan. Once we're inside the safe zone, we can control you. Killing you will be... He paused, already relishing Hada's gruesome fate. You'll die for your arrogance and ignorance. And just as the prophecy foretold, I will become the hero who leads the players to slay the Demon King. But as they stepped inside, the incessant chatter gave him pause. Aren't you Doolander, the hero destined to slay the Demon King, according to the prophecy? The NPCs showered him with praise, leaving him feeling like he was floating on cloud 9. To think that the great Doolander would grace us with his presence. We are truly blessed. We heard you went to the Demon King's birthplace to kill him in his cradle. Did it go well? Did you tear that vile creature to shreds? Linder held a finger to his lips, silencing their enthusiastic babble. They quickly turned their attention to Hada. So, this is the big guy with that kind of setup. Impressive. What do you think, kid? Now you see how it's done. Then, they gestured towards Jordan, eager to sing his praises. This is the hope of humanity, Jordan, the one prophesied to lead the players in slaying the Demon King. But the NPCs weren't finished. They turned back to Linder. Master Linder, the beast seal, has been completed in the safe zone. Unable to contain himself, one particularly talkative NPC continued to chatter at Hada. Do you know about the beast seal? It can seal. Linder, seething with irritation at their incessant prattle, snapped, "Stop forcing dialogue." He lunged forward, grabbing the NPC by the throat and shaking him violently. Are you trying to destroy the world? After being thoroughly scolded by Jordan, the NPCs looked dejected. What do we do wrong? After spending some time with Jordan, Hada found himself filled with admiration. If only I could be a hero like him. In his eyes, Jordan was everything he aspired to be. He's so strong and righteous. Unbeknownst to Hada, Jordan was silently plotting his demise. This righteous hero thought, killing you is just a small step away. You're about to lose your head, kid. Just one more step, and victory will belong to the forces of good. In the next instant, everything was in place. Activate the beast seal. Their plan was finally underway. As the power of the system surged, Hada, still oblivious to what was happening, looked around in confusion. What? The power of the system? The two were in separate spaces, divided by a high-tech barrier. But to their surprise, the old man who initiated the seal expected Hada to be obliterated, yet nothing happened. Why isn't anything happening? Actually, something was happening, just not to Hada. The target was the building itself. Cracks began to spiderweb across the beast seal, spreading rapidly as if under immense pressure. Linder's face contorted in a grimace. Could it be? He's a being that even the system can't restrain? This isn't good at all. While Jordan was still utterly bewildered, Hada spoke up. So, this is the power of the system. Then I'm relieved. But to Linder's overthinking mind, Hada's words sounded like a threat. Linder assumed the safe zone, protected by the system, possessed absolute power, and that upon arrival, they would be safe. He feigned panic, pressing Hada. What are you planning to do? Things were getting tense. An unexpected event had occurred at Kurama University. Inside, people were still chatting casually, unaware of what had just transpired. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over them, freezing them in place for 5 seconds. After everything returned to normal, everyone was startled. What just happened? Was that an attack? Not wanting to cause a panic, an NPC quickly reassured them. It seems the server lagged. Don't be alarmed. It was just a little lag. Despite the strange occurrence, they weren't overly concerned. They were, after all, in a safe zone. This is a safe zone. We are under the protection of the divine sting system. As long as you are within its range, it can protect you. It's absolutely safe. The NPC gestured towards the system, oblivious to the fact that it was now a twisted, mangled mess. Then they turned back and stared, puzzled by its strange shape. Did the divine sting always look like that? I don't recall. It's a bit odd. Despite the ominous sign, they remained optimistic because they still had Linder. In short, there's no need to fear. Our hope, humanity's greatest strategist, Linder, is here. To further emphasize his point, the NPC turned to Linder and requested, Linder, sir, please say a few words to everyone. However, much to Hada's confusion, Linder was slumped on the ground, clutching his head in agony. Recalling the moment he'd accidentally deformed the system, Linder was filled with despair. Without a word, he dented the divine system artifact into the shape of a heart. It's like a joke. Everything had gone completely off script. I thought activating the divine sting would allow me to borrow the system's power to subdue him. But life isn't a dream. Instead, he gave me a solid punch, shattering clouds and ascending to heaven. Hada, simply by sitting there, had rendered Linder utterly helpless. Faced with Hada's latent power, Linder was like a withered leaf about to fall. Is this the gap in our strength? Linder hadn't even had a chance to show his skills, and already he felt the mission was impossible. Should I just surrender? Seeing Linder's utter dejection, Hada asked with concern, Linder, are you all right? They said it was just lag, nothing serious. He was completely unaware that he himself was the cause of Linder's despair. I can't believe he's this shaken up. How adorable. Hada had apparently taken a liking to Linder. He didn't want to see him so down, so he offered some encouragement. Linder, please cheer up. Hada, before realizing his true identity as the Demon King, was incredibly kind, offering comfort and a bright smile. You're humanity's hope. How can you be so scared? The game has only just begun. Hearing this, Jordan looked up at Hada with a surprised expression. Although Hada's words were meant to be encouraging, Jordan still felt like the victim of a cruel joke. Just begun? This Demon King is outrageous. With his over-the-top dramatic interpretation of the situation, Linder suddenly changed his demeanor and sharply questioned Hada. Just what are you trying to do? Speak plainly, like a man. Faced with this interrogation, Hada appeared utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Me? What? These two were truly a match made in heaven, each interpreting the other's words in a completely different way. Is he trying to trigger a quest reward? Just a few words of encouragement, and he's already this moved. Linder, you're too kind. Since you said so much, I really... Suddenly, in the next moment, a scene seemingly ripped from a boy's love story unfolded as Hada took Linder's hand. I want to ask you for a favor. It's unclear where they went afterward, but they ended up in a densely crowded area. As expected, if you want to live in the safe zone, you first have to learn some production skills. In contrast to Hada's enthusiasm, Linder seemed reluctant and unhappy. Even he was surprised by Hada's simple request. He had expected some terrifying demand, but instead, it was just a desire to learn production skills. Suddenly, Hada turned to Linder with an excited expression. Linder, you're the hero who will lead the players to defeat the Demon King, right? Mentioning this reminded Hada of his childhood dream of saving the world. Actually, I've loved hero stories since I was little, and I always dreamed of becoming a hero when I grew up. Although I encountered some problems at the beginning, Hada continued, his optimism unwavering. Due to some account irregularities, I didn't know what to do. But since fate has arranged for me to meet you, it must mean it doesn't want me to give up. So I've decided not to be discouraged. Even if I have to follow the production path, I'll still strive to become a hero. Linder could only stare, mouth agape, in astonishment. After finishing his story, Hada looked at Jordan with sparkling, expectant eyes. Will you guide me? It was a classic case of a naive soul encountering an overly enthusiastic one. Jordan couldn't help but blush at Hada's earnestness. This innocent fool was determined to play the game to the fullest. Even though he hadn't properly started yet and was only getting acquainted with the system, he'd already received countless scornful remarks from the instructors. Culinary instructor Heat Insulation, a dwarf who didn't dare pursue combat skills and wanted to learn production, scoffed. First aid instructor Lin Bing Bing remarked, with a face like that, who would risk fighting monsters? She looked him over for a moment, then assessed him. Then the two sides began their exchange. This is all I have. Normal players start by planning and saving. They can earn 10 silver pieces in a few hours, but that's only enough to learn a basic production skill. Do you think learning production skills will make you money? On the contrary, it's very expensive. After looking at Hada with disdain, their eyes widened at the gold balance displayed in his system. Over 10,000 gold. After realizing Linder was a genuine tycoon, his attitude flipped like a pancake. Oh, so you're the boss. My apologies. The woman was an exception, showering him with flattery. To think the boss could earn so much money right off the bat. Truly impressive. But we NPCs have our principles. We won't blindly choose you just because you're rich. This place is sufficient for learning skills, but mastering them quickly is very expensive. If your production skills aren't proficient, you can't profit from production. The two worlds have only recently merged. Everyone is severely lacking in materials. The necessary materials for upgrading basic production skills aren't available on the market. Forced improvement can only be bought from NPCs. It's like in-game purchases, and the prices are exorbitant. It's better to use the money to buy equipment and level up quickly. With that much money, you could choose top-tier equipment for this stage. Despite being offered a plethora of suggestions, Linder remained hesitant. But I have my own difficulties. Suddenly, Linder snapped at Hada. Isn't there any other way? Seeing Hada stare at him without answering, he felt incredibly irritated. What are you looking at, you hateful Demon King? You threaten me, humiliate me, and now you want to take my money too? Suddenly, Before anyone had done anything, he bristled with indignation. I can be killed, but I won't be humiliated. I can't be this cowardly. He then held out a small pouch for Hada to see. This is all I brought with me. Because this was money he had borrowed, Hada looked embarrassed upon receiving the pouch. I didn't want to have to squeeze Doolender, sir, but the next moment, they were struck by devastating news. It's still not enough. Seeing that the money was insufficient, Hada quickly looked around, clearly wanting to borrow more. Doolender, understanding his intent, frantically searched for anything of value. Still not enough. Still not enough. However, no matter how many items he pulled out, it was never enough. By now, Jordan had been stripped bare, down to his underwear. Utterly humiliated, he slammed his fist against a rock in frustration. That damn Demon King. He's taken everything from me. While he was in despair, Hada suddenly reminded him, it's still not enough. The lowest production skills correspond to at least C-rank combat skills. Practicing in the early stages won't be profitable. Doolender, sir, don't you still have that valuable watch? After venting his frustration on the walls, Doolender finally remembered. That's the crazy gift my father gave me. The next moment, everyone began discussing Doolender's treatment of Hada. Why is Doolender treating him so well? It's scary. Does he see some great potential in him? Hada received the Lee family's transmigration watch. Really? He values me that much. I told him I wanted to be a hero too and asked for his support, but I never thought he'd acknowledge me to this extent. Meanwhile, Jordan felt utterly miserable. This is so touching. It's worse than killing me. The hope of humanity has begun to hate this world. With Doolender stripped of all his possessions and still not enough funds for Hada's production skill training, he made plans to meet again soon and left. Anyway, I'll figure something out about the money. After a moment of frozen silence, someone offered Doolender a suggestion. If you want to make money, you could try the NPC merchant. Most new players earn money by selling items there. Taking the advice to heart, Doolender immediately teleported to the central trading hub of the system shop. Inside, he laid out his meager possessions on the counter for appraisal. Field mousetail, E-rank item, pure trash, worth 3.2 to 6 copper. The items he currently possessed were all of low rank. Mud monster underwear, E-rank item, pure trash, worth 8.7 copper. Finally, he presented something of slightly more value. Pinky finger of a low-level skeleton soldier. D-rank item, worth 32 gold and 2.8 silver. After appraising the offered goods, the shopkeeper offered a sliver of praise. Your equipment isn't bad. Doolender, a flicker of hope in his eyes, asked, really? How much can I get for it? The shopkeeper held up a finger. 1 silver, 20 copper. Doolender's face fell. It wasn't nearly enough. That little. Disgusted, Doolender saw no point in further negotiation. See you later. He trudged out empty-handed, lamenting his situation. He'd been playing for half a day and hadn't even chosen a skill yet. Just as he was starting to wallow in self-pity, Hada happened to stroll by. How can anyone play this game if it's this hard? Doolender cried. Witnessing Doolender's despair, Hada felt a pang of sympathy. No matter how the world changes, it seems money is still the root of all problems, he mused. A moment later, Hada became the shopkeeper's second customer. I have a few things to sell. Mind taking a look? Hada carefully arranged his items on the counter. The shopkeeper began his appraisal. Holy Silver Wind, 74.8 gold. Dragon Sheen Coat, 48.7 gold. Atlantis Silk Underwear, Lyra's Reincarnation Watch, 141.66 gold. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, his jaw slackening as he realized the sheer quality of the items before him. They were all top-tier, S-rank equipment. A flicker of recognition crossed the shopkeeper's face as he examined the items more closely. They seemed familiar. After a moment of frantic recollection, the truth struck him like a lightning bolt. These are Lord Doolender's belongings. The shopkeeper's astonishment only deepened as Hada reached for something else. There's more. Hada pulled out a set of lacy lingerie. The shopkeeper gaped. Could this also be Lord Doolender's? Hada, in a move of audacious nonchalance, was selling Belian's lingerie. The shopkeeper, however, seemed more intrigued than shocked. The design is quite something, he remarked. With all his items displayed, Hada finally asked, how much can I get for these? The shopkeeper, wanting to be precise, explained, these items are unidentified. They need to be appraised first. Without further ado, he initiated a level 99 appraisal. The results left the shopkeeper speechless. Great Demon King's Kiss. Culinary ingredient, medicinal component, jewelry enhancer. Effects, aphrodisiac and beautifying. Value, 650 gold. Belian's chest cloth, S-rank chest armor. Level requirement, 50 plus. Strength plus 99. Agility plus 199. Critical hit plus 199. Endurance plus 152. Faith plus 184. 4 gem sockets. Value, 340 gold. The shopkeeper's eyes widened at the exorbitant prices of the items Hada presented. How could these people think their own items were worthless, while Hada's were priceless? A conflict began to brew. Are you joking? Doolander scoffed. You're offering me 2 silver for this heavy armor? And this flimsy cloth is worth over 300? What do you even know? He picked up a piece of lingerie, thin as paper, examining it with a captivated gaze. Some clothes, the shopkeeper purred, are more valuable the thinner they are. Unable to resist, the shopkeeper lifted the lingerie to his face and inhaled. He seemed intoxicated by the pristine quality of the fabric. He was practically floating. This material, he sighed, as soft and light as air, and this sweet, salty fragrance. His voice trailed off dreamily. Plus, the Henner value increases by 200. And so, the price of the lingerie continued to climb. The Belian bra, he murmured, with the rich scent of a seductive demoness. Selling price, 680. He clutched it like a precious jewel. A truly rare and exquisite item. Clearly, some past life infatuation with women was at play. The shopkeeper turned back to Hada, announcing the assessed value. 680 gold is what I'll give you. This is graduation attire, a very low drop rate item. Its true value is immeasurable. Hada seemed surprised. Really? It can sell for that much? Contrary to expectations, the shopkeeper offered a piece of advice. Young man, I advise you not to sell it. Selling this equipment to me means it's reclaimed by the system. It ceases to exist. Hada, confused, checked his own system interface. It seems I can't trade it anymore either. Then the shopkeeper delivered the truly bizarre follow-up. But you can keep it while wearing it might make you look like a pervert. Once you reach a high enough level, the improvement it provides will be a dramatic leap. You'll be the object of countless people's admiration. Visions of future glory filled Hada's mind. He stared blankly for a moment, seemingly processing the shopkeeper's words. With a dazed expression, Hada walked out of the shop. S-rank Bella chest cloth sold, reclaimed by the system. 2 great demon horns sold, reclaimed by the system. Meanwhile, Doolander fumed. Why would anyone sell graduation gear to a shop? Hada, however, was beaming, immensely satisfied with his 955 gold. The details of the game world became clearer. In this world fused with the game, some aimed to defeat the final boss and save the world. Of course, not everyone followed that path. Others sought to dominate the arena, to reign supreme among players. And some, ignoring the bustling world around them, chose more unique goals. Exploration, uncovering hidden potential. Only you, sir, someone said to Hada, are worthy of the final strike against the Demon King. A vision of Hada vanquishing the Demon King flashed before his eyes. Yes, a gold group, Hada mused. This meant paying others to carry him through dungeons. This way, even without a strategy, he could participate in the final boss raid. No sword required. Though invited to use a sword against the Demon King, Hada, in his imagined scenario, simply flicked his finger against her forehead, instantly vanquishing her. Achievement unlocked, savior of the world. Final boss defeated. The scene Hada envisioned, a scene where he was lauded as a hero, praised endlessly, was his ultimate goal. The hero who slays the Demon King. Hada, yes, this was his heroic path. With enough money, he could walk that path. Visions of a bright future, pursued by a legion of 10 admirers, filled his mind. Boss, no, great hero Hada, my hero, my savior, my idol. He could even command a vast army of loyal followers, ready to live and die for him. Boss, you can rest in the tower. We'll win. Thinking of the beautiful future that awaited him, a fiery passion ignited within Hada. The mere thought filled him with hope. He finally had enough money to learn skills, and the first task he had to complete was roasting a chicken. Seeing Hada emerge from the kitchen, Hatch and Hyatt inquired about his progress. Hada, how's it coming? Done. Seeing that Hada had completed this level, Hatch and Hyatt prepared to introduce him to the next stage. The beginner level is done? Well then, the intermediate level is where it gets really tough. Prepare yourself. Hada brushed past him, uttering words that shocked Hatch and Hyatt to his core, leaving him frozen in place. Master level complete. Hatch and Hyatt couldn't quite process what he'd just heard. Master level. In the next moment, realizing the astonishing speed of Hada's progress. Hachenhai's jaw dropped in disbelief. Complete already? And now the story was getting interesting. The Demon King, whose goal was to defeat him, began to act. Strolling down the street, Hada pondered. The NPC's mission was to support the player's growth. The player's mission was to defeat the final boss, the Demon King. Survival in this world was no simple matter. But unlike before, his situation had improved. Being able to start like this, I guess every cloud has a silver lining. With the first steps completed, Hada began to consider what came next. Next, he had to address a crucial matter. But as Hada daydreamed, the bus driver called out impatiently, "Hey, are you getting on or not?" "I'm leaving," Hada quickly replied, "Coming." Not wanting to delay the driver any further, Hada boarded the bus. After some time, he finally arrived at his destination. He gazed at the luxurious building before him, his eyes wide with wonder. This was it. Hada's next step was to find teammates who shared his ambitions. Inside the building, people were chatting animatedly. "I hear their members are all level 15 already. So high." Entering, Hada found them still in discussion. Look at their team strategy rankings. They practically dominate the top 5. Their teamwork is incredibly professional too. "I hear they can already take on level 6 monsters." Really? Their previous captain was apparently a professional player. Hada was clearly intrigued by this team of apparent superheroes, based on the others' descriptions. Then, one of the members of that super powerful team revealed himself. Tran Haonin, a level 16 trainee thug, ranked 2nd in strategic combat. "If the supplies have arrived, then let's move out," a girl with a stylish short haircut, standing beside him, suggested. "Fighting monsters above our level is too exhausting. Wouldn't it be better to add another person? It will be faster to handle things that way," she continued. "And that person is 6'9", a level 15 trainee gunslinger, ranked 3rd in strategic combat. "What do you think, Captain?" However, Haonin seemed reluctant to give the green light to this suggestion. "Idiot. Adding another person to the team means sharing more experience." While the two of them were at odds, another member appeared. A.M. Liu, a trainee assassin of hidden level, stated, "I've calculated it. For people is optimal." He suddenly pulled Tune Nguyen into a tight embrace, startling her slightly. "Remember, for the professional 5th team, only efficiency matters. Of course, if any of you drag us down, I'll kick that person out and replace them with someone else, even if it's your own sister." Tune Nguyen, a level 16 trainee priestess, ranked 4th in strategic combat, responded nervously. "I'll try my best, Tu Hao. Please don't kick me out." Without further discussion, they set off to eliminate their next target. "Let's risk it all and show them what we're made of." "All right, let's move out." However, just as Haonin was about to leave, he paused, noticing a notification. The notification was from Hada, requesting to join his team. However, perhaps because Hada looked too young and untrustworthy, Haonin didn't hesitate to reject him outright. Where did this idiot come from? Trying to ride my coattails? Although he had clicked reject, the next second, the notification from Hada popped up again. Haonin started to get incredibly annoyed by his persistence. This is getting a bit troublesome. He didn't hesitate to reject Hada a second time. It was a true clash of wills. No matter how many times Haonin hit reject, Hada sent the request again. But no matter how hard he tried, or what tricks he pulled, Haonin would only refuse. "Scare me for a second. He doesn't have a lick of sense." Haonin stood his ground. No new members. Reject, reject, reject. Finding it too difficult to join Haonin's team, Hada changed tactics and attempted to initiate a trade. This piqued Haonin's curiosity. "Wants to trade with me? Why?" Intrigued by what Hada might do, he finally agreed. "Let's see what tricks you're trying to pull." After he confirmed the trade, a large notification appeared before him. Unexpectedly, the wealthy Hada offered Haonin a hefty sum of gold. "The other party has given you 10 gold. The other party has confirmed." The sheer amount of money offered shocked Haonin to his core. He couldn't believe his eyes. Holy crap, 10 gold? Really? How is that possible? As someone obsessed with money, Haonin felt like he had won the lottery. "With my masterful resource management, I've only managed to scrape together a total of 2 gold and 57 silver. How could someone have 10 gold, and even more, intend to give it to me?" Tran Haonin contemplated the lucrative proposition. Resources were scarce for low-level players in this era. Learning combat skills demanded careful consideration. Only essential abilities deserved prioritization. A single gold coin was sufficient to acquire every available combat skill and even forge a complete set of gear. Haonin already possessed formidable strength. With a full complement of skills, he would surely become an unstoppable force. Even now, Hao Nin struggled to comprehend Hot Da's lavish generosity. His leveling speed could potentially quintuple. Why would anyone willingly gift him 10 gold? Then, a truly outlandish thought struck him, more peculiar than the very existence of Canada. Could someone actually possess 10 gold? Was this individual the highest-ranked player? Beads of perspiration formed on his brow. Was this some elaborate jest? Should he accept or decline? After a period of profound introspection and internal conflict, Hao Nin resolutely clicked the confirmation button. It was 10 gold, after all. Refusal was unthinkable. And just like that, Hada proved he wasn't boasting. The 10 gold transferred instantaneously. Upon receiving the funds, Hao Nin contorted his face in a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Someone had actually given him 10 gold. What a fool. As he reeled from the unexpected windfall, Hada's team join request appeared once more. Seeing the notification, Hao Nin's perception of Hada began to transform. Finally, they arranged a private meeting with Hada to discuss the matter. You said you wanted to hire us to escort you back to your original home to retrieve something important. Is that right? Hada confirmed, then recounted his current predicament. I inquire with the guards. The place is now overrun with level 18 underwater field mice. I can't go alone. I have no choice but to hire someone. A.M. Lu's immediate response caught him off guard. Don't be ridiculous. We're focused on reaching the top of the rankings. We don't have time for charitable endeavors. But Hao Nin, his vision clouded by gold, adopted the persona of a compassionate Hollywood actor. When did you become so callous? The gruff Hao Nin vanished, replaced by a magnanimous benefactor. Remember, the key to a successful professional team is compassion. We'll accept your commission. A.M. Lu, utterly dumbfounded by this abrupt about-face, could only stare in disbelief. Who are you? What's gotten into you? As night descended, enveloping the world in darkness punctuated only by the distant starlight, Hao Nin's team convened within the team lobby, still discussing Hada's earlier visit. A.M. Lu, perplexed by Hao Nin's decision, pressed him for an explanation. Our team currently holds the top rank. Why would we divert our efforts to such a trivial errand? Without hesitation, Hao Nin revealed his current balance to A.M. Lu. Take a look at this before you say anything else. A.M. Lu gazed at the 12 gold, her eyes widening in astonishment. How did you acquire such a substantial sum? A new hypothesis formed in A.M. Lu's mind. Did that unassuming, seemingly frail dwarf give you all of his gold? Does this imply he possesses something so valuable that he's willing to part with a small fortune to reclaim it? Observing her comprehension, Hao Nin simply confirmed precisely. A sinister, calculating smirk spread across Hao Nin's face. It was clear now he'd taken this job for his own personal gain. It must be an amazing treasure, he thought. Meanwhile, Tung Nguyen, having overheard their conversation, ran after him, asking, "Wait, do you mean to steal his treasure?" With a face thicker than a 1,000-layer cake, Hao Nin confirmed it. Its value must be more than 10 gold. If we get our hands on it, our power will skyrocket. Who would have guessed? He harbored even more malicious intentions? As a precaution against betrayal, he continued, I've even prepared to kill him. No one will object to taking advantage of this opportunity, right? I have no objections, someone replied. Seeing no further dissent, Hao Nin noticed A.M. Lu's absence. Where is she? A.M. Lu stood perched atop a streetlight, unconcerned with their deliberations. Winning is all that matters, she thought. Tung Nguyen, ever the kind-hearted one, spoke up. I have an objection. But Hao Nin simply threw cold water on her concern and turned away. No one cares. Completely dismissed, Tung Nguyen felt a pang of hurt but could do nothing. With the plan finalized, Hao Nin was eager to get moving. Let's set off then. Hao Nin's face was a mask of ruthlessness and cunning. Let the hunt begin, he declared. As planned, they escorted Hada to his destination. Swarms of water mice infested the path, but they were swiftly dispatched. The group arrived in an old apartment building. Luke 9 turned to Hada for confirmation. Boss, is this the place? Yes, Hada replied. Relief and joy washed over Hada's face at finally being home. I live on the 6th floor of this building. Hao Nin offered false reassurance. That's good. Don't worry. Although the monsters here are level 18, our team is professional. We'll definitely keep you safe. Sandwiched between his escorts, Hao Nin and the others proceeded deeper into the building. Despite being in the safest position, Hada's face was pale with fear. As they walked, Tung Nguyen felt a sense of unease and voiced her concern to Hao Nin. Something's not right here. This apartment building It's a level 25 instance dungeon, she whispered, explaining her strange feeling. Ever since we entered this building, I've had a creepy feeling. Faced with the ominous atmosphere and the potential for unforeseen danger, Gwyn hesitated. Maybe we should turn back. But Haonin simply glared at her with icy eyes. Are you saying you know how to play this game better than me? He ignored her completely and continued forward. If you don't understand anything, just shut up and follow. If you're going to be a nuisance, then just die here alone. Hada's feet moved mechanically as he spoke. 606, we're here. This is it. Having reached his old apartment, Hada turned to thank them. Thank you all. You're truly reliable. Haonin grinned, waiting for Hada to retrieve the treasure before sending him to his doom. Don't mention it, boss. Hurry and get your things. Hada slowly took out his key and inserted it into the lock. Just as he was about to open the door and step inside, Haonin sprang into the air, poised to strike a fatal blow. But things weren't that easy. Before Haonin could lay a finger on Hada, a gigantic, mutated level 22 sewer rat suddenly appeared out of nowhere, completely blindsiding them. Talk about a surprise. Everything happened so fast that Haonin couldn't react. The rat charged at them with lightning speed, slamming into them with earth-shattering force. Luckily, by some miracle, they managed to escape with their lives. Get out of the way, Haonin yelled, understandably bewildered by the appearance of such a high-level monster. How can there be a level 22 monster here? Immediately after the impact, he turned to check on his teammates. Is everyone all right? Everyone was miraculously unharmed, but something more alarming had happened. Hada had vanished. The boss, someone shouted. They looked down at a hole in the floor. Sure enough, Hada was plummeting down into the darkness. Everyone froze for a full 5 seconds, stunned into inaction. But Haonin, ever the shameless opportunist, didn't even try to help. Instead, he just sat there, chuckling with glee. He's done for. The boss fell down. At that critical moment, A.M. Liu made a surprising decision. I'll go save him, she declared, vanishing down the hole before anyone could react. Meanwhile, the monstrous rat was closing in, ready to attack at any moment. Haonin just scoffed at A.M. Liu's heroic act. She didn't need to do that. He suddenly noticed the extreme tension on Wen's face. Leader, we're in big trouble, she exclaimed. The reason for her alarm was clear. The three of them were now facing the full wrath of the level 22 mutated sewer rat. All of Haonin's earlier bravado evaporated in the face of a monster so much stronger than himself. Why is there a level 22 monster here? The three of them quickly assessed their chances. Normally, a well-coordinated team of 3 players can barely take down a monster of the same level. It's 6 levels higher than us. Do we even stand a chance? Even Gwyn, usually so confident, wasn't sure they could win this fight. She was ready to give up, despite the treasure being so close. The treasure is right in front of us. We've wasted so much time and gained nothing. We finally managed to get the lead, and now it's all in jeopardy. Prioritizing the safety of her team, she turned to Haonin. We have to cut our losses. Let's retreat. But Haonin was still analyzing the situation. He'd been observing the monster, and something seemed off. The rat kept looking left and right, as if searching for something, instead of focusing on attacking them. Suddenly, the rat squealed, as if it had caught a scent. The Demon King. I smell the Demon King. It seemed Hada was the real target all along. His undiscovered identity as the Demon King made him a prime target wherever he went. Demon King. Where are you, Demon King? And then it poked its head down, peering into the hole below, searching for him. The Demon King had fallen. To the rat's astonishment, Hada was still plummeting. Normally, he should have been terrified, but instead, Hada felt strangely calm. Am I about to die? He wondered. Being a relaxed kind of guy, Hada viewed meeting his maker as a rather trivial matter. If I die, maybe I'll awaken some kind of system ability, he mused. That's how it always goes in those web novels. After a moment of free fall, Hada's backside finally met the ground. But, befitting his status as the Demon King, not only did he not die, he actually earned himself a rather impressive title. The young man who fell 20 meters without a scratch. Not only did he not die, he didn't even feel any pain. Although he was unharmed by the fall, Hada now faced a new problem. How to survive in this dangerous, lurking place. What to do now? Being an optimistic overlord, he didn't feel particularly worried. He simply sat there, calmly awaiting rescue. If I just wait, those powerful allies will come and save me. Meanwhile, a swarm of rats scurried towards Hada. Of course, they weren't coming to attack him, but rather to show their affection. However, before they could reach him, they were utterly annihilated by some unseen force. Before Hada could understand what was happening, he turned to see a pile of rat corpses. A.M. Liu, likely misunderstanding their intentions, had taken it upon herself to eliminate them. "Don't be afraid," she said. Although her tone was cool and collected, Hada was actually scared stiff. A.M. Liu stepped out of the shadows and into the light, approaching him. "It's me." It seemed A.M. Liu still intended to keep him alive, at least for now. "It's dangerous here. Be careful." After giving him this warning, she walked over to a transparent wall and placed her hand on it. "It's an air wall. We can't go up from here." Even Hada was surprised by how realistic it looked. Seeing that this route was impassable, A.M. Liu began to search for another way. "It seems we'll have to find a different way back." Hada pointed towards the distance. "How about the stairs over there?" Finding his suggestion reasonable, she immediately asked him to lead the way. He was taken aback. "Me? Lead the way? Aren't I the client?" Faced with Hada's reluctance, Liu simply stood there, speechless. She seemed to be considering how best to persuade him. A moment later, she put on a pleading expression. "What? You want an assassin from the hidden sound to walk in front? That wouldn't be very mysterious, would it? It ruins the romantic setup, you know? Don't you understand?" "I don't understand what you're talking about," he replied. But after a bit of back and forth, Hada finally relented. "Fine, as long as you protect me." A.M. Liu remained behind him, keeping watch. As she followed, A.M. Liu couldn't help but observe him. Men are such fools, she thought. Just a little coaxing and they drop their guard, leaving their backs exposed. Hada's obliviousness amused her as she imagined what would happen next. When he finds out our real goal is to steal his treasure, he'll certainly regret this. Just as Hada realized something and turned to tell A.M. Liu, Chung-Gwyn activated her backstab skill, preparing to send him off to meet his maker. Hada must have been a world-saving superhero in a past life to be this lucky. He'd intended to offer A.M. Liu the roasted chicken, but Chung-Gwyn, in her lunge towards him, ended up stabbing the chicken instead. A.M. Liu felt a distinct squish. A roasted chicken had just intercepted a potentially fatal blow. What in the world? He quickly explained his actions. "Before this, when I learned the advanced skill, I accomplished a lot. You haven't sprayed blood yet, so I wanted you to eat this. It might help you recover a bit." Hada looked down at the dagger in her hand and asked a question that sent a shiver down A.M. Liu's spine. Is this dagger for eating chicken? He'd only just asked A.M. Liu, hadn't even done or said anything to Hada herself. Yet she seemed to take it personally, blushing furiously and running off as if her heels were on fire. Suddenly being offered chicken made A.M. Liu question everything. This man, something wasn't right. He looked like a weak, short fellow, yet he could spend 10 gold pieces and possessed cooking skills. She couldn't shake the image of Hada using the roasted chicken as an absolute defense. Roasted chicken as a shield, completely blocking her attack. A.M. Liu began to doubt Hada's true combat abilities. That attack of hers, even a level 16 warrior using a shield wouldn't have escaped unscathed. A wall of suspicion rose between her and Hada. This man was definitely hiding a huge secret. She had to be careful. That chicken, it must be poisoned. Finding another gold piece belonging to Jordan, A.M. Liu's paranoia intensified. After consuming that poison, one would be completely controlled, becoming a puppet. Irreversible. She absolutely couldn't eat it. Her mouth could refuse, but her bottomless stomach couldn't resist the allure of roasted chicken. Delicious. By the time she realized she'd eaten it, it was too late. The roasted chicken had already disappeared into her belly. Damn it, it was so fragrant, she couldn't help herself. Even after swallowing, the delicious taste lingered on her tongue. An exhilarating sensation, like floating on cloud 9, washed over A.M. Liu. The quickest way to a person's heart was truly through their stomach. She already felt a surge of power coursing through her. Job level up, beginner assassin to assassin. Who knew Hada's roasted chicken was so potent that just a small portion could cause a level up? A.M. Liu held the remaining chicken, gazing at it with newfound appreciation. This roasted chicken not only raised me 5 levels consecutively, but also leveled up all my skills. It even triggered my job advancement. Her perspective on this miraculous roasted chicken had completely shifted. This wasn't just roasted chicken. It was a repair machine. She looked at Hada's expectant face and pondered. As a professional assassin, she'd sworn to seek out the strongest players. Wouldn't someone with this kind of power be far stronger than that idiot Hao Nin? After experiencing the effects of Hada's cooking, A.M. Liu now rated him far above Hao Nin. One Hada was worth several Hao Nins. After a brief assessment, Lu bowed deeply, causing Hada to stumble back in surprise. I am yours. I will do anything you ask. This sudden shift in demeanor was unexpected. Hada, instead of feeling pleased, was thoroughly unnerved, convinced he was dealing with a lunatic. He offered a strained smile at her fervent declaration. There's no need for repayment. Just protect me. Lu, looking puzzled, replied. But if I don't spit blood, how can I protect you? Hada turned slightly, reiterating, protect me. After all, I'm the one paying you. At this, Lu seemed to have an epiphany, staring at him, wide-eyed and speechless. She remained silent as Hada continued onward. Surprise! Just moments ago, Lu was contemplating assassination, and now she was utterly captivated by Hada. I understand. I will protect you, Master Hada. While they searched for an exit, Hao Nin and his group were still grappling with the giant rat. The mutated monster, ambushed and relentlessly attacked, was now bleeding profusely. The colossal rat collapsed, thoroughly pummeled by Hao Nin. Everyone expected Hao Nin to be eliminated by the higher-level monster, but the opposite occurred. The rat, having lost the will to fight, lay defeated. I injured the Demon King. I don't deserve to live, it seemed to lament. Overcome with guilt for creating the hole that caused Hada's fall, the rat chose death as atonement, seeking inner peace. Even Hao Nin was bewildered by this bizarre turn of events. It stabbed itself to death? He wondered aloud. Wen, initially fearing they were doomed, was equally astonished by their victory. Mistaking the rat's suicide for Hao Nin's handiwork, she exclaimed, he actually did it. He defeated a monster 6 levels above him. Is this Xiao Hao's true strength? After a few seemingly ineffective strikes, Hao Nin unexpectedly unlocked the title of Supreme Expert, the requirement, defeating an elite monster 5 levels higher. His luck was undeniable. A life-threatening situation had transformed into an opportunity for advancement. Legendary title equipped, Supreme Expert. Confirm. A prompt appeared. His power surged, leaving him ecstatic. I can't believe I gained such unexpected power. Am I the main character after all? Have I awakened some ultimate ability? Despite their safety, Wen remained apprehensive. This place is too strange. I have a bad feeling. Basking in his newfound power, Hao Nin's arrogance swelled. I'm the Supreme Expert now. A man who can slay a level 22 monster. What is there to fear? His boasting was cut short by Wen's shriek. Xiao Hao, look. Contrasting with Wen's terror, Hao Nin scoffed. See what? There's nothing there. You're seeing things. Behind you, she insisted. He turned in surprise. A ferocious ginger cat stood before him. The hot-tempered cat didn't give Wen a chance to react before lashing out, sending him flying into a wall with earth-shattering force. A gaping hole now adorned the wall, offering a panoramic view of the city at night. Wen, still stunned, could only gape. How could this be? He thought. A demonic cat, a level 35 A-rank monster. He'd been warned, but he'd ignore the advice, and now he faced a beast nearly twice as strong as the Sewer Lord. And a leader-class monster, no less. Enraged by the disturbance to its peace, the demonic cat pressed its attack. It unleashed a level 1 yawn skill, a simple yawn that rippled with energy waves expanding into the air. The shockwave separated Wen from Hao Nin, throwing him to a different part of the building. Beside him lay Lu, her strength spent. She was so exhausted she could barely move. A thought struck Wen. Leader-class monsters, weren't they supposed to be found only in field boss events and dungeons? Could it be? This realization explained the unease he'd felt since entering the building. Something had felt wrong. Had this place become a dungeon? Panic rippled through the group as the truth dawned on them. That explained the level 22 elite monsters. What do we do? Hao Nin appeared, clutching a beginner's health potion, plus 50 HP. I'll distract the monster. We'll find a chance to retreat. Before he could move, the demonic cat reappeared. With blinding speed, its sharp claws lashed out, raking across Hao Nin's face. Hao Nin was flung from the building again. His health plummeting, he cried out, "Idiot, support me." Wen, spurred to action, cast a healing spell. Realizing defense was futile, Hao Nin decided to change tactics. I have to counterattack. But before he could react, the demonic cat materialized before him once more. The once confident Hao Nin had become a plaything for the feline, his bravado reduced to slapstick. The demonic cat was so powerful it didn't even need to fight seriously. Toying with Hao Nin was enough to make him a laughingstock. His face, battered and swollen, was almost unrecognizable. "Supreme expert," he muttered, clinging to the title even as the demonic cat decimated him. Finally, his health depleted, he gave up. "Stop healing me," he told Tung-Wen. "Just let me die." Faced with this precarious situation, even 69 couldn't remain idle. "We're doomed. Against a level 35 boss monster, even 5 players of the same level might not stand a chance." Hearing this, she anxiously turned and urged, "Then we need to cover Xiao Hao's retreat immediately." But as soon as Xiao Wen turned, she saw 69 had teleported to a distant building. When did she get so far away? Surprise, old lady. She had abandoned her teammates and saved herself. "My apologies, you two. We formed this team on a whim. We're not suited to live and die together." Left alone in this predicament, Xiao Guin felt a pang of fear and betrayal. Even if it makes sense, it's still outrageous. Although Hao Nin was playing dead, he couldn't escape the monster's sharp claws. Xiao Guin turned back to see him on the verge of death and cried out, "Xiao Hao." In that life-or-death moment, a door opened and someone stepped in. It was none other than Hada. Seeing the demonic cat, he called out, "Bao, Bao." To everyone's astonishment, the ferocious cat, upon seeing Hada, pounced towards him, completely ignoring Hao Nin. Contrary to its previous ferocity, Bao Bao transformed into a sweet, docile, and rather plump cat. Hada received Hada's pet, Bao Bao, level 1. It turned out to be his pet. It nestled contentedly in his arms. "It's all right. You're safe now. My precious must have been terrified, right?" Seeing Hada coddling the cat as if nothing had happened, Xiao Guin and Hao Nin were dumbfounded. They had almost been deleted from existence by this creature. However, Bao Bao, despite being Hada's pet, still glared at them menacingly. The realization of the mind-blowing truth hit them like a ton of bricks. The dungeon boss is his pet. In the kitchen, Hada reached up, searching for cat food. Soup, canned food, a food bowl, but used up all the cat food. Behind him, Hao Nin slung an arm around Xiao Guin, grinning. Although things took an unexpected turn, we're saved. This guy looks weak and unassuming, but he tamed the dungeon boss as a pet. He's hiding something. He's definitely more valuable than we thought. Keep him alive. We can exploit him for all he's worth. He then glanced at the other two, smirking arrogantly. Lu, you did well." Hao Nin then looked pointedly at 69, implying a contrast. "You're my most reliable companion." 69 turned away, feigning indifference. He continued, "Come here. I'll reward you with a hug from the supreme expert. What do you say?" Lu, standing nearby, darkened her gaze. Seeing her approach, Hao Nin said, "Good girl. Don't worry. As long as you follow me, we'll remain the strongest team." But unexpectedly, Lu lunged forward, attacking Hao Nin and 69 with a knife. Both of them collapsed, blood spurting from their wounds. Lu glared at them with fury. "How dare you try to take advantage of Master Hada? You deserve to die." Hao Nin lay stunned on the ground, bewildered. Lu, what are you doing?" he asked. She looked up at him, her expression furious. "You dare ask?" She lunged at him again, stabbing him twice more. Chung Guin, standing nearby, cried out in horror, "Captain!" After the attack, Lu raised her head, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "You have no idea who you've crossed." Just then, Hada approached from behind, his cat perched on his shoulder. "I've got what I needed. We can go back now." Lu's eyes lit up at the sight of him. "This is..." Hada glanced at the cat on his shoulder. "This is my pet. Before the world changed, I wasn't with him. So now, no matter what, I wanted to find him. His name is Bao Bao." Lu looked at the cat. So, the treasure was actually... She trailed off, as if realizing something. Lu suddenly bowed. "Understand. From now on, we're colleagues." Her action startled Hada. "Colleagues?" He stepped forward, looking at her with a strained smile. "If your delusions are this bad, you should really seek treatment. Let's just get back to the city." Taking another step, his foot landed in a pool of blood. Before him lay Hao Nin and 69, motionless on the ground. Hada's expression froze. He was speechless. After a few seconds, he finally grasped the situation and cried out, "What happened here?" Lu stepped forward, placing a hand on her chest. "I saw they were critically injured beyond saving. I wanted to help end their suffering quickly." Hada gasped. "What?" Hao Nin, looking at her, was filled with indignation. I still had 2/3 of my health, critically injured. A.M. Liu glanced at Hao Nin and 69 with disdain. But your guts are spilling out. Hao Nin sat up, furious. You're the one who stabbed me. A.M. Liu pressed a hand to her forehead dramatically. Oh dear, it's too late. They're beyond saving. They can still be saved. Hao Nin roared. Nearby, Wen was desperately channeling her magic to heal them. I can't stop the bleeding. Wen's voice was filled with panic. They're losing blood too fast. I can't hold it. Hada asked, bewildered. What's going on? A.M. Liu covered her mouth, giggling smugly. Hao Nin's face was pale, his expression filled with horror. A level 22 elite monster couldn't kill me, he murmured. A level 35 raid boss couldn't kill me. I'm ranked 2 on the human leaderboards, and I'm gonna die like this? Stabbed by a teammate. He remembered A.M. Liu standing over him with a knife. You have no idea who you've crossed. Despair washed over him as he began to accept his fate. Damn it, I wasn't careful. I stepped on a landmine. Regret for his ignorance was too late. But just as he succumbed to despair, Hada's voice cut through the air. Maybe I could try something. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Try what? He held the roll in his hand and spoke. Perhaps I can still save them. The roll was Demon Script Bandages, an A-rank item requiring a first aid skill of 750, capable of restoring 36,500 health points over 8 seconds. Seeing the bandages, Hao Nin and 69's expressions shifted to astonishment. Those are Demon Script Bandages, crafted with the first aid skill. Hao Nin breathed. In the highest grade, too. First aid is the most expensive production skill to level up in the early game. It's the skill that turns cloth into bandages. From low to mid-level, all the way to level 45, a single bandage's healing power is comparable to a healer the same level using their abilities at maximum output. Demon Script Bandages can even fully heal a heavily armored level 80 warrior in a single use. But cloth is incredibly scarce in the early game, so no one invests resources in leveling first aid. No one can afford it. As they stared in disbelief, Hata, holding the bandages, smiled brightly. I'm not good at much, he explained, so to survive in this world, I prioritize stopping bleeding. That's why I leveled up first aid first. I never thought they'd actually come in handy. This is great, he exclaimed, looking at them cheerfully. In contrast to his joy, A.M. Liu, standing behind him, fell silent, an oppressive aura radiating from him. Hao Nin clamped his mouth shut, glancing at Hada, sweat trickling down his face. Panic seized him, casually throws around 10 gold coins, keeps the dungeon boss as a pet, and has master-level first aid, and I actually try to scheme against someone like this, he thought in terror. He must think I'm an idiot. The more he thought, the more frantic his eyes became. Liu abruptly stepped forward and spoke, but just as quickly, Wen looked at them with an expression of intense amusement. So that's it. Heal them up, then kill them again? I get it, she thought to herself. As expected of Master Hada, always full of tricks. Her slightly strange expression sent chills down the spines of Hao Nin and 69. Their faces paled. Hao Nin looked at Hada, stammering, and maybe don't heal us after all. But at that moment, Hada sat down, offering the bandages. Here, he said, use these. Hada's actions deeply moved Hao Nin. Tears welled in his eyes as he hesitated. But these are Demon Script Bandages. We don't deserve. Earlier, I clearly, as if sensing his thoughts, Hada's voice boomed with indignation. Don't be ridiculous. Is there anything in this world more precious than a life? His words struck Hao Nin's heart, tears streaming down his face. Master, he sobbed, from now on, you are my reborn parents. Suddenly, the system interface popped up, surprising Hada. A message appeared. The other party requests a trade. He clutched his bag, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. I didn't really want to charge you, he mumbled, but you insisted, so... The moment the words left his mouth, Hao Nin and 69 froze, petrified, staring at Hada. He, in turn, burst into laughter, overflowing with delight. A system notification chimed. Hao Nin loses 12 gold, 52 silver. Remaining balance, 0. 69 loses 82 silver. Remaining balance, 0. Hada receives 13 gold, 34 silver. Holding the roll of bandages, he looked at them and declared, don't worry. Now that I've been paid, I definitely won't let you die. The system voice echoed, using Demon Script Bandages on Hao Nin. Immediately, the bandages wrapped around Hao Nin's body. His eyes lit up as his wounds visibly began to heal. As the healing took place, Haonin couldn't help but think with a surge of joy. These bandages aren't just healing my wounds, they're healing my dirty, twisted soul. So warm, so incredibly warm. But just then, a system notification popped up, shattering their joy with a heartless reminder. Payment received in full. All three of them stared blankly. However, Haonin quickly dismissed the system notification and exclaimed blissfully, "It's our destiny." Then, a brilliant golden energy surged from beneath their feet, enveloping them. 69, Haonin and Chung-Win leveled up in turn. Level 15 to 20. Class Advancement, Trainee Gunslinger to Gunslinger. Level 16 to 21. Class Advancement, Trainee Rogue to Rogue. Level 15 to 20. Class Advancement, Trainee Priest to Priest. Feeling the surge of new energy within them, they gasped in astonishment. Not only healed, but we leveled up too? A new body and a higher rank. Within seconds, they grasped the crux of the matter, their expressions shifting from surprise to dawning realization. No, it's definitely a repair machine disguised as demon script bandages. Isn't it? All three of them instantly dropped to their knees before Hada, bowing their heads in the deepest human salute. "Thank you, Master. From now on, you're our big brother. Haonin, I'll go through fire and water for you." Hada raised his hands in a flustered gesture. No need, no need. It was just a life-saving favor. No need for such grand gestures. Just remember it in your hearts. Each roll of demon script bandages is 30 gold. Remember to pay back the remaining balance. The interest rate is 35% per year, as agreed. Okay. A.M. Liu, standing nearby, silently glanced at him. She then cupped her face in her hands, murmuring in admiration. So that's how it is. Completely destroy them with crippling debt. Such a dirty tactic. This is a true master. Hada Darren, you really play differently. The group stepped out of an apartment building. The system announced, your team has cleared the Lap 10 apartment dungeon. Received 50,000 experience points. A world system announcement rang out. Haonin, 69, Chung-Win, A.M. Liu, and Hada have cleared the Lap 10 apartment. They looked up, listening intently, their expressions filled with surprise. Not only them, but countless other players were also standing before a large gate. The system announced, Haonin, 69, Chung-Win, M. Liu, and Hada are the first and only team to clear the Lap 10 apartment. Everyone present was stunned. Hada stared blankly at the system notification. After a moment of processing, his face paled and cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he stammered. What? The place we just went through was a dungeon. Haonin, standing beside him, smiled casually and replied, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Hada froze, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could scarcely believe what had just happened, bewilderedly asking himself, who am I? Where am I? What did I just experience? Haonin, standing nearby, watched him with an exasperated look, thinking to himself, isn't he still carrying his pet, the dungeon boss, on his head? Meanwhile, in a room somewhere, Jordan sat before his computer, calmly sipping tea. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out. World announcement. Haonin, 69, Chung-Win, M. Liu, and Hada have cleared Lap 10 apartment. World announcement. Haonin, 69, Chung-Win, M. Liu, and Hada have cleared Lap 10 apartment. World announcement. Haonin, 69, Chung-Win, M. Liu, and Hada have cleared Lap 10 apartment. The announcement echoed. Jordan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? He exclaimed. The Demon Prince cleared my apartment dungeon. At Tondai Hawk Cura University, a reporter, spotting the group, excitedly cried out, they're back, they're back. Hada and his companions strolled casually through the throng of people, everyone around them buzzing with admiration and chatter. Oh my god, they're the first team to clear that dungeon, someone exclaimed. They overleveled the dungeon by 10 levels, another shouted. Flustered by the praise, Hada brought a hand to his face, blushing slightly. It's nothing, he mumbled. I'm just a financier. I just lie around. Beside him, Haonin strutted along, casting arrogant glances around him. A.M. Liu observed the scene with a critical eye, while Chung-Win shyly kept his head down, embarrassed by the attention. The crowd continued to marvel. How did they even manage that? Someone asked in disbelief. Suddenly, a young man pointed at Haonin. It's Qin Haonin. All eyes followed Haonin as the crowd erupted in further praise. Isn't he the pro gamer who dominated countless MMOs and RPGs? It wasn't just the two young men. The entire crowd joined in. Look at his title, Supreme Champion. No wonder he could clear the dungeon. He's the WCG champion. Hanin tossed his hair back, a smug grin spreading across his face. I see you have some discerning eyes, he said. But clearing this dungeon wasn't just my accomplishment. It was thanks to my big bro here, this guy right here. He gestured towards someone ahead of them. A voice called out, "Congratulations!" The group stopped and turned towards the source of the voice. A.M. Liu turned to Hada, asking, "Who's that?" It was Jonder, standing before them, breathless and looking exhausted. The group stared at him in surprise. Jonder's face was pale, sweat dripping down his forehead. He thought to himself, that was close. I almost let them reveal everything. If the Demon Prince's disguise is blown, everyone here will be silenced. After catching his breath, he straightened up, composing himself into a serious demeanor. Jonder placed a hand on his chest and calmly approached the group. You all played exceptionally well, he praised. On behalf of Sky City, I offer you our highest congratulations and honors. Hada beamed. Jonder, big bro. Hanin, standing beside him, thought, there's no need to shout like that, is there? Suddenly, Jonder lashed out. Tie up all of them except Hada, then drag them away. 4 brave warriors, please follow me. I will personally award you your medals. Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but ask in confusion. 4? Why 4? As if realizing the issue, Hada spoke up. I'm the boss, so I don't count. That's normal. Dulan Dao suddenly punched the wall hard. He looked at Hanin with a seemingly friendly gaze and said, Do you want to die by talking so much? This expression made Hanin tremble with fear, thinking to himself, the hope of humanity. And he has this kind of personality? Dulan Dao turned to look at the remaining 3 and said sternly, in short, that person's identity is not simple. 69 looked at him and said, even if you say so. Hearing this, Dulan Dao asked them, do you know why he doesn't display his level in class? 69 tilted their head and replied, isn't it because he's hiding it? He immediately retorted, no, it's because he doesn't have any. He's not a player at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the group exclaimed in astonishment. What? Hanin continued, not a player? Then what is he? A.M. Liu, standing beside them, looked at them and answered, a demon. At her answer, 69 turned to look at A.M. Liu and asked in a panic, what did you say? A.M. Liu's eyes darkened, and she smiled wickedly, replying, moreover, possessing such overwhelming power, he must be a high-ranking demon. At the same time, she thought to herself, I guessed it all. In response to her words, Dulan Dao tilted his head in silent praise. This quiet girl is unexpectedly intelligent. This is delightful. He then smiled faintly, bowed his head, and replied, you guessed right, but he's countless times more terrifying than ordinary high-ranking demons. His true identity is the Demon King. As soon as Dulan Dao finished speaking, everyone except A.M. Liu was incredibly shocked and exclaimed in unison, what? A.M. Liu, however, remained calm and said, it makes perfect sense. Dulan Dao looked at them and explained, he pretends to be a weakling who's been captured. So, he is a weakling who's been captured. To prevent something terrible from happening, we have to play along with him. If we try to expose him and anger him, it could lead to our annihilation. The 4 of you currently hold the top 4 spots on the leaderboard. Just like me, you are the hope of humanity. Hanin turned serious and asked, so then, Jonder extended his hand towards them and suggested, let's cooperate. Let's wait for the opportunity to kill him. Faced with this proposal, Hanin didn't hesitate to extend his hand and immediately agreed. Victory will surely be ours. Immediately after the agreement, Jonder turned to leave, looked at them, and said, happy cooperation then. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and remind them, let's protect the truth, protect the world. Then his figure gradually grew smaller and disappeared. After he left, 69 frowned slightly and muttered, I knew he was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Then, looking at Hanin, they asked, Captain, do you really want to cooperate with Jonder against Hada? He glanced sideways at 69, a sly smile playing on his lips. Of course it's a lie, just tricking the NPC. As a professional, I understand the current state of this world perfectly. No one could defeat him, so why would I seek my own death and become his enemy? Those who readily betray me in times of danger shouldn't talk about wanting to be righteous partners now. Hearing this, 69 sighed softly and spoke. Indeed, our only goal is victory. Hao Nin then turned to the remaining two and asked, what about you two? A.M. Liu glanced at him and replied, if you truly want to become Ha-Da's dogs, continuing to team up is fine. Hao Nin felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest at her words. An image flashed through his mind. M. Liu, head bowed in subservient reverence, obediently complying. And him, head held high, arrogantly declaring, you may listen to me. Hao Nin waved his hand dismissively. Next time you ambush your teammates, I'll retaliate. A.M. Liu glanced up, her expression considering. Chung Guin then shyly lowered her head and spoke softly. And me, I'm the same. But before she could finish, Hao Nin interrupted. It seems everyone has reached an agreement. Seeing this, she exclaimed in a panic, I haven't finished yet. Hao Nin reached into his pocket and declared, then let's become villains. From this point on, we're the first human team to join the Demon King's forces. Within the city, a middle-aged man looked down from above and asked, I heard a team of players cleared the Lap 10 apartment dungeon. His subordinate replied, yes, humans are very tenacious and can always surpass their limits, achieving unexpected results. Hearing this, the man smiled with great satisfaction. Good, very good. It seems the day we defeat the Demon King is approaching. He then continued, has Dulan Dao returned yet? His subordinate replied, General, there's good news and bad news. The man responded, tell me the good news first. The subordinate quickly reported, Dulan Dao has returned. Hearing this, the man immediately turned around, exclaiming joyfully, then the mission to kill the Demon King must have been a success. But his joy was short-lived as his subordinate's next words rang out. The bad news is, Dulan Dao also brought the Demon King back. The man froze, stunned into silence. His eyes wide and vacant, he asked, brought him back? For what? Some kind of thrilling raise-your-own Demon King game. The subordinate looked at him, forcing a smile. Dulan Dao relayed that when the Demon King was born, it wasn't like the prophecy said, a newborn in a cradle. He was in his complete form. Hearing this, the man exclaimed in alarm, complete form? His subordinate pointed towards the door. He will personally explain the specific situation to you and the other superiors. Please come to the communication room. General, Dulan Dao, Jonder is also on his way. From outside, Jonder slowly entered. Upon seeing him, all the attendants bowed respectfully. Greetings, Jonder. Greetings, Jonder. Hail, Jonder. An NPC holding a piece of paper looked at him and announced, Jonder, the communication link is ready. Jonder replied, thank you. I appreciate the trouble. The NPC responded, if you have any further instructions, please let me know. Jonder politely thanked him again. I appreciate it. But just a moment later, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes flicked towards the large system display in front of him, accompanied by a voice that echoed, he's arrived. Jonder, tell us, what about the Demon King? What exactly is going on? Jonder lifted his head and replied, he is an existence infinitely more dangerous than we could have imagined. He can bend steel bars into the shape of a heart without even lifting a finger. At his words, the system's voice was laced with astonishment. Not even divine artifacts can restrain him. He possesses such overwhelming power. A flurry of voices erupted from those connected to the system, their words overlapping in a cacophony of speculation. Then why didn't he completely destroy the steel bars? He must have just been showing off his power to us. But what's his purpose? From my observations, Jonder continued, he's forcing me to accept his integration into human society. When I showed a willingness to compromise, he ceased all further attacks. His answers sparked a wave of suspicion and questioning. Integration into human society? What's his goal? Don't ask. Even if we did, we wouldn't understand the answer. How can we possibly fathom the thoughts of a demonic being? Amidst the rising murmur of anxious discussion, Jonder interjected, a firm denial in his tone. His eyes darkened as he spoke. I figured out his true objective. His words were met with a chorus of surprised gasps. Really? As expected of Jonder, the chosen hero, humanity's hope, possesses such brilliant intellect as well. Then, looking at him, they pressed further. Tell us, what is his purpose? Jonder replied, his goal in infiltrating human player society is to dismantle human political systems and alliances. This way, humanity can be utterly annihilated without him having to lift a finger. His words were met with stunned silence, followed by a wave of panicked exclamations. What? So that's it. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. The system's voice cut through the chaos. Has he already made a move? His execution and speed are terrifying. Jonder looked at the display and answered. When I encountered him today, he was in the process of assimilating our most promising team of players. Fortunately, I arrived in time to thwart his plan, and I've established a cooperative relationship with that team. A chorus of praise followed. As expected of Jonder, humanity's hope, one of the participants, clearly involved in the situation, voiced their own thoughts. In other words, he used the lap 10 apartment dungeon because it bypasses the system, right? Jonder confirmed, precisely. It was a way to build his reputation and sow discord. Currently, there are two types of monsters in this world. One type is mutated from native Earth flora and fauna, warped by the demonic energy awakened by the Demon King. For example, the mutated attack rats. The other type are the demons from the Destiny planet, just like us. They're the true enemies of this world. The Demon King's subordinates, the Annihilation Demons, led by the Demon King himself, seek to destroy this world. They were defeated by the human players, led by the hero. This is the main storyline of the Destiny planet. The power of the demons and those mutated monsters is like the difference between heaven and earth. But only the most elite and powerful among them can be designated as leader class. So the final boss in the main dungeon is actually leader class. And that dungeon is actually a base that the Demon King's army built on Earth. His words sparked outrage, and angry voices erupted around him. To achieve his goals, he won't even spare dungeons. How utterly evil. I'm wondering, is it possible that this Demon King actually has amnesia and doesn't know his true identity? One of them suggested. The words stunned everyone into silence, and all eyes turned towards the speaker. What did you say? The voices in the system chat erupted in protest. Absolutely impossible. Don't tell me you're suggesting that assimilating humanity's highest level team through his own dungeon is just a coincidence. Jonder, seeing this, smiled and spoke up. You're all so adorably naive. One of the voices in the system chat, seeing his reaction, panicked. Sorry. Forget I said anything. Jonder's expression turned serious as he laid out his plan. In short, we've discovered that we don't yet have the power to fight him. We can only wait until the rest of you arrive on Earth and more human players level up before we can find an opportunity to kill him. Until then, I'll be responsible for keeping him stable. Everyone in the system chat agreed. We're counting on you, Jonder. This is the only way. That's right. For now, all we can do is keep an eye on him. Just as Du Lan Dao turned to leave, someone added, Du Lan Dao, you absolutely must protect him well. The future of humanity. He trailed off, a hint of discomfort in his voice. Elsewhere, in a spacious house, Hada collapsed onto a plush bed with a sigh of contentment. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Resting his head on his hand, he gazed at a wad of cash and thought to himself, as expected, the original currency of this world has become worthless. In this apocalyptic world, safe zones are the scarcest resource. I'm so clever, buying a place in the heart of the safe zone while prices were low. Hada's high-end apartment had cost him 679 gold, 99 silver, and 99 copper, leaving him with 23 silver and 1 copper. In the vast apartment, furnished with only a single bed in the center, Hada pondered. Well, at least my basic living expenses are covered. But I can't just do nothing. I need to save money and wait for property values to rise. As a weakling with no combat skills, if I want to participate in the game, I'll have to find a way to earn more money. After a moment of thought, he sat up and opened his inventory. It was filled with roasted chicken, phantom ice cream, demonic runes, and a single ball IM egg. Hada hesitated. In this situation, he had several options to consider. Option A, use his crafting and production skills to work for others and earn a wage. Option B, earn money by collecting items and selling them using his collection production skills. Option C, sell his existing crafted items for money. After a moment of contemplation, the answer came to him. The answer, of course, is Hada calmly picked up the egg. Sell this first, then figure out the rest. He climbed out of bed, a hopeful smile on his face. The horn in that outfit should fetch a good price. I don't know what this is, but I'm sure it's worth something. Suddenly, Hada slipped and fell backward. The egg flew from his hand, his eyes widening in shock. As the egg hit the floor and cracked, he gasped, crack, crack. His face fell, and he stared at the broken egg in despair. No, it'll lose value. But moments later, the egg was bandaged with demonic script bandages. Hada clasped his hands, mournfully praying that it wouldn't crack further before morning, so he could sell it. His sadness and despair were short-lived. However, he cheerfully turned and left, making plans to order food, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Bao Bao lay still in the closet, quietly listening to the sound of running water. Suddenly, the egg began to vibrate gently. Then, in the next instant, it emitted a flickering light, revealing a form within. A slender, pale foot emerged. The girl's entire body then touched down on the table. Stretching luxuriously after days confined within the egg, she announced, "I am the great archdemon Belian, one of the 7 heavenly kings under the Demon King." But then her face darkened as she thought about Du Lan Dao's attack. "I didn't expect my debut to be so inauspicious, but it doesn't matter. The Demon King will destroy this world. This is destiny." A calculating smile spread across Belian's face as she thought, "Demon King, please wait a little longer. Belian will come and rescue you." Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, drawing her attention. Bao Bao, with its colossal form, stood directly over her, its gaze like that of one looking at a mosquito. Belian froze, her composure instantly shattered. "Bao, Bao Bao," she stammered, utterly bewildered. Why are you here?" Bao Bao glanced at her and asked, "You know me?" Belian hesitated, then replied, I saw you in a dream. I was in a deep sleep for a long time, always dreaming the same dream." As she spoke, an image appeared in her mind. In the dream, a being prophesied to me. 2 worlds would merge. The Demon King would lead an army to destroy humanity. And the person in the dream was none other than Hada and Bao Bao. Belian continued, "In the dream, you were the Demon King's closest confidant, the great archdemon who commanded all the monstrous beasts." Bao, super violent Bao. It listened with interest, saying, "Well, that's a bit intriguing." Belian went on recounting her experience. "That being in the dream also told me the location where the Demon King would descend. So, after I awakened, I waited to greet him. All this time, I've been evading the pursuit of Tan Tien Kong and Jonder." She remembered the past, hiding and being chased. "Quickly, find her." At that time, Belian ate rotten apples to increase her recovery ability. "I persevered," she explained. Then, with sudden urgency, she exclaimed, "But I never expected that the place where the Demon King was born would be ambushed by Du Lan Dao. Bao Bao, hurry. We must go save the Demon King." But Bao Bao calmly replied, "There's no need for that anymore." Belian was stunned. Why? Hada was still humming in the shower. Outside, Bao Bao answered Belian's question. "He's not at the initial stage. He's not in a newborn state in a cradle. He doesn't need our protection." Its face grew serious. Not only that, but his current level is at least. Its expression turned menacing as it emphasized, "For digits." Belian gasped, shocked. "What? For digits?" Bao Bao returned to its calm demeanor, licking its paw. "I don't know the exact number, but let's just say don't look. It'll only add to the chaos." Belian, no longer questioning Hada's situation, suddenly asked, "So what about you? What state are you in now?" Bao Bao glanced at her. "This level? This is just a disguise, of course." An oppressive wave of power radiated outwards. Bao Bao's voice turned icy. "The Demon King has established a link with me. The hierarchy of power means nothing to me anymore." Belian, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. "A link? You mean you can directly borrow the Demon King's power?" Recalling the moment she fell into Hada's arms, Bao Bao continued, "When the Demon King found me, I was only level 35. She reminisced about the days Hada had cared for her. Bao Bao, brimming with self-satisfaction, spread her hand. "But still, we've been together for years. Our emotional bond is much stronger than yours. It's understandable that he values me. It's truly admirable, isn't it?" Belian, listening to her, giggled excitedly, thinking to herself that she too must strive to one day establish a deep connection with the Demon King. Suddenly, Bao Bao changed the subject. "There's something incredibly important I need to tell you." Belian immediately looked up, intrigued. "Something incredibly important?" Bao Bao gave a sly smile. "Master led us to infiltrate the human population. We're working as spies now." Belian was once again shocked, stammering, "Spies?" She began to speculate, sneaking into human society and destroying their political systems and alliances. So there's no need to waste effort defeating humanity directly. "So that's it. That's our plan." Bao Bao, licking her paw, warned, "Don't jump to conclusions. His goal isn't as simple as just destroying the world. Belian, instantly delighted, said dreamily, as expected of the Demon King. He clearly has the power to crush the world, but he chooses to savor it slowly. Bao Bao, seeing this, sighed in exasperation. Stop making things up. Are you even listening? So annoying. She didn't want to say anything more, concluding, anyway, we also have to cooperate with him, pretending to be newbies who know nothing. Absolutely do not expose him or ruin his plans. Belian immediately replied, don't worry. She looked at Bao Bao excitedly. We're putting on a play, right? Whether it's as his wife or his maid, I'm ready. Bao Bao glanced at her with a hint of disdain. I can't tell you much more. After all, you're not very bright. But if Master specifically rescued you from the humans, he must have some deeper motive. Suddenly, Hada opened the bathroom door and called out to Bao Bao. He took the towel off his head and said, I thought I heard someone talking. Hada looked towards the table and noticed two presences. He let out a surprised sound. Looking at the petite Belian standing there, he said, This is... She immediately blushed, stammering, and Master, I'm back. He still couldn't believe it, exclaiming, the egg hatched like this? After a moment, he held Belian in his hands, observing her. This size, this character design. She can even move and talk and laugh. Hada's face lit up with excitement. This means I can sell her for even more. But after listening to Belian recount her origins, he hugged Bao Bao with delight. So that's how it is. You're the little pet that got blown up by that field boss? How interesting. Belian, placed on a small pillow, replied, yes. She then trembled slightly, shyly saying, Master, my belongings. He simply replied indifferently, I sold those already. My two horns, they're symbol of my noble archdemon's status. He replied calmly, sorry about that. Before Hada could finish, she understood. Since she was going to be sold anyway, it didn't matter. Belian stood silently by the cupboard, feeling wronged. Why? Why was this happening? She recalled Bao Bao's words. Master saved you from the hands of humanity. Surely he has a profound plan. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered to herself, the Demon King's purpose in saving me, was it for money? And now he wants to sell me to humans. Her teeth gritted, her body trembling, but then her emotions took a sharp turn. Her dejection transformed into a simmering excitement. This is exhilarating, she murmured. She imagined the work she would have to do, to be forced to serve lowly humans for the Demon King. Belian even pictured herself being mistreated, beaten, and abused at their whim, a fate she could only endure. After a moment of contemplation, her tear-filled eyes lit up with a fervent excitement. But as long as it's for the Demon King, as long as it's for him, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice my life, she thought. I'm so selfless. The thought made her feel noble, her spirit soaring. But then, the excitement flickered and died. A somber silence descended as Belian pondered. But honestly, is the Demon King really that short on money? I finally made it to his side. If I'm sold, I won't be able to protect him anymore. Lost in thought, she spoke up, and Master, if it's about money, perhaps I have another way. Hada, perplexed, asked, another way? Just as he asked, Belian suddenly floated into the air and began to glow, causing Hada to exclaim, what the? At that moment, a delivery driver arrived, announcing, Sir, your order. But the driver witnessed a scene he shouldn't have. Belian was now hovering over Hada, catching the delivery driver's stunned gaze. Hada felt a wave of despair wash over him. The delivery driver gave a knowing wink and a thumbs up. I'll just leave this here for you. Huh? He said, placing the food down. Hada, trembling, reached out. No, it's not what you think. But ultimately, he could only lie there, defeated. Turning back to the matter at hand, he said, So, tell me about this money-making method of yours. Belian replied cheerfully, Please, Master, witness my special ability. Hada was skeptical. Special ability? Belian trembled slightly. It's coming. Suddenly, she cried out. The broken horn on her head regenerated. Good as new. My demon horn. It's grown back, she exclaimed joyfully. In the next instant, she snapped it off and offered it to Hada with both hands. Please, accept this, she said reverently. Hada stared at the horn, freshly removed from the young woman's head, speechless with horror. It was only then that the realization dawned on him. So it's the horn, Belian pleaded. It grows back every day. I can cut it off once a day. Please, Master, don't sell me. Suddenly, she felt his hand on her arm, his face filled with compassionate reassurance. Silly, why would I ever sell you? And so, Belian secured her position as the female lead of this story with a daily transaction value of 354 gold and 98 silver. Pet number 1, Bao Bao, consumes 1,350 grams of raw meat and bone daily, costing 2 silver and 13 copper. Pet number 2, Bellion, eats 3 roast chickens a day, costing 36 silver and 24 copper. However, in her mini form, this expense can be significantly reduced. Mini Bellion only eats 3 cookies a day, costing 6 copper. Therefore, from now on, except when harvesting her horn, she would remain in her mini form. Bellion looked up at Hada curiously. Master, what's our next plan? Hada pondered the same question. Our next plan? Bao Bao looked at Bellion as if she were a fool. Idiot, she said bluntly. Saying it so plainly is practically blowing Master's cover. Hada replied innocently. The general gameplay is for players to level up and challenge dungeons. But our situation is special. We just need to survive. This naive answer, however, earned Bao Bao's praise. As expected of Master, not only playing the role, but also giving the right answer, Bellion, brimming with enthusiasm, cheerfully voiced her understanding. I see. So it's a strategy of lying low and biding our time. Hada, slightly awkward, gave a strained affirmation. That's one way to put it. It's not wrong, but it sounded a bit strange. He added, at the same time, we need to accumulate enough wealth to have a chance at buying the Overlord's seat when challenging the final dungeon. He stared intently at the system interface, then voiced his plan. My plan is to buy raw materials from merchants, process them, and sell the finished products to earn crafting fees. Looking at the system interface, he sighed in frustration. But everything's stagnant right now, so the profit margin is too low. Ha, duh. Then emphasized cheerfully. That's why you're so important to me, Bellion. Bellion gazed at him, eyes sparkling. His words truly touched her. She looked at him with adoration. Master, from Hada's perspective, however, she looked like a walking mountain of gold. Bellion, blissfully unaware, declared, I'll definitely do my best. Meanwhile, Machi recounted the previous events. That's why we agreed to your plan, allowing you to take the risk and go ahead to assassinate Jonder. Learning the truth, Jonder's face darkened. Machi smiled, mocking Jonder's actions. But that whole Demon King is too powerful thing. That was just an excuse you came up with after your plan failed, wasn't it? Machi continued his taunts. And you call yourself humanity's hope? Dulan Dao's face was ashen. He remained silent, the air thick with tension. The charged atmosphere was broken by a sudden call. Report. The messenger reported the current situation. A level 89 monster has appeared in the south. It claims to be a dragon, but it's actually a mutated lizard. He added urgently, his voice rising. 8 strongholds have been destroyed. Casualties exceed 4,000 players, and 89 NPCs have been killed. Machi froze, the messenger's plea for reinforcements echoing in his ears. Upon hearing the report, Jonder immediately turned to leave, stating simply, I'll depart at once. Machi couldn't resist another jab. Such commendable initiative. Jonder continued walking, calmly stating, wait for my return. He then added, with a raised eyebrow, I'll show you just how foolish your arrogance is. The messenger then reminded a stunned Dulan Dao. Lord Dulan Dao, please be careful. Dulan Dao frowned, assigning a task. While I'm gone, the surveillance of the Demon King is entrusted to you. His words left the messenger utterly bewildered. And me? Monitor the Demon King. Dulan Dao roared. Idiot! Do you have any idea how powerful the Demon King is? Trying to surveil him will only lead to discovery. The messenger, even more confused, stammered, Then what should I do? Dulan Dao closed his eyes, resigned. Just go ask him. This answer left the young man questioning his entire existence. Just ask him? He'll just tell me. Finally, Dulan Dao handed him a red bag. Take this to him. He stared intently at the gift bag. Yoland, with a faint smile, explained, This is our family's heirloom, the Santamea Dragon's Claw. Hearing this, the young man started in surprise. An heirloom of the Lu family, given as a gift. But Dulan Dao didn't hesitate. With utter confidence, he declared, Rest assured, I have my father's permission. It's not a matter of whether it's precious or not. The young man was sweating, his entire being plunged into a state of existential doubt. Something so valuable given away as a gift. Hearing this, Jonder clapped him on the shoulder, offering naive encouragement. Do your best. The other party will definitely be moved by our sincerity. The young man nearly wept. This is too humbling, Yoland. Without further ado, Yolen concluded, in short, try to prevent him from doing anything harmful to anyone while I'm away. He thought that was the end of it, but looking down, he saw Jonder still giving instructions. Machi raised an eyebrow at Jonder, a look of disdain in his eyes. Truly pathetic. The hope of humanity as distant as a character in a comedic manga. Finally, Jonder departed. The young man bid him farewell. I understand what to do. Please rest assured, Master Jonder. He steeled his resolve. I must be steadfast. I will definitely complete this mission. As he prepared to leave, another young man asked curiously, Are you leaving now? He replied, Indeed. This important matter cannot tolerate any mistakes. Machi stopped him. Wait. Then he jumped down from the upper floor. The young man, startled, exclaimed, Bishop Machi. Landing lightly, Machi made a proposition. I'll come along too, he said, much to the young man's surprise. What? Machi calmly explained his reasoning. I want to see with my own eyes just how formidable this so-called invincible demon king truly is. Finally, Machi and the young man arrived at Hada's residence. The two of them quietly observed the scene before them. Machi raised an eyebrow. So this is how it is. You found a house to accommodate the Demon King in a place like the administrative building. But the young man seemed oblivious to Machi's words, muttering to himself, Come on, you can do this. Machi glanced around, observing his surroundings. He looked into the distance and remarked, The green belt is quite extensive. It could be considered a safety buffer, preventing him from harming others within the safe zone. Machi turned to compliment them. I have to say, you've considered this aspect quite carefully. But he was immediately contradicted by the young man. Not really, he continued, causing Machi's face to stiffen. This entire house was purchased by the Demon King. Machi, incredulous, asked again, The entire thing belongs to him? The young man immediately confirmed, Yes. The garden over there too. Machi's jaw dropped in astonishment. He found himself grappling with 7,749 questions. What does it even mean to be able to buy a house in the center of the safe zone? Selling a special piece of equipment to the shop and exchanging it for 680 gold coins to buy a mansion like this in the center of the safe zone. This clearly doesn't add up. He explained his reasoning, demonstrating the absurdity of Hada's actions. Because Bellion is the second-to-last boss of the final dungeon of the game, theoretically, the equipment she drops should never be obtained by players in the early stages. By the time players can defeat her, the 680 gold coins she generates wouldn't be worth that much. Machi relentlessly analyzed the situation. You can own a luxurious house for less than 1,000 gold in the early stages, but later you'll struggle all day for a mere 10 silver. He continued, but in the later stages, you'll need at least 71,235,678,437 gold. This is called inflation. Soaring house prices make players wonder if these numbers are even real. A wave of bewilderment washed over Machi, a tremor running through him. What kind of demon king invests in human real estate? Then a thought struck him. Is this preemptive funding for an army to destroy the world in the future? Such prudent economic foresight. Intriguing. Perhaps I've underestimated you. Let me witness your capabilities. Machi addressed the young man beside him with cool indifference. Tell him to come out and greet me. Confusion clouded the young man's face. Don't joke, Bishop Machi. Just observing from afar is enough. Don't do anything dangerous. Machi responded with disdain. A mass-produced NPC is telling me how to do things? It's just economics. Don't think I agree with your assessment of the Demon King. He continued his relentless monologue. When I return to the Heavenly Sky City, I'll report to my superiors about Du Landau allowing the Demon King to purchase a house. Turning back, he found the young man gone. Hey, where are you? The young man had already reached the Demon King's gate, humbly presenting a treasure to the cat guarding the entrance. Please accept this. Machi erupted in fury. The Lee family's Santa Amaya Dragon Claw, not given to the Demon King, but used to flatter a brat? And when did this fat cat even get here? Bow Bow, the cat, haughtily turned its head, ignoring them. The young man finally spoke. Lord Dulan Dao asked me to bring this to you. Bow Bow responded with aloof indifference. Huh, Dulan Dao? Don't know him. Never met him. Machi, witnessing this, was utterly baffled. Dulan Dao has clearly lost his mind. Using his family's heirloom to flatter a creature that only eats, sleeps, and licks its own behind. Bao Bao's eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. To cooperate with her master's plan of infiltrating human society, she decided to engage. Bao Bao dipped her head in mock recollection. A faint smile touched her lips. Oh, I remember now. The one who exploits the weak, fears the strong, and is incredibly harsh to his subordinates, right? The number one human, Chin Howren. The young man hesitantly replied, yes. The family heirloom was finally revealed, but Bao Bao nonchalantly used it to scratch her back, offering a casual thanks. This is quite useful for scratching. Thanks. The young man practically choked on his own blood. A legendary artifact used for scratching. Inwardly seething, he maintained a placid facade. If the esteemed cat likes it, that's all that matters. Bao Bao's patience wore thin. Anything else? If not, leave. The young man hesitated, then finally spoke. Actually, there are a few things I need the esteemed cat to inquire about. Machi gritted his teeth, unable to bear the sight any longer. Enough. I can't watch this anymore. Bao Bao's attitude had finally pushed him over the edge. You arrogant little beast. I'll teach you some manners. Machi lunged towards Bao Bao. I'll show you the true power of humanity. A young man was making friendly inquiries nearby. Nothing major, really. Just want to know if Master Hot had any plans for world domination in the near future. A level 42 Holy Light Judgment attack. An incredibly powerful skill capable of inflicting massive damage and stunning opponents. Was hurtling towards Bao Bao when the cat stood up. Whatever it was, it could wait. The young man continued his friendly questioning for a bit longer, leaving Machi perplexed. We'll talk later, Bao Bao said coolly, glancing up at the sky. Machi followed its gaze upwards. He gasped at the sight before him. A violet dragon materialized in the air above them. A dragon. Machi stared, still struggling to process the reality of it. How was that possible? The young man beside him quickly interjected. No, it's not a dragon. It's a mutated lizard. Bao Bao listened to their exchange in silence. Machi erupted in frustration. Isn't Jonder supposed to be intercepting it? Where is he? The Dulan Dao he was referring to was, in fact, currently in hot pursuit of the dragon. The dragon soared through the sky, Dulan Dao chasing after it on the ground. The dragon continued its flight, Dulan Dao his pursuit. Standing on a speeding vehicle, Dulan Dao drew his sword. He lunged, aiming a blow at the dragon, but it retaliated with a swift sweep of its tail. Dulan Dao blocked the attack with his sword, but the force of it was immense. He was knocked from his vehicle and crashed back to earth with a jarring thud. It looked incredibly painful. Dust and smoke billowed from the point of impact. Then, a figure emerged from the debris. He's all right, Yoland exclaimed in relief. Dulan Dao was still alive. Jonder continued the chase. He glared up at the dragon, teeth gritted. Damn it. The dragon, however, had gained considerable distance. Jonder cursed under his breath. If I could just get a clear shot, I'm confident I could take it down. Watching the dragon's trajectory, Dulan Dao seethed with rage. That bastard. It's bypassing me and heading straight for the safe zone. It was becoming clear. This dragon wasn't interested in challenging strong opponents. It preferred to prey on the weak. The dragon drew closer and closer to the safe zone. The young man beside Machi shifted nervously. It's heading straight here. What are we going to do? He asked anxiously. Machi, however, remained remarkably calm. He was calculating. Even if it's a monster Dulan Dao couldn't handle, there's no need to panic, he thought to himself, brimming with confidence. We're in the safe zone. We have the Butte Stool system protecting us. But the system he felt so confident in had been transformed into a heart shape ever since Hada had arrived. Butte Stool, the young man muttered, bewildered. Machi's apparent surprise prompted him to explain. Your Grace, didn't you know? At the three-way intersection, Lord Dulan Dao forcibly overrode the Butte Stool system's authority over the Demon King. As a result, the Butte Stool system retaliated and, well, this is what happened. Machi cut him off with a sharp, no need for explanations right now. The dragon was now perilously close to the safe zone. Its jaws opened wide, gathering a blinding column of light. The sight shattered Machi's composure. We're doomed, he thought in a panic. In a matter of seconds, the dragon unleashed the beam of energy directly at the safe zone. Machi stared, wide-eyed, at the scene unfolding before him. Even he didn't know what to do. There was no protective barrier. If this attack landed, every low-level player in the safe zone would die. Looking at the powerful beam of light, Machi felt a wave of helplessness. We're doomed. The beam hurtled closer and closer to the safe zone. Suddenly, Bao Bao the cat's eyes gleamed. Bao Bao fired a beam of ordinary light towards the dragon. The light punched through the safe zone shield, and then straight towards the dragon outside. Seeing this, Jonder, who was driving down the road, slammed on the brakes. What the? The other two, witnessing everything, knew exactly who had slain the dragon. What? A single blow obliterated that level 84 mutant? The dragon exploded into fragments and vanished. Bao Bao settled back into his previous posture, docile as a house pet. All right, Bao Bao said calmly. Continue. What were you asking? The young man, having witnessed the previous display, had short-circuited. He'd completely forgotten what he was saying. He stammered, his words jumbled. Machi whispered, "Thank heavens." That attack didn't land. Machi, clutching his holy cross, was on the verge of tears. The Divine One is truly supporting me. Suddenly realizing the extent of Bao Bao's power, Machi rushed forward to ingratiate himself. This holy cross has been passed down through generations of my family. Please accept this humble gift. The young man could only watch in disbelief. That's a quick turnaround. With utmost reverence, Machi produced a stack of papers. This is the deed to my old house. He then proceeded to pull out the rest of his possessions, including his pension documents. The young man standing beside him sighed. He's even more desperate than I am. Machi promptly smacked him on the head. What are you standing around for? I'm helping you guys out. Ask me anything you need to know. The young man brightened. Machi, sir, you finally understand. Dulan Dao will be so pleased. Bao Bao gathered up the offered items and asked haughtily, "All right, what do you want to know?" "I don't know everything, mind you. I mostly stay indoors." The young man spoke up. "I just want to know if you guys are planning on massacring the safe zone anytime soon, or destroying the world, or, any plans that require us humans to desperately defend ourselves." He added cheerfully, "Just so we can prepare ourselves mentally." Machi nodded in agreement. Then, realization dawned. "Hey, are we being too direct?" Bao Bao, surprisingly, answered honestly. "Not at the moment. The Demon King is focused on making money in the short term." Relieved, the young man replied, "That's good. That's very good." Bao Bao asked again, "Finished with your questions?" "Yes," he replied. Bao Bao waved a dismissive paw. "Then be off." The young man obediently took his leave, leaving a bewildered Machi gaping after him. "That's it." Machi sputtered in disbelief. "The Sanamea Dragon's Claw, my family's heirloom, a house in Heavenly Sky City, my entire future pension, all for one question." The young man, however, was immensely satisfied. Mission accomplished flawlessly. At least he could confirm the world wasn't ending. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hada was in excellent spirits. Hada was on his way home when he saw Bao Bao at the front door. He opened the door, stepped inside, and asked the cat what it was doing there, calling it a silly cat. Bao Bao calmly stretched. Then it jumped onto Hada's shoulder, nuzzled him affectionately, and meowed. Hada, indulging the cat, said, "I missed you too." As they happily walked into the house, they passed something. Hada inadvertently caught sight of a pile of cat droppings. His expression immediately changed, startling Bao Bao. "How many times have I told you?" he said angrily, tossing the cat aside. "You have to use the litter box." And so, the haughty Bao Bao was thrown outside. "You're sleeping outside tonight. Do you hear me?" Tears welled in its eyes, but it accepted its fate with a resigned yes. Hada stormed into the house, muttering, "That stupid cat is hopeless." But the sight that greeted him gave him pause. Bellion stood cheerfully at the door, waiting for him. "Master, I've come to attend to you for bed." The atmosphere became a little awkward. In this uncomfortable situation, Hada could only manage a strained smile. He changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed, only to be immediately entwined by Bellion. He softly reminded her, "Bellion." She replied, "Yes, master." Bellion clung to him so tightly that he could barely move. "Sleeping like this isn't really appropriate." Hearing this, Bellion immediately transformed. "I understand." She shrunk down and nestled beside him. "Is this better?" Hada, finally satisfied, said, "Much better." Bellion was overjoyed. She rubbed against his hand and hugged him tightly, purring. Inside, the two were incredibly affectionate. "Good night, master." "Good night." Meanwhile, outside, Bao Bao sat by the door in the chilly night air. The cat, powerful enough to obliterate a level 84 monster in a single blow, had fallen out of favor and was now locked out. It questioned its existence. Meow. Why is this happening? The next morning, at the Demon King's house, Bao Bao, having slept outside, looked glum. A sleepless night had dried its tears. Hada stirred awake after a wonderful sleep and turned to look beside him. Bellion was still fast asleep. Seeing her so peaceful, Hada's heart fluttered. From this angle, she looked particularly beautiful. He suddenly noticed a pink notebook under her pillow. Hada picked up the notebook and opened it. Belian, now awake, was incredibly embarrassed. A diary? But thought curiously intrigued. This game's pet can write a diary? It's so realistic. It's not that I wanted a peek, he said. My hand just took it. Hada read each line of the diary. My Lord Demon King, there are many words I cannot say directly to you, but Belian is willing to do anything for you. You must understand my feelings now, right? I love you. I love you. I love you. What followed was a litany of I love yous that left Hada frozen in place. He flipped to the next page, inwardly marveling at her devotion to the Demon King. The next page was truly shocking. Belian had fought bravely for the Demon King, ripping something off Julian. Even that went flying. She brutally crushed Jonders that, scattering his brains across the floor. Ah, that was really difficult, Belian had lamented. After reading this page, Hada was left questioning his reality. He quickly turned to the next page. The following page contained a rather explicit and indescribable scene. Hada quietly put the notebook back. Excuse me, he stammered, trembling as he recalled the previous entries. I almost forgot. She's a terrifying demon. Hada quickly departed. Belian, blushing, wondered, he's gone already? Is the Demon King there? She realized her diary had been read. A thrill of embarrassment mixed with excitement. He saw it. How embarrassing. I specifically left the diary here, hoping the Demon King would see it. Blushing further, she thought about the Demon King. I wrote about my love, determination, and courage, things I can't express directly. I poured it all into my diary for him to see. Demon King, is this what happiness feels like? But that night, Belian found herself locked out of the room. Hada cuddled with Bao Bao. Bao Bao, you're the best. Good night. Belian still couldn't understand why she'd been banished. Why? What? Hao Ran calmly addressed his group. After the class upgrade, our combat power has increased significantly. His excitement was palpable. Lord Hada not only healed us, but also boosted our class attributes and ranks. This is the kind of thing you only see with hacks. 69 glanced at him and spoke, which means we have to work for the Demon King, right? Hao Ran praised her. Your words are as sweet as honey. In other words, we need to choose the right team. He raised an eyebrow, determination etched on his face. Victory will definitely belong to our Demon King's side. 69 replied indifferently. I understand. So, with the Demon King's SIM cards, the brown-haired girl noticed something and quickly alerted Hao Ran. Little Hao, look over there. She was bewildered by the strange object in the distance. Something's coming this way. Hao Ran calmly looked ahead, unable to see clearly. 69 adjusted their glasses. Let me see. Their voice was cool as they activated their ability. The ability activated. Level 2 Gunslinger's Eye. Through it, they could see clearly now. I see it. It's a demon. Looks young, but the rank is very high. Babylon charged forward. One of the 7 heavenly kings of the demon tribe. Babylon, level 101, the leader. We've mobilized all our forces on Earth, but we still haven't found the Demon King. She frowned, worry evident in her eyes. We can't delay any longer. Babylon continued to advance, scanning her surroundings. If the Demon King's disappearance is related to Jonder, then we'll just have to ask him directly. Observing her trajectory, 69 deduced her target. It seems like she's heading towards the safe zone, probably looking for the Demon King. Hao Ran chuckled. Looks like we have a colleague. He stood up, a welcoming smile on his face. Here she comes. Let's go greet her. Babylon had also noticed them from afar. Hao Ran even waved at her. Babylon asked suspiciously, who are they? Seeing them, Babylon assessed the group. Did they get information about my arrival and set up an ambush? But seeing the levels above their heads, Babylon was surprised. Wait a minute, those levels... She frowned as the realization hit her. The server's only been open for 3 days, and they're already level 24? Babylon's frown deepened into a furious glare. She charged towards them, eyes filled with killing intent. Regardless of the consequences, they must be eliminated. Hao Ran, oblivious to the impending danger, remained cheerfully unaware. He still acted friendly. Hey, demon, you came looking for Hada. He didn't even finish his sentence before Babylon pummeled him. Xiao Yuan. 69 cried out in worry. Xiao Yuan also looked warily at Babylon. Babylon didn't wait for her to say a word, lunging forward, eyes flashing. Wait, actually, before she could explain, 69 was swiftly dealt with, erased from the scene. Xiao Yuan watched in horror, helplessly calling out, 69. She prepared to heal her companion. Level 3 healing spell. But Babylon stopped her, a malevolent glint in her eyes. Did you think I'd give you the chance? With that, she charged toward Xiao Yuan. Just as Babylon was about to strike, a flash of light intercepted her attack. Confused, she muttered, "What? Something actually blocked my attack." Enlu had intervened, her level unknown. Babylon, taken aback, demanded, "Who are you?" "Assassin." Enlu spoke coolly, glancing at Babylon. "Did you even let me finish?" Babylon's mind raced. How? An assassin using a defensive card? She looked down, then realized, no, even a divine card couldn't directly block my attack. As the dust settled, Babylon saw what had blocked her attack, a chicken. Now a roasted chicken. Dumbfounded, she thought, roasted chicken? Howran, struggling to sit up through the pain, his passive skill, stubborn will, activating, granting him immunity from one fatal blow for 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. Used a mid-level recovery potion, restoring 500 HP. He choked out, Enlu quickly, "Tell her." But Enlu, calmly holding back Babylon's assault, said, "This isn't just any roasted chicken." This immediately caught Babylon's attention, stopping her in her tracks. "Then what is it?" Enlu finally revealed the truth. "It's a reward from Lord Hada." Then, she launched a series of attacks, pushing Babylon onto the defensive. This power, the attack, actually pushed Babylon back, wounding her. Proof of Lord Hada's blessing. Enlu paused her attack. Babylon, watching Enlu's every move, didn't hesitate to launch a decisive blow. "This is the supreme treasure of this world. Vanish." Babylon withstood the attack, though with some difficulty. Enlu held the chicken, now glowing like a true artifact. "I call it." She hurled the chicken towards Babylon. The victory chicken. The impact created a cloud of dust and smoke. Xiao Yuan watched in astonishment. A seemingly ordinary roasted chicken had defeated a level 101 demon. Enlu landed, a flush of excitement on her face. "Lord Hada foresaw this danger and bestowed this reward upon me." Howran, seeing the silence, yelled out, "Instead of all that dramatic dialogue, just get to the point. We're on the Demon King's side too. Just say it already." The dust finally cleared. Babylon stood up, a frown etched on her face. "A mistake. Players below, level 30, with this kind of power? Unbelievable." Her face darkened. She still couldn't understand what was happening. Could it be some kind of hack? "I can't fall here." Completely frantic, she screamed, "I have to find the Demon King." On the other side, Howran also received a warning. Leader Babylon's remaining health, 85%. Entering the second stage, 99% loss of reason, 120% increase in all attributes. Howran was terrified, his face pale. "We're doomed." She's transforming into her second stage. A loud explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. The situation was spiraling out of control. "We can't let her rampage like this. We won't be able to reason with her." Xiao Yuan anxiously asked Howran, "Xiao Hao, what do we do now?" Howran, after a moment of silence, replied, "Don't panic." Howran stood up and shouted, "We know where the Demon King is." Suddenly, Belian noticed something unusual. Looking out the window, she saw Babylon's silhouette. "That's Babylon over there. She's attacking Howran's group." Belian frowned, trying to recall something. "She seems familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before?" Belian racked her brain, but couldn't quite place Babylon. Bao Bao, seeing her struggle, offered a suggestion. "Perhaps you saw her in a cartoon?" Meanwhile, Howran tried again to get Babylon's attention. "We know where the Demon King is." Hearing this, Babylon paused her transformation to listen. "Oh!" Howran immediately prompted Xiao Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, you tell her." Xiao Yuan, though slightly bewildered, quickly responded. Xiao Yuan began to explain the situation to Babylon. "The Demon King is in the safe zone. He's disguised as a captured newbie. We received his invitation. He hired us to pick up his beloved cat. We ran into some trouble on the way and were badly injured. But the Demon King, in his mercy, helped us. He gave us," she continued, "bandages that instantly promoted us a whole class and 5 levels. We were so overwhelmed by his power that we pledged our loyalty to him in gratitude." She paused. That's how it happened. A sudden silence fell, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Babylon roared furiously. "Not only are you hacking, but you're trying to fool me? At least make up a believable story." She immediately launched an attack. Who would believe such nonsense? Howran quickly presented their evidence. "We have proof. It's a congratulatory photo. The first group to clear the Azure apartments. One small step for you, one giant leap for mankind. This is the Demon King. We have a picture with him." Babylon stared at the photo for a moment, then pulled out her own image of the Demon King to compare. Looking at the drawing of the Demon King in her hand, she bellowed in rage. This isn't even the same person. You're lying to me. Feeling utterly humiliated, Babylon, in a fit of fury, entered her third stage. Body size increased by 1,500%. Attack range increased by 2,000%. 100% loss of reason. Babylon had completely lost control. She screamed, "You hateful humans! You dare ambush me with hacks! I'll flatten everything within 100 miles. Seeing the dire situation, Hao Ran yelled, "Negotiations have failed. And Lu, attack her!" And Lu sat in a corner, weeping. The roasted chicken was disappearing. Lord Hadda's blessing was failing. Hao Ran, hearing this, began to panic. Could it only be used once? Suddenly, something caught his attention. A system notification appeared. 69 has left Party 5. Hao Ran's face stiffened. So we're not. From out of nowhere, a figure lunged towards them. Just as despair threatened to consume Hao Ran, a flash of light intercepted Babylon's attack. Both Hao Ran and Xiao Yuan were astonished. What the? Babylon turned to see Belian and Bao Bao. Hao Ran spoke. It's the leader from that dungeon. Belian smirked. Just in time, Belian faced Babylon. Hold your hand, she warned. Bao Bao, remarkably calm, added softly, causing a scene here will ruin the Demon King's plans. Babylon seemed to grasp the situation, her murderous aura receding. Belian and Bao Bao turned to leave. The Demon King is currently disguised as a human, infiltrating the city, Belian explained. He's implementing deeper strategies and plans. Babylon still seemed agitated. Bao Bao patiently continued. If you cease this, I can take you to him. Despite this offer, Babylon remained unresponsive, and Bao Bao turned away in exasperation. Xiao Yuan, witnessing this, concluded that Babylon had lost her mind. Hao Ran disagreed. No, even if she hasn't lost it, from Babylon's perspective, she probably can't understand what Bao Bao is saying. Communication is difficult. Bao Bao glanced back at Babylon, its expression shifting to one of anger. Meow, it hissed. You're so weak. Bao Bao stopped Babylon's attack, its small paws somehow holding back the powerful demon. Babylon was struck, a gaping hole appearing in her form. Meow, not bad, Bao Bao commented. The impact sent tremors through the area. Elsewhere, Hado was diligently working on something. A sudden breeze caused him to turn. Such a refreshing breeze, he murmured, his mood buoyant. Another peaceful day. Sold a great demon's horn for 12 gold and 98 silver. Meanwhile, Belian and Bao Bao approached Babylon. Looking down at her, Belian asked, "Can you understand us now?" From Babylon's perspective, however, all she heard was meowing. Disoriented from the attack, she muttered, "My blood concentration. I don't understand, cat." Bao Bao, with its title of language master, realized its mistake. After conversing with its master, it had forgotten to switch back to the common tone. Exasperated, it turned to Belian. "Why didn't you remind me sooner?" Belian, fully immersed in her role as a mount, replied, "I forgot I could talk." Babylon stammered, trying to speak. Meanwhile, Belian, embarrassed, muttered, "Someone, please ignore that." Babylon finally recognized Belian. "You're alive," she exclaimed. "We must save the Demon King. Reduce this safe zone to rubble." Babylon glared furiously, her eyes burning with murderous intent. "I see you really do want to die. You only dare approach now that the others are gone. Thank goodness we're still alive." Hao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. "That was terrifying." 69 added ruefully, "It's a shame I already bought your coffins." The other two bristled at this. "And you didn't come back to save us?" One snapped. Hao Ran was even more blunt. "How are you still alive? What gives you the right to say that? Is there some kind of demonic plot twist like in manga?" 69 replied calmly, "We're all comrades here. Do you have to be so harsh? I don't know why I'm still alive either. Maybe I'm the plot twist." 69's expression turned serious. "I was watching from a distance. It was truly astonishing." She glanced toward the other side and continued, "Judging by appearances, she's just an overweight house cat with an overindulgent diet. But in reality, she's an unfathomably deep monster. And with a single counterattack, she defeated a level 101 demon leader." Across the way, Belian was explaining the situation to Babylon. "Do you understand now?" she urged. "Yes, I understand," Babylon replied quickly. 69's voice dropped lower. "That's the kind of overwhelming power that leaves you speechless." Hao Ran chimed in, "Yeah, absolutely speechless." Xiao Yuan looked utterly bewildered. "Speechless? The next words spoken made everyone nod in agreement. To have survived that encounter, it's all thanks to Lord Ha-Da's blessing. Indeed, someone murmured, but Enlil, still standing off to the side, was consumed by grief. Lord Ha-Da's blessing has turned to dust. The other three stared at her. Are you still upset about that? Meanwhile, Hada had returned home. He called out, "Bow bow." The house was empty. Where did Belian run off to? He continued to fret. These are chaotic times. I hope nothing bad has happened. Suddenly, Hada sensed something unusual. He noticed Hao Ran and the others outside his door. Visitors. He recognized the leader who had taken him to the dungeon before. Tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you. Thank you. You saved Babylon again, and even brought everyone back. Hao Ran scratched his head. It was just a little effort, nothing to mention. You don't need to be so formal, Lord Hada. Besides, I was the one who was saved. Hada started to speak, then hesitated. Haoan, He continued, overflowing with gratitude. There's no need to be so formal. You can call me Hada, and I'll call you Hao Ran. We're friends now, right? Hao Ran was overwhelmed. Really? Wow. Hada ushered them inside. Come in, have a seat. Hao Ran added, actually, we brought you a little something. Hada, curious, asked, oh, what is it? On Hao Ran's shoulder were two small creatures. Hao Ran explained, little pets we found in the wilderness. We thought you might like them. This one is Babylon, level 1 bond after use. He added a further description of the pet Babylon and the collection. Upon seeing Hada, the little Babylon's eyes lit up. Demon King, I finally found you. Hao Ran held out his hand to Hada. In his palm sat a tiny girl. He looked at the girl in Hao Ran's hand, a puzzled expression on his face. Another demon? Why are they giving me this? He wondered. After a moment, he looked at Hao Ran, forcing a smile as he politely declined. My living situation is rather complicated. I can't really take care of any more pets. Outwardly, that was his excuse. Inwardly, he was thinking, I really don't want it. Why don't you keep her? He suggested. At that moment, both Hao Ran and the little Babylon smiled at him expectantly. But the moment Hada rejected her, Babylon's expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment. Her eyes welled up as she gazed at him, a troubled thought echoing in her mind. Rejected, what do I do now? Then, bringing both hands to her chest, she felt around in confusion, silently questioning, could it be? I'm not worthy to be by the Demon King's side? The more she thought, the more despondent she became. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Desperate to find a solution, Babylon removed her 2 demonic horns and offered them up to Hada. Hada, surprised by this gesture, exclaimed, what is this? As she presented the horns, Babylon replied, my metabolic rate is rather fast. I can grow 3 pairs a day. Please, master, accept this as a token of my sincerity. Hada's expression softened, touched by her offering. He no longer refused. Instead, he quickly accepted the horns and placed them on his shoulders. Then, he invited Hao Ran and the others into his home. Well then, thank you all. Please come in and have a seat. And so, the pet Babylon joined Hada's collection. With a daily upkeep cost of 12 gold and 98 silver, she became the newest adornment perched upon his shoulders. Belian, witnessing Babylon's presence, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Inside Hada's home, he led the way for Hao Ran and the others, saying, it's a bit messy inside. Please don't mind. Hearing this, one of them quickly replied, not at all, not at all. Mr. Hada, you're too kind. Hao Ran and the others stepped into his dwelling. But as they entered, a surge of energy from below pushed upwards, startling them all. Xiao Yuan, visibly worried, turned to Hao Ran and asked, Xiao Hao, what was that just now? Seeing their alarm, Hada gave a sheepish smile and said, did I scare you all with the sheer amount of stuff? These are just some basic weapons I made while practicing my smithing. Following Hada's gesture, the sight before Hao Ran's eyes left him speechless. His companions, equally stunned, murmured in disbelief. Basic weapons? There were also several sets of basic armor. Cold sweat beaded on Hao Ran's forehead as his eyes darted around the room in bewilderment. He gaped at a row of armor neatly arranged along one side, utterly shocked. Then, Hada pointed to another area and explained, those are some little dolls I made while practicing sculpting. Aren't they adorable? He asked. Hao Ran, forcing a smile, replied, adorable. They're very adorable. But the faces of his companions had paled, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. They whispered amongst themselves, this isn't a house, it's an armory. Hada, continuing to lead them, explained, I wanted to sell them, but selling them cheap would be a loss, and selling them at a high price would be difficult. I really had no other choice but to keep them here. Hao Ran, forcing another strained smile, replied, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, Hada stopped and turned to face them. "If you like anything, feel free to take it," he offered. "Just limit yourselves to the basic items in the hall. I'm planning to sell the intermediate and advanced ones later." His words left Hao Ran reeling, whispering in disbelief. "These are just the basic items?" He bowed his head slightly, lost in thought. It makes sense. Even roast chicken can possess incredible power. So why wouldn't seriously forged equipment be capable of defying the heavens? It's nothing to be surprised about. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he reassured himself. Everything is perfectly logical. Then, Hao Ran spoke up. "How can we just take these?" Hearing this, Hada offered a polite laugh. "Of course, the rewards you receive for slaying monsters must be far greater than what I can offer." He and Xiao Yuan slowly settled into their seats. Don't mention it. But as he sat down, something felt amiss. A bewildered expression crossed his face as he thought to himself, "This server." He glanced at the chair, then exclaimed in alarm, "Is this also demonic energy?" Hao Ran's face darkened, and his body trembled. Seeing this, Hada looked at him and said, "Ah, I made that server myself. No need to be so formal. Please sit." At his words, Hao Ran's face paled further as he slowly sank into the chair, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As soon as he was seated, he stammered, No, not just the server. The ceiling, the coffee table, the windows, the floor." Hada looked towards Belian and instructed, "Belian, please fetch some refreshments for our guests." "Yes, master," she replied obediently. Belian approached them with a tea tray. As Hao Ran saw it, he thought to himself, "Even this, it radiates powerful demonic energy." He held a cup of green tea, his expression still filled with unease. Hada looked at them and explained, "To save on water bills, I dug a well in the backyard. The tea is brewed with water from that well." Hao Ran stole a glance at him and forced a reply. "Is that so? The eternal well? Quite resourceful." But inwardly he panicked. No, not just resourceful. To call it resourceful is an understatement. To name it the eternal well, could it truly become an eternal well? He recalled the moment they had entered the house. Combined with the feeling I had when we first stepped inside, could this entire structure have been transformed into demonic energy? Having reached this chilling conclusion, Hao Ran brought a hand to his face, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. "If I had any doubts before, now I understand completely. To produce such materials in less than 3 days, this being is truly powerful. We must submit to him, gain his acceptance, and join his ranks if we want to survive in this world." Seeing their continued silence, Hada prompted them, "Please have some tea." They all lifted their cups and drank, replying in unison, "Thank you." Suddenly, Hada turned to Hao Ran and asked, "I heard there was a fierce battle not far from the safe zone. Was that the battle where you defeated Babylon?" His thoughts drifted to the clash between the Demon King's subordinate and those who fought against her. Hao Ran lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck sheepishly. "Yes, that's right." He thought to himself, "He's not going to blame us, is he?" Contrary to Hao Ran's expectations, Hada didn't reproach him at all. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and offered a compliment. "Truly impressive. Such a fierce battle." Hao Ran, however, misinterpreted Hada's words. His expression filled with panic. "He's blaming us, isn't he? We shouldn't have fought back. Although, actually, we couldn't have fought back anyway." He trembled as he looked at Hada. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Hada looked at him calmly and continued, "Fortunately, the outcome was good." Hearing this, Hao Ran's panic intensified. "Oh, outcome? What outcome?" Hada sighed softly. "That you survived, of course, and that you're here in my home, drinking tea with me. Isn't that good?" Hada's words caused Hao Ran's face to crumple. He thumped his chest dramatically. Right. We came right away. Not a moment's delay. We came straight here to report." Hada raised his teacup again, looking at Hao Ran. "Precisely. So, I must congratulate you on your continued existence." A wave of relief washed over Hao Ran. "We lived." He placed a hand on his chest, a smug expression spreading across his face. "He's accepted our request for help," he thought. Hada looked at the group. "Drink your tea." "Yes, sir," they chorused. Suddenly, Hada turned to Enlu. "You finished the roast chicken from last time, haven't you?" Touched by his concern, Enlu replied, "Yes, sir." Lord Hada truly understands the battle we just faced, she thought. He knows I used the Victory Pledge chicken. Hada opened his system interface. "I have quite a surplus. It's taking up space. I'll share some with you. A system notification appeared beside Enlu. Received 20 roast chickens from Hada. The same notification appeared for everyone in the group, much to Hao Ran and his companions' astonishment. Enlu gazed at Hada with gratitude. The supreme victory pledged chicken, such a precious treasure, and he gave us each 20. She thought, Lord Hada, I will not betray your kindness, and neither will they. She suddenly turned to her companions, a fierce glint in her eyes. Hao Ran, unnerved by her intense stare, quickly looked away. My teammate is a bit intense but manageable for now, he thought. As long as the Demon King approves of us, everything will be fine. If nothing unexpected happens, we can secure our victory and finish this game. Suddenly, a doorbell rang. Hada glanced at a monitor. Someone's at the door. It was Jordan. He held a small gift box and addressed the group. I heard there was a bit of skirmish outside. I came to offer my condolences. Hada went to the door to invite Jordan in. Jordan, what a pleasant surprise. To what do we owe the honor? Jordan walked inside, repeating his earlier statement. I heard there was a bit of a skirmish outside. I came to offer my condolences. Mr. Hada, is everything all right? If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Just then, Jordan noticed the two small demons peeking out of Hada's pockets. He froze. He turned around, an expression of deep suspicion etched on his face, silently questioning the scene before him. Isn't Bellion dead? Why is he here? And there's another one? Jordan's gaze slowly drifted downwards, a creeping unease settling in as he sensed a disturbing energy. Something's not right, he thought, a tremor of alarm in his silent words. How did this architecture become saturated with demonic energy? Jordan's head snapped back up, his eyes widening at the sight that greeted him, leaving him utterly speechless. The room was adorned with a staggering array of weapons and armor. War materials, Tier 1, war materials, Tier 2, enchanted wooden soldiers, war materials, Tier 3, weaponry. As if unable to believe his eyes, Jordan quickly raised a hand to cover his mouth, stifling a cry. He really is preparing to destroy the world, he thought in a panic. This entire structure is his stronghold. Jordan's gaze followed Hada's retreating figure. Did we do something wrong? Did we upset him somehow? His expression hardened as he made a decision. He had to appease Hada. Following behind, Jordan entered the living room. The sight of Hao Ran and his companions stopped him short. It's the team that cleared the purified apartment complex instance. What are they doing in the Demon King's house? Hao Ran, equally surprised, thought Jordan. Why is he here? As if a sudden realization struck him, Hao Ran's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Don't tell me. Jordan sauntered over to a nearby sofa and sat down next to Hada, a smug look spreading across his face. So, they sensed the Demon King's unusual behavior before I did, and came here to investigate. Huh? As expected of humanity's top team. Truly elite. It eases my heart. He extended a hand towards Hao Ran, winking conspiratorially. Let's work together to stop the Demon King from destroying the world. This gesture only served to heighten Hao Ran's anxiety, leaving him visibly restless. Hada looked at them quizzically. Oh, by the way, do you all know each other? Jordan nodded. Yeah, we know each other. Hao Ran remained silent, observing the exchange. Hada continued. They're the ones who quelled the recent great battle. Surviving that couldn't have been easy. You must have suffered heavy casualties, right? Jordan, confused by what seemed like a deliberate taunt, hesitated before replying. Yes, casualties were unavoidable. Hada's voice took on a melancholic tone. Honestly, this world is so interesting. I really don't want to see it destroyed like this, but my hands are tied. He then exclaimed with forced enthusiasm. I can only rely on you all to save it. Jordan's mind raced. I understand now. He's bored, so he wants to destroy the world. If that's the case, he lowered his head and spoke in a grave tone. I know what to do. Hada, caught off guard, asked, No? Know what? Jordan asked, his voice trembling slightly. If you want something interesting, Hada Xinxing. Do you find spirits interesting? Hada's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Spirits? Are there spirits in this game? Jordan replied softly. I know of an unexplored region, said to be the ancient kingdom of the spirits. With a little searching, I'm sure we could find some. Hada's voice was filled with excitement. That sounds intriguing. If I have the chance, I'd really like to see that. Jordan, emboldened by Hada's reaction, exclaimed, "Great, I'll go catch some." Hada's eyes widened. "Catch? What do you mean, catch?" Hao Ran thought sarcastically. "Oh, this is going to be good." It's truly pathetic to see the so-called hope of humanity grovel before the Demon King like this, Hada muttered, feigning embarrassment. "Even though Jordan holds me in such high regard, which I appreciate, I'm merely a newcomer. I truly lack any real fighting prowess." He turned his head to look in another direction before adding, "For the future of humanity, he is the one you should be focusing on." Both of their gazes shifted towards Hao Ran. Hada calmly stated, "He is the most exceptional player." Hao Ran's eyes widened in surprise. Panic swelled within him. Wait a minute, he thought frantically. Does Lord Hada misunderstand my relationship with Jordan? Thinking this, he blurted out, "Actually, Jordan let out a sigh and replied, "As expected of Mr. Hada. Nothing gets past you. I have indeed established a deep cooperative relationship with humanity's top team." Hao Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Jordan's voice dripped with insinuation. "Now that we've been discovered, there's no need to hide it any longer, is there?" Hao Ran sputtered indignantly. "What are you talking about?" Jordan declared resolutely. "Since we've been found out, let's be upfront about our business. They will accompany me on this quest for the spirits. We are certain to cooperate perfectly and achieve our goal." Hada asked in surprise, "Really?" Jordan let out a hearty laugh. "Rest assured." Hada responded fawningly, "Excellent. As I said, you humans are truly heaven sent." Moments later, all 5 of them were ushered to the door. Jordan offered a cheerful farewell. "We're off then." Hada nodded. "Come visit again soon." With that, the door slammed shut. Hao Ran was still reeling from the shock. "I've been completely mistaken for the enemy," he thought miserably. Jordan confidently surmised, "Though I don't know what's troubling you all, I imagine you're frightened by the Demon King's wickedness and arrogance." He offered words of comfort. "There's no need to be afraid. The Demon King is wary of our cooperative relationship. It can't be helped. We just need to retrieve the spirit, and everything can still change." Before Jordan could say anything more, Hao Ran's face darkened, and he swung his fist, aiming for Jordan. At the last moment, he deliberately punched the wall behind him instead. Jordan glanced at the deep dent in the wall, speechless with astonishment. Hao Ran growled, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Jordan stammered, bewildered. On purpose?" His demeanor shifted instantly, his voice hardening. "Interesting. You're the first person to ever speak to me like that. I don't know where you get the nerve to be so aggressive with me." Hao Ran scoffed. "Oh yeah? Then let me show you my nerve." He quickly summoned power into his palm. Suddenly, a gigantic roast chicken materialized in his hand, which he held out to Jordan. Jordan exclaimed in astonishment, What is this?" Jordan asked, perplexed. Hao Ran grinned. "Impressive, huh?" Jordan responded flatly, "Thanks, but no thanks." Lu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Captain, I didn't want to butt in, but your stupidity is truly unbearable to watch." Hao Ran cut her off sharply. "Shut up. I know what you're going to say." He slowly backed away, contemplating. "Right, I can't actually fight him. If I ruin the Demon King's plan to infiltrate humanity, I'm screwed. Of course I know that. I don't understand what you're so unhappy about," Jordan said, his voice low. "Being able to cooperate with the hope of humanity. That's me. You should feel honored." Hao Ran asked skeptically. "Let's just say that's the case. What exactly do you want to cooperate on?" Jordan, while magically repairing the wall, replied, "Like I just said, hack into the unopened map, capture a spirit, and bring it back to the Demon King so he'll postpone his plan to destroy the world. And by the way, stop hitting the wall. Even though we're out of his house, we're still on his property." Seeing this, Hao Ran muttered, "He's so thoughtful and cautious. Every word sounds like something a righteous hero would say." Lu whispered softly, "Hao Ran, earlier in the Demon King's lair, it seemed like Lord Ha-De wanted us to cooperate with Jordan." The group began a private discussion amongst themselves using telepathy. "Maybe he has some far-sighted vision that our pig brains can't currently comprehend. He didn't even spare his own mosquito net." And Lu added, not letting herself off the hook either, "Actually, it's possible. The Demon King just said it casually, but that's the Demon King we're talking about. Every word and action he takes is related to the survival of the world." Happy to be joking. And Lu nodded. "I understand. He told us to take this opportunity to directly eliminate Jordan." Hao Ran immediately asked, "Do you think we could defeat him?" Jordan asked suspiciously, "So what have you discussed? Do you want to cooperate or not?" Humanity can't afford to anger the Demon King at this time. But this isn't a long-term solution. We can only wait for the players to grow stronger. Then we'll have the power to fight. He tried to persuade them. The potential of players is limitless, and you guys are the most elite player team. You're worth cultivating. By staying with me, you can gain rewards far beyond your current level. Except for women, of course, experience, equipment, and money are all yours. Jordan's expression changed as quickly as flipping a pancake. He smiled and asked, "So how about it? That's a pretty big temptation for you, isn't it?" Hao Ran turned around and said in a low voice, "Then let's go." He explained, "But there's no need to shake hands. I'm afraid Lord Hada will misunderstand." At the same time, Hada was standing upstairs, looking down and observing them. He exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent. It seems they really like each other." Hada, who had been trying to set them up, secretly calculated, "I must cling tightly to the thighs of humanity's top team and Big Brother Jordan. If I encounter difficulties, I won't know who to turn to for help." He chuckled to himself, "I'm such a genius." Beliam and Babylon, seeing this, were filled with admiration. Although they didn't know what the Demon King was doing, they thought, "He truly is a genius." A while later, at a place surrounded by ancient ruins, Hao Ran stopped, bewildered. He asked suspiciously, "Is this the place you were talking about?" Jordan smiled and replied, "Exactly." They were now standing before a giant magic sphere. This is the ancient Elven Kingdom, a restricted area. Level 92 to undetermined level. Jordan's voice dropped. "Unlike a dungeon, this is an unopened part of the map. This is where we need to hack in." He spoke calmly. "I don't know what's behind this door. The only thing I can confirm is that the level of the monsters inside far exceeds the current dungeons, and may even be higher than the demons who came to Earth." The first lesson in the special training course on Worldview began. Jordan started to explain what spirits were. Besides humans and demons, there used to be a parallel race in our world. 69 and Xia Yuan were fast asleep, oblivious to the world. Only Hao Ran remained, nodding sleepily. "So, that's how it is," he murmured. Dulon, ever inquisitive, asked, "So originally this world wasn't just inhabited by humans and demons?" "It says so in the main storyline. Haven't you guys read it?" Jordan rolled his eyes and replied hesitantly, "Of course, I skipped all that to keep up with the progress. How else could we stay ahead of everyone else and maintain our top team ranking?" Dulan's voice softened. "The setting establishes that human skills and technology come from the god, Emo Shi, who uses divine power to fight against the brutal demons. The two sides have been at war for over 1,000 years. The world is in constant conflict." He continued in a low voice. "During this period, races unable to compete with humans and demons for resources gradually went extinct. But there was actually another race that could rival humans and demons." Hao Ran asked, surprised, "You guys fought that fiercely?" Jordan emphasized, "It was the elves who could wield the power of nature. It was a potent energy that could tip the scales." He explained, "However, the elven princess, unwilling to side with either faction, sacrificed herself to seal the elves' power. To this day, elves have become legendary beings." Dulon asked doubtfully, "Got it?" Hao Ran replied softly, "Got it. So, even those who didn't take sides were killed by you guys." Jordan added, "Beyond this door lies where the elves once lived, but I'm not sure if any remain inside." Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Players are advised not to enter. "Do not enter. Do not enter. Do not enter." Hao Ran, perplexed, asked. A warning dialogue box just popped up. "What level are we that we're already here? Why don't you just take us straight to heaven?" Jordan replied casually, "As long as it can amuse Hada, it's worth taking a little risk. Besides, to avoid being unprepared like last time, I brought all the family treasures." He then began unfurling a carpet and pulling out items. A torture mask, venomous traps, hellish shackles, and so on. Jordan pulled out 10 more items, like a demon's frying pan, a comfortable hair tie, and a never-cool iron. As he arranged them, he said, "And there's still more." Hao Ran and 69, dumbfounded, stared at him, having long since run out of curses. The hope of humanity, to amuse the Demon King, had prepared a pile of wicked paraphernalia. Hacking into a restricted area, treasure hunting, stepping into an ancient stone cave, Jordan, raising his hand as if examining an item, said, "What I've shown you is just a fraction. Anyway, leave the fighting to me. Don't worry." Hao Ran, feeling reassured, replied, "Well, we're definitely not worried now." Seeing their trust, Jordan quickly took the lead, boasting, I'll equip you all with experience, money, and items gained through exploration. Understood? Then let's go. He feigned enthusiasm with exaggerated cheer. Great, wonderful, I'm so excited. Meanwhile, Hada, for the first time paying attention to his surroundings, proudly declared, "Excellent. You've finally realized how beneficial my assistance is." Had Hao Ran been able to turn around and see the utterly nonchalant expression on Hada's face as he replied, he surely would have been enraged enough to spontaneously combust. Hada, his face still flushed with self-satisfaction, continued, "Although your personalities are unpleasant, quite rude, and incredibly disrespectful to me, there's no helping it. You are, after all, in the presence of the most exceptional individual. You're walking across that long bridge." He seemed incapable of tiring, his incessant chatter flowing on. "I will nurture you, but faced with unknown dangers, we must conserve our resources." They then proceeded along a crimson path, Hada's ceaseless prattle echoing around them. "Unless absolutely necessary, avoid engaging in combat." Just then, the cold, mechanical voice of the system rescued everyone from the verbose Ha-Da system alert. Entering combat. Enemy, a rank monster. Good luck. Upon hearing this, Hada whirled around, his face contorted in a mask of outrage. Did that have to happen so fast? Enlu, trembling, lifted her skirt slightly, revealing a red button she had inadvertently stepped on. I think I triggered something," she stammered, fear evident in her voice. Immediately, a scarlet monstrosity materialized before them. The hulking beast, known as a bloodhowl brute, an A-rank monster of level 102, cast a disdainful glance down at them. "Foolish humans, daring to trespass. You will not disturb the slumber of the spirits." It lowered its head slightly towards Jordan, its voice booming with authority. "This is your only warning. Leave this place and never return." Jordan stood motionless, staring at the creature, not deigning to respond. Seeing their silence, the bloodhowl brute, assuming they were cowed, grew even more arrogant. "Obey, and I will spare your lives." Enlu, with surprising docility, rushed forward and bowed her head in apology. "I'm so sorry. It was all my fault. I'll do anything you ask. Please don't be angry." It seemed beauty held sway even over monstrous beasts. Seeing her submissive demeanor and captivating appearance, the bloodhowl brute blushed, stammering, really? If you insist." But before it could finish, Jordan's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. "Step back. I'll handle this." The others instantly retreated, putting 100 meters between themselves and Jordan. Witnessing this, Hada felt a pang of loneliness, despite having orchestrated the situation himself. His heart ached, but the sound of the monster's movements snapped him back to alertness, and he glanced nervously behind him. With a flourish, Jordan produced an artifact, announcing a treasure of the Leaf family, an S-rank demonic artifact, the Hell Breach Modulator. According to the ever-reliable system's more detailed information, the Hell Breach Modulator increased all attributes and abilities by 30% for 5 minutes. However, after its effects wore off, the user would experience a period of weakness, with movement speed reduced by 45% for 30 seconds. Jordan, now radiating an aura of power, seemed to transform into a superhuman, crackling with electrical energy. As the golden tendrils of lightning enveloped the bloodhowl brute, the others gasped in astonishment. "He's actually suppressing that, boss." Suddenly, a thought struck Hao Ran, and he blurted out, "But why is the hope of humanity using a demonic artifact? This is insane." After a moment of contemplation, Enlu turned to Hao Ran and Hada, a suggestion forming in her mind. "Xiao Hao," she began, "shouldn't we help him first?" Before she could finish her sentence, a sight that made Xiao Yuan gasp in shock unfolded before her eyes. "What are you doing?" she cried out. He responded with utter nonchalance, taking a break. "What?" Her eyes widened, mouth agape, as she stammered. "And you're just casual about it?" Meanwhile, Dulon and the bloodhowl brute were locked in a furious clash. Dulon leaped high into the air, then conjured a blade of sharp energy that hurtled towards the beast. 1% health remaining, he roared. Seeing Dulan's unwavering resolve, the bloodhowl brute recoiled slightly, its crimson face darkening to a deep purple. "Stay back," it growled. Everyone anticipated a spectacular finishing blow from Dulon, but the duration of his power-up expired. He reverted to his normal form. Both the Bloodhowl Brute and Dulon wore the same adorably bewildered expression. Their eyes met, locking in a shared moment of stunned silence. The opportunity for revenge had arrived. "My turn," the Bloodhowl Brute bellowed. Its powerful legs slammed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The Bloodhowl Brute brandished a heavy weapon, preparing to unleash its fury upon the now vulnerable Dulon. With a decisive swing, the weapon descended towards where Dulon stood. Xiao Yuan gasped, covering her face with her hands. Her face paled as she shrieked. "If we don't help him, he's going to die." The Bloodhowl Brute, relentless, raised its weapon once more. Within the swirling white smoke, a mysterious figure emerged. Dulon, kneeling on one knee within a cracked circle on the ground, looked up in surprise. "Mr. Qin," he exclaimed. He glanced at Hao Ran, who stood protectively in front of him, and added urgently, "What are you doing? You know you're no match for it." Suddenly, Dulon noticed a cooked chicken leg in Hao Ran's hand. He stared dumbfounded. Why is he holding a roasted chicken leg, he wondered. Before Dulon could dwell on this perplexing development, Hao Ran began to advance, wielding the chicken leg like a weapon. After a moment of stunned silence, Dulon scrambled to his feet, his face etched with worry. "He's just charging in like that. Is he trying to bribe the boss with food?" he cried. Watching Hao Ran's retreating back, he yelled in exasperation, "You idiot! Come back. I admit your thinking is unique, but that the boss right there." Dulon paused, his gaze fixed on Hao Ran as he charged towards the Bloodhowl Brute, chicken leg in hand. His voice laced with disbelief, he muttered, "Does it like roasted chicken?" Just to clarify, that's a rank A Bloodhowl Brute, level 102. Basically a chicken. The Bloodhowl Brute glared at Hao Ran, its brow furrowed in annoyance. "A level 26 runt showing off? Seriously?" it snarled. With the same familiar weapon and the same familiar wind-up, the Bloodhowl Brute prepared to strike. Hao Ran's expression darkened as he launched his attack. "Enhanced roasted chicken," he shouted. With a single strike and a resounding cry, the unthinkable happened. The Bloodhowl Brute was slain. The others, witnessing the impossible, erupted in shocked cries. He actually killed the boss. Jordan seemed to desperately need a chatbot at that moment. His face, slack with bewilderment, trembled as he muttered, I don't understand." Hada couldn't help but cast a sparkling glance towards Hao Ran, thinking to himself, as expected of a divine artifact bestowed by the Demon Lord. It looks so unassuming, yet possesses such immense power. Xiao Yuan, standing beside him, wore a similar expression. "Such a powerful artifact," she mused. "And he gave us 20 each." In the next instant, Dulon lunged forward, grabbing Hao Ran by the collar and yelling, "You had something like this and didn't use it sooner." Hao Ran's expression was utterly infuriating as he replied, "You said you were prepared." The moment his words left his mouth, Dulon released his grip. He turned, adjusting his tie with a newfound air of composure, and said in a low voice, "Indeed, prepared enough. Once it's weakened, I can finish it off. I'm quite confident in my ability to take a hit." Seeing Hao Ran's bewildered expression at his sudden shift in demeanor, Dulon added, "All right, let's see the reward for killing the leader." A pristine gem. He conjured a blue gemstone in his hand and winked at the group. Hao Ran spoke up, "As I said, it's all yours." Dulon then used a rune-inscribed bandage to heal his wounds and restore 40% of his health. While Dulon examined the gem, Xiao Yuan beside him couldn't contain her excitement. "I can't wait." Hada, standing nearby, cleared his throat nervously and said, "Are you sure you're not cursed with bad luck? Maybe I should." A moment later, Hao Ran pulled out a considerable number of items. Looking them over, he exclaimed with some surprise, "Oh, these rewards are actually not bad at all." He couldn't help but start calculating. This is more than enough to achieve financial freedom in the early stages. And the elemental, ore, and earth source will be essential for upgrading equipment later on. The system interface quickly appeared, listing all the items. Received 15 gold, 43 silver, 33 copper. Received thermal fission core, usable for weapon breakthrough. Received rare or pulsating earth source. Despite the substantial haul, Hao Ran still pondered with a touch of embarrassment. "It's a pity, compared to the roasted chicken the Demon Lord gave me. This is just garbage. I'm feeling more and more fortunate to be the Demon Lord's lapdog." Xiao Yuan spoke up, asking a few questions. "No equipment dropped?" Hada, glancing over, replied, "Definitely cursed with bad luck. I should have opened it." With a hint of regret, he added casually, It's a bit of loss compared to a roasted chicken, but it's better than nothing. We'll split it later. Dulon, who had been silently observing from behind, seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. I just remembered something. His face darkened, as if facing a mortal enemy. Dulan's eyes narrowed, fixing on the three of them as he said, "That item you just used, so powerful. It's no ordinary thing. Where did you get it?" His hand slowly materialized the sword. His tone, though calm, carried the weight of an interrogation. "Don't tell me. The Demon Lord gave it to you?" Dulon brandished his sword, ready for combat. He questioned suspiciously, "Such a powerful item. The Demon Lord gave it to you, didn't he?" Xiao Yuan flinched, startled by the accusation. Panicked, she quickly fabricated an excuse. "We found a rare treasure chest while leveling up. Just a 998 credit investment for a super powerful item." She had read through Xiao Yuan's instruction manual, yet beads of sweat still trickled down her forehead. Maintaining a forced composure, and Lu blurted out, "We're so lucky." Hao Ran quickly chimed in, "That's right, exactly." Meanwhile, Dulon discreetly reached for the weapon at her hip, preparing to roast some chicken. She carefully observed Jordan's every move, a wary thought echoing in her mind. Level 20, picking up an item that can easily kill a level 100 monster? Such an absurd lie. Only a fool would believe it. Jordan, his face darkening, looked at them without a word. Seeing his reaction, Dulan's guard intensified. "This doesn't feel right," she thought. "We might have to fight." But then, to her astonishment, Jordan turned and walked away, issuing a casual command. "You guys divide up the rewards. I'll go ahead and scout." Dulon was stunned. He actually believed it? Could be. Her face froze, a mask of disbelief. Is he really that gullible? At that moment, Hao Ran turned to Dulon with a slight smile. "Actually," he began, "Dulon, you gave me a good reminder earlier." She looked at him quizzically. "Reminded you of what?" Hao Ran paused, then explained, "The Demon Lord giving us such a powerful item, it really doesn't make sense." Dulon, still confused, probed, "What do you mean?" Hao Ran's eyes narrowed, his voice taking on a serious tone. "He definitely..." Dulon, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation swirling within her, watched him repeat the cryptic phrase. "He definitely..." Suddenly, Hao Ran puffed out his chest, finishing his sentence with a confident flourish. "He definitely really wants to raise a sprite." Dulon, playing along, chimed in, "Exactly. That's why he gave us the item, to help us kill monsters." Hao Ran immediately resumed his serious analysis. "That's right, because the difficulty of this map is within his expectations. He knew all along we couldn't defeat it otherwise." Dulon, finding his logic sound, nodded in agreement. "Thinking about it that way, it makes sense." Hao Ran looked at her with a sly, knowing glint in his eye, wagging his index finger conspiratorially. "So, we absolutely have to find Sprite, to show the Demon Lord our sincerity." Dulon, catching his drift, responded with an eager, "You got it." A thrill of excitement coursed through her. This is going to be good. Seeing her understanding, Hao Ran gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. "Not bad, not bad. She's actually quite clever." Dulon, feigning nonchalance, replied with a smirk, "I have a different perspective on you now, too." Their entire exchange, however, did not go unnoticed by Xiao Yuan. Watching their oblivious performance, she was speechless, managing only a weary smile. "This is certainly interesting," she thought to herself. Moments later, a level 108 rank corrupted throne guardian appeared, blocking their path. Its voice, a guttural growl, boomed, "I will absolutely not allow you to proceed any further." With that, the guardian lunged, its jagged teeth bared in a menacing snarl. With lightning speed, it swiped a claw at Jordan and Hao Ran. Both of them, however, deftly leaped out of the way. The throne guardian then swung its rock-hard tail in a reverse arc. Hao Ran, with a graceful aerial maneuver, evaded the blow. Using his spatial displacement module for the first time, he materialized instantly atop the guardian's tail, sword already drawn. His eyes, sharp and focused, locked onto his target. Then, with a downward slash, a surge of golden energy erupted, coiling around the guardian's tail. It began to constrict, the golden energy twisting tighter and tighter around the guardian's tail, warping its shape. The guardian glanced back at its tail, confusion etched on its monstrous face. Hao Ran seized the opportunity. Still clutching his enhanced roasted chicken leg, he activated his Rogue Class X skill, Indiscriminate Littering. Level 1 of the skill unleashed a barrage of bizarre projectiles. A tiny hammer, a bottle of liquor, even a rubber ducky, all hurtling towards the bewildered Guardian. Driven to the brink by the sheer absurdity of the attack, the Guardian roared, "Enough! Where are you getting all this junk?" The Guardian's rage, however, was cut short. Its expression shifted to one of stark terror, though what it saw remained unseen. Meanwhile, Hao Ran raised his energy-infused sword, shouting, "Prepare to die." In perfect synchronization, both Hao Ran and Jordan brought their swords down upon the Guardian. A blinding flash of energy engulfed the creature. Jordan landed on the ground, panting, "It's done." Beside him, Hao Ran stood calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Guardian, still disbelieving, lay twitching on the ground, weakly muttering, "Impossible. I want to file a complaint." A system message promptly appeared on screen. Complaint filed. Scope of game: high-level NPC hacking account, entering restricted area, attacking monsters, and using unidentified items. The Guardian, with his last vestiges of strength, jabbed at the submit button. The system interface morphed into a smiley face, a robotic voice announcing, "Your complaint has been received. After verification, 4 dignity points have been deducted from the opposing party." The Guardian, clinging to hope, croaked, and then the system, with unnerving nonchalance, replied, "And then what? There is no, and then." The Guardian's face fell. "How can this be?" he whispered. With his dying breath, he choked out, "So unfair," before collapsing face first into the dirt, finally expiring. The system notification chimed. Corrupted Throne Guardian, rank level 108, deceased. Hao Ran opened the loot chest, revealing its contents. 2 gold, 66 silver, 76 copper, a useless broken tree root, a Maffa gaming console with only 1 game, Techizer, and a faded love letter addressed to the Sprite Princess. Dulon remained precariously balanced on the thin surface of the water. The system updated their information. Rogue, level 28, Hao Ran. Gunslinger, level 28, Jordan. Priest, level 28, Lugio. Assassin, level unknown, Xiao Yuan. Before Jordan, a gateway shimmered with brilliant light. He paused before entering, saying, "Beyond this lies the Sprite Throne. If any sprites survived, the answers lie within." But they sealed themselves away to protect their power and artifacts from falling into the wrong hands. Unforeseen dangers surely await us. He continued his analysis, oblivious to the growing impatience of his companions. Finally, the system, unable to bear it any longer, displayed a message, "System reminder, entering combat zone." Jordan glanced down, then abruptly spun around, bellowing, "Can we be a little more professional here?" Hao Ran, startled, jumped slightly. Dulon, equally exasperated, then yelled in the other direction, "Can we be a little more professional here?" Xiao Yuan, her hair standing on end, stammered, "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." To avoid triggering any more traps, she was being carried by Lugio. At that moment, a hulking, menacing black creature swooped down before them. Both Dulon and Hao Ran recoiled in surprise. The creature bared its razor-sharp teeth, its voice a low growl. "Foolish humans," it hissed. "You dare disturb the slumber of the sprites? Do you tire of living? This is your only warning. Leave this place and never return. Obey, and you'll be spared." Unexpectedly, Dulon wasn't the least bit frightened. Instead, she calmly remarked, "I feel like I've heard this line somewhere before." The monster immediately deflated, bewildered, and blurted out, "What?" Then, seemingly trying again, it recited another villainous line, asking for feedback. "How about this? Your ignorance has led you to a dead end. Mortals, feel my wrath." After this performance, Hao Ran glanced at Jordan with a disappointed look. "It's very similar to a game I played before. Isn't this plagiarism?" Jordan agreed. "It does sound a bit familiar." The monster, overhearing them, exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" It began to panic, then dejectedly and politely excused itself, muttering, "Let me think. Juste un moment. Juste un moment." Dulon and the others were speechless, staring at its antics, unsure how to respond. The monster continued to mumble, "I'll come up with something right away." Dulon and Hao Ran stealthily peeked behind its enormous form, trying to see who was there. To their surprise, the monstrous figure was actually a tiny, adorable sprite. It clutched a book titled Classic Villain Lines, Volume 20. As it turned and saw the faces of the two men, it shrieked in surprise. In moments, the little sprite was trapped in a small jar, its eyes brimming with tears. In a pitiful voice, it lamented, "And I was caught so easily." It continued to whine from inside the jar, prompting Hao Ran to exclaim, "So noisy." Just then, the system displayed a new notification. Illusion of the sprite thrown dispelled. The entire team receives 8,990 experience points. Everyone's level increased significantly. Hao Ran received an item, a 3D projector. Jordan, standing before the now glowing portal, announced, "The transfer gate has opened." It seems it just opened the prerequisite level for the sprite throne. Hao Ran, not at all surprised, replied, "Is that so? That was easy. I thought it would be more of a challenge." Lu Jio added, "And so weak too." Each comment pierced the tiny sprite like an arrow. Unwilling to accept the criticism, the sprite angrily declared, "I'm just a clone of my master. My master is the strongest sprite in the kingdom." Hao Ran looked at it, repeating the word master quizzically. Hearing this, the sprite immediately recalled the image of a valiant and alluring woman in a red dress. It began to narrate, "After the princess sacrificed herself and the kingdom was destroyed, everyone died. Only my master survived, protecting the kingdom for 1,000 years. She is the most powerful sprite. With her here, no one can covet the sprite legacy." Du Lan, surprisingly agile despite previous depictions, wore a look of both anticipation and dread. "You said she's a sprite?" Hao Ran mirrored his expression. "That's fantastic. We didn't come here for nothing." The tiny sprite, initially hoping its tale of a mighty master would intimidate them, was taken aback by their enthusiastic response. A little panicked, it stammered, Your focus is so strange." Shishi, the sprite, then recounted a rambling tale of finding a strange mushroom and, after a fateful nibble, meeting its demise. By this point in the story, the sprite had visibly wilted, its voice a mere whisper. The indignity of dying from a poisonous mushroom was clearly too much to bear. Just then, they saw the master the sprite had been describing. She radiated an intense, crimson aura, her eyes glowing with power. The information panel revealed her to be an S-rank master, consumed by rage, a level 101 soul. Du Lan, stunned, exclaimed, "That's the ruler of the ancient sprite kingdom. The strongest boss here. A soul." Hao Ran blurted out, bewildered. Du Lan echoed his confusion. "Why a soul?" Xiao Yuan, a hint of fear in their voice, speculated, "Could she be dead?" Hao Ran firmly dismissed the idea. "The Demon King wouldn't send us on a wild goose chase." "Impossible." Lu Jio, their leader, agreed. "Yes, absolutely impossible. There are no external wounds. Sprites are immortal." Lu Jio, scrutinizing the master, began to analyze the situation. "We broke through the Guardian's illusion. There are no signs of a struggle within the throne room. It wasn't murder." Hao Ran, a sarcastic glint in his eye, quipped, "If it wasn't murder, then it was suicide?" Du Lan, stroking his chin, pondered, "Suicide, huh? Bold guess." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Look, over there. That's her body." Not far away, on the ground, lay a skeletal figure clad in a familiar red dress. Du Lan's eyes went wide. "I understand," he declared, his voice ringing with newfound certainty. "She guarded the ruins alone for thousands of years. The endless passage of time, the crushing loneliness, it eroded her, fractured her very being. Her soul split, birthing a malevolent entity, while her body and benevolent spirit fell into a deep slumber." Pointing upwards, he confidently asserted, "The key to clearing this instance is to defeat the malevolent entity and awaken her." The other four stared skyward, contemplating his words. The sprite in the jar, listening to Du Lan's pronouncements, was utterly dumbfounded. Its jaw hung open in disbelief. "Not a single word of that is right," it thought. "And that's not a body, it's a corpse." Noticing the sprite's reaction, Du Lan shot a sharp look. "What do you think of my deduction?" The sprite, instantly changing its tune, gushed, "Flawless reasoning. Truly brilliant." Du Lan's brow furrowed as he realized another problem. These sprite warriors are different from the A-rank monsters outside. Even I'm not confident in defeating an S-rank powerhouse. He turned to Hao Ran, a clear attempt to shift the burden of responsibility. "What do we do?" Hao Ran, seeing right through him, preemptively retorted, "I'm out of items." Du Lan sighed dramatically. producing a small item from thin air. Looks like I have to resort to this, my most powerful item, and I couldn't even use it against the Demon King. At that moment, the master's eyes flashed. With a furious roar, she shrieked, "Intruders! Soothe my rage with your blood." The master sprite, her words finished, erupted into a frenzy, radiating a powerful energy as if she intended to obliterate everything. Yet at that very moment, something flew directly into her head, cutting short her menacing aura. Disoriented, she let out a bewildered gasp. Looking closer, she saw Jordan's small gadget hovering before her, a tiny, cute ghost flitting above it. The master sprite stared blankly for a moment, then asked, "What is that thing?" Her eyes fixed on Jordan's gadget, confusion evident in her voice. Then, she began to analyze the situation on her own. If it's placed on the ground, she mused, it must be meant to be stepped on. Suddenly, the gadget emitted a powerful surge of energy. Even Hao Ran was taken aback, asking in bewilderment, What is that?" Dulon, for the first time, calmly explained, "This is something I've been preparing to use against the Demon King. One of my family's heirloom treasures. An S-rank gadget, the Plague Trap. It borrows the power of the 4 original archdemons to unleash a plague, inflicting massive true damage and control effects. The drawback is that it causes excruciating pain to those afflicted, making life worse than death and offering no chance of resistance." Hao Ran, listening, felt a shiver run down his spine. With a mixture of disgust and indignation, he asked, "Why does your family heirloom consist of such terrifying things?" Dulon flashed a dazzling, handsome smile. "My family has hunted demons for generations," he replied, "acquiring valuable gadgets from defeated demons. Isn't that perfectly reasonable?" The tiny sprite, still glued in place, responded stiffly to this explanation. "Acquiring them and using them are 2 different things. Are you even on the side of good?" Hao Ran felt a sudden chill, thinking to himself, why does this feel so similar to the tea at the Demon King's place? He glanced sideways, the image of the jade green tea from the other day flashing through his mind. Meanwhile, the master sprite was about to be engulfed by the flowing green liquid of the Plague Trap. The faint green light reflected on her face. A moment later, she was caught in the trap, feeling her strength drain away, unable to resist the agonizing pain. Seeing the situation under control, Dulon landed gracefully, exclaiming, "She's contained." Then, with lightning speed, he dashed towards the master sprite. He rapidly activated a series of skill upgrades. Poison resistance enhancement, attack power enhancement level 13, all stats enhancement level 10, advanced luck enhancement level 14. With a legendary, earth-shattering leap, Dulon executed a series of dazzling aerial maneuvers before landing and charging forward. Nearing the master sprite, he drew his sword back, poised to strike, and let out a powerful battle cry. Trapped within the Plague Trap, the master sprite turned to see him appear before her. Startled, she cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, Jordan lunged forward, driving his sword straight through her abdomen. Face to face, the master sprite stared at him in astonishment. "A high-ranking NPC?" she gasped. Jordan, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, continued his relentless sword dance. Seeing his expression, the master sprite recoiled slightly, retracting her previous statement. No, that's wrong." Looking at Jordan's cunning smile and the murderous glint in his eyes, the master sprite corrected herself. It should be a true demon. Dulon, twirling and flashing before her, continued to rain blows upon her. The tiny sprite, trapped in its jar, watched its master being tormented, tears welling in its eyes. Its small fists clenched against the glass. That villain's laugh? It's just too much. He's an NPC, yet he brings a bunch of alt accounts to bully others, and he's using such underhanded tactics. Hao Ran was also surprised by Jordan's swordsmanship. He hadn't expected him to be so powerful at full strength. He truly is humanity's hope. It seems I underestimated him before. Hearing those last 5 words, the little sprite spun around in shock. What? Humanity's hope? Hao Ran turned, a serious expression on his face. "You see," he began, and the tiny sprite listened intently. "Not long ago, a voice showed us a prophecy. After the 2 worlds merged, it foretold the arrival of a hero who could lead the players, destroy the demonic race, and defeat the Demon King. This hero is called Humanity's Hope." The sprite hung its head, its voice filled with disappointment. "And it's him? That's more like despair." Meanwhile, the master sprite, though still ensnared by the plague trap, remained defiant. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Don't underestimate my millennial-old will." She strained, unleashing her power. Dulon remained unfazed. He simply observed, "The plague trap's duration is reaching its limit, I see." Looking at the survival percentage above the master sprite's head, now at a mere 3%, Dulon felt a pang of regret. "A pity," he murmured to himself. "The damage is a little short." The master sprite, now filled with rage, snarled, "How dare a human like you?" She lunged, attacking furiously. "Steal the child we died to protect." Dulon lowered his stance, ready to counter. "Is that so?" he replied indifferently. Then, with a swift stroke of his sword, he struck, a flicker of pity in his eyes. A tragic end for the strongest sprite warrior. Perhaps she's forgotten. Jordan's sword sliced cleanly through the master sprite's neck, red syrup splattering everywhere. Jordan thought to himself, she was poisoned by mushrooms when she was alive. Silence descended once more. The master sprite's body lay still on the ground. Jordan turned his back, his expression impassive as he sheathed his sword. Hao Ran descended from above. "Well done," he praised. Dulan's face remained cold and indifferent. "Save the flattery. Go touch the body." The master sprite's split soul stared in disbelief. "You killed my master, and now you just want to touch her body? And you call yourself humanity's hope?" With those words, it vanished in despair. The jar containing the sprite's soul fell to the ground. Dulon frowned, puzzled. "Strange. No reward. Even a little sprite is gone." He stroked his chin, deep in thought. "This isn't what I expected. Could be my boss-killing technique was wrong." Hao Ran rolled his eyes. "You're just realizing your methods are questionable now. What do we do next?" Dulon looked at the withered corpse on the ground. I guess I'll just have to bring this back to the Demon King." Hao Ran's eyes widened in horror. "The dried-up corpse. Are you serious?" Suddenly, the entire room was bathed in a violet light. Red text appeared, causing everyone to panic. "What's happening? An earthquake?" Hao Ran turned to Dulon, questioning. "It couldn't be that your demonic words and mannerisms completely angered the spirits in these ruins, could it?" Dulon, who was carrying the desiccated corpse on his shoulder, quickly replied, No, it's not that. It's probably because I moved the body and disturbed the sprite's seal." Hao Ran sighed in exasperation. "When did you even pick that up?" He addressed the others. "Everyone, stop arguing. Look around at the falling debris. This is the sprite's highest level sealing technique, and what's more, it's unraveling." Suddenly, a hidden door opened, and light from outside spilled in. Hao Ran, seeing this, expressed his fear and worry. "What's being released?" A girl with striking platinum blonde hair peered out, hesitantly calling, "Sister Master." It was the sprite princess, Hai Ni, who had slumbered for 1,000 years. The Jiechu of the seal had awakened her. Her beautiful green eyes scanned her surroundings. "I can't sense Sister Master. Where did Sister Master go?" Seeing her beloved master sprite reduced to a withered husk, carried on the shoulder of a stranger she assumed to be a thief, the princess stood dumbfounded. The sheer shock of this unexpected sight caused 1,000-year slumbering sprite princess to fall into a sleep once more, turning to stone and collapsing onto the ground. The others panicked. The sprite princess is cracking. Their faces were etched with astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape. "We finally found a living sprite, and now she's cracking." Amidst the chaos, Dulon spoke seriously. "I think at this level, she's still usable. At least stronger than the one I'm carrying." His words left the group behind him speechless. "That's your takeaway?" Putting his words into action, Dulon turned to Hao Ran. "Actually, this is the takeaway. Hold the body for me. I'll get the glue." Hao Ran asked incredulously. "Glue?" Dulon didn't hesitate. "Yep, take her clothes off first." Their conversation caused the petrified sprite princess to tremble with suppressed frustration. Suddenly, the spot where the sprite princess lay exploded. A flash of light erupted, and a 7-colored rainbow streaked across the space where they stood. It shot out from the earth, creating a spectacle both beautiful and terrifying. The sprite princess was now reduced to ashes, her body charred black with flickering red embers. Hao Ran was aghast. Faced with this, what now? Dulon calmly and bluntly replied, "Not as good as the dried-up corpse." His answer infuriated Hao Ran. "Don't mention that corpse anymore." He covered his face with his hand in frustration. "We failed just when we were so close." Lu Jiao, with a dangerous expression, warned from behind, "A failed mission is worthy of meeting the Demon Lord. I'll kill you all before killing myself." Xiao Yuan, calm despite the recent events, addressed the others. I'll search the ruins, see if anyone else is still alive. Tiny Sprite, seeing this, quickly followed. Then I'll go too. Lu Jio silently agreed. Xiao Yuan reminded, hand it over. As the three prepared to leave, Dulan, who had been intently observing the charred remains of the Sprite Princess, spoke up. Wait, could this be the legendary Sprite treasure, the outer stone of wisdom? Before them, nestled within the charred remains, where the princess's heart had been, lay a brilliant red gem. It was the very thing the Sprite Princess had wanted to entrust to them, the very thing her people had sealed away 1,000 years ago. An S+ rank artifact, the outer stone of wisdom. Dulan, for the first time, sat down closer to the stone. He examined it carefully while addressing the others. This S-rank gadget can influence the celestial equilibrium. For thousands of years, all the knowledge the sprites possess, as well as the methods to control their power, have been gathered within it. How Ran listened intently, then curiously asked, does that mean possessing it is equivalent to wielding the power of the sprites? A third type of power that rivals divine and demonic power. Dulan's expression turned dangerous, his eyes filled with vengeance. With this, we no longer need to fear the Demon King. I can finally wash away all the recent humiliations I've suffered. He reached out towards the gem. Hao Ran unexpectedly stopped him with a hand. Wait, Dulan turned, questioning. A probing look directed at Hao Ran. Mr. Qin, Hao Ran asked seriously. Do you mean we're not giving this to the Demon King? Dulan's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Qin, aren't you getting a little too into character? We're only appeasing the Demon King to stabilize him. Now that we have this gadget, we have a chance to destroy him. Why would we hand it over? Hao Ran fell silent, considering Dulan's intentions. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. I see. I finally understand. A bewildered Dulan asked, understand what? Hao Ran's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. I understand why the Demon King insisted I search for the sprites with you. Dulan tensed, unnerved by Hao Ran's serious tone. He cautiously inquired why. Hao Ran smirked, taking a sip from his glass of water. You guys have to try harder, you know? He then calmly explained, I initially thought he was just bored and wanted a sprite as a pet. I never expected him to be scheming, anticipating everything. He glanced at Dulan. I bet I'm right. He knew the outer stone of wisdom was here all along. Dulan was taken aback by this information. What? How could he have known? The sprite's power absolutely cannot fall into the hands of humans like you, which is why he sent my team to follow you. That's us, 6, 9, and Lu, Xiao Yuan, and me. Hao Ran's face beamed with pride. The Demon King entrusted such an important mission to us. He truly cares about us. He sighed internally. I'm so touched I could cry. Jordan looked at him with open disdain, then politely stated, I'm very sorry to break my promise, but I can't hand over a gadget of this level to you. I have to bring it back to Sky City. Without this, humanity won't have the confidence to fight against the Demon King. With that, he reached out and touched the glowing gem within the Sprite Princess's chest. Finally, we can avenge all the humiliation we've endured. But the moment Dulan picked up the stone and held it in his hand to examine it, he realized it was just a gravity version of a hot core elemental Oregon. His face went blank, like someone who'd spent money on a BB blind bag only to pull out something both ugly and useless. Before he could recover from his shock, the other four had already made their escape. Lu Jio called out a warning from behind. And Lu, don't just stand there. Run while you can. Dulan calmly stood up and asked them, what did you just do? Hao Ran, holding the real gem, grinned triumphantly. Sorry, humanity's hope. Don't be mad. It was just a little bit of entertainment. His eyes mocked Dulan. Just a small trick, that's all. Qin Hao Ran had used the C-rank row-class skill, Street Smarts, sleight of hand, to swap the two objects. It usually didn't have much of an effect. Dulan, for the first time, responded with a quiet, almost gentle defiance. How unexpected. Did you really think you could defeat me? Hao Ran wasn't intimidated. He grinned, looking towards Lu Jio. Normally no, but if he's being stubborn. Lu Jio's expression hardened, her eyes sharp. She sighed, then with a cold swiftness, gathered her energy. A volley of projectiles erupted, but instead of deadly force, they were delicious-looking roasted chickens. Each one shimmered with an inner power, materializing behind her. Jordan's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, "Wah." Before he could fully process the bizarre sight, Lu Jiu gave the command. Instantly, the roasted chickens launched themselves in the direction she indicated. Faced with a barrage of poultry, Jordan hastily summoned his energy, thrusting his hands outward. "Divine Shield, S rank," he cried. A spherical barrier of energy enveloped him. From within its shimmering protection, he yelled, "Not these damn roasted chickens again. I thought you were out." How Rant's voice drifted back, teasing, "I was out, but I didn't say everyone only had one set of 20. Jordan's figure emerged from the dissipating smoke and dust, his gaze fixed on them, sharp and wary. "You were holding back from the very beginning," he growled. Suddenly, his eyes blazed crimson as he lunged forward, unleashing a trio of abilities at once. "Freedom's Blessing, level 13, he roared, granting himself partial immunity to movement restriction. King's Blessing, level 23, boosting all his attributes. And finally, Halo of Retribution, level 18, infusing his attack with pure, destructive power. Xiao Yuan, seeing the onslaught, rushed forward, summoning a wave of emerald green energy. Hao Ran, I'll hold him off. You guys run. But before she could finish, Jordan had already bypassed her defenses with terrifying ease. His blade flashed towards Hao Ran, who stood frozen, caught completely off guard. With a desperate flick of his wrist, Hao Ran pulled a single roasted chicken from his pocket, thrusting it against the advancing blade. Neither yielded, their gazes locked, each burning with unyielding determination. But Hao Ran only had one chicken. It held for a precious moment, then buckled under Jordan's overwhelming force, sending Hao Ran sprawling. Hao Ran crashed to the ground, his energy depleted. He struggled to sit up, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. I managed to hold my own against him with the chickens, he thought, but in a direct confrontation, the difference in our levels is just too much. He glanced towards Xiao Yuan, who stood frozen in the distance, a look of panic on her face. I told you to hold him off, he snapped. At least buy us a second. Xiao Yuan stammered. I tried. I'm completely drained. Suddenly, her expression hardened with resolve. This time I can stop him. Xiao Yuan unleashed her skill, Spirit Fire Art, level 4. Magical energy surged into her hands, coalescing into a high-velocity projectile. Roasted chicken enhancement, she cried, amplifying the attack's power exponentially. The blast tore through the air, aimed directly at Jordan. It detonated in midair, a blinding flash of light and heat. Lu Jiu gasped. That light, it's the light of a divine artifact exploding. Dulan, having weathered Xiao Yuan's attack, emerged singed and disheveled, his hair standing on end. Are they finally out of roasted chickens? He thought, I can't waste any more energy. I need to get that wisdom stone. Suddenly, Enlu materialized behind him. Backstab level 6, he hissed. If playing fair won't work, a little dirty trick won't kill me. Jordan swiftly spun around, launching another attack and parrying Enlu's dagger. Nearby, the outer stone of wisdom lay on the ground, catching his eye. Hao Ran, reeling from the earlier blow that had sent him flying, scrambled to his feet, his voice urgent as he yelled at Enlu to grab the stone. Hearing this, Enlu immediately abandoned her attack on Jordan and lunged for the stone. But Jordan reacted just as quickly. Not so fast, he snarled, slamming the pommel of his sword into Enlu's stomach. She gasped in pain, momentarily stunned. From behind, Dulan watched, his gaze fixed intently on the stone, his determination to possess it absolute. Just as his fingers brushed against it, Lu Jiu's long legs appeared, as if from nowhere. With a precise kick, she sent the outer stone of wisdom sailing back towards Hao Ran and Xiao Yuan, who were waiting to receive it. Hao Ran surged forward. The coveted stone was almost within his grasp. Dulan, wary, shot him a sharp look. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Please stop fighting." It was the woman on the television screen, her face contorted in pain. "Don't hurt each other because of me." Xiao calmly picked up the remote. He turned to Beliam and Babylon, who were sitting obediently on the server. "I've finished fixing the TV. I'm going to take a nap. Be good and watch TV, okay?" Both of them immediately replied, "Yes, master." Xiao walked away, a pleased smile playing on his lips. He hadn't expected that after mastering the construction skill to the Grandmaster level, he'd be able to fix televisions. It seemed he'd be saving a lot on repair costs in the future. He mused to himself, surviving in this world really isn't easy. I have to budget carefully. Xiao continued walking, lost in thought. What should I master next? He wondered. Watching his retreating figure, Bel-I-Am and Babylon wore expressions of awe and adoration. Master has truly invested heavily in infiltrating human society, they murmured. Meanwhile, Hao-Ran's face glowed with confidence as the outer stone of wisdom seemed to fall into his hand. Got it, he exclaimed. But suddenly, Jordan's hand flashed out, covering Hao-Ran's face and blocking his vision. With a shove, Jordan sent Hao-Ran sprawling. His other hand, now free, casually scooped up the outer stone of wisdom, closing his fingers around it. Hao-Ran scrambled to his feet, staring in disbelief at Jordan examining the stone in his palm. Hey, he sputtered indignantly. He rounded on Jordan, demanding, how did you teleport here so suddenly? Lu Jiao and Enlu were equally surprised and confused. We were attacking him nonstop, Lu Jiao said, bewildered. How could he have moved there under our combined assault? Enlu noticed something strange. The person we were just attacking has turned into this doll. A smug smirk played on Jordan's lips. It's just a C-rank rogue skill, street smarts. Sleight of hand, he said mockingly. I picked it up in my spare time. Hao-Ran glared at Jordan, his teeth grinding in frustration. You! With cold indifference, Jordan lashed out, his long leg connecting squarely with Hao-Ran's face. The others gasped. Xiao Yuan cried out in alarm. Lu Jiao exclaimed, You! How dare you! How dare you! But then, their expressions shifted. Lu Jiao suddenly found herself unable to fault him, even feeling a sense of satisfaction. Lu echoed the sentiment. He deserved that, she muttered. Jordan held the outer stone of wisdom aloft, his voice cold. It's time to end this charade. As his words faded, a surge of purple magic erupted from the stone, swirling in the air above them. Lu Jiao and Enlu quickly pulled out their enchanted roasted chickens. But they hadn't anticipated the outer stone of wisdom instantly draining the gadget's power. The energy was siphoned so rapidly that they collapsed, utterly depleted. Lu Jiao exclaimed, This is the power of an S-rank gadget combined with the outer stone of wisdom. Even the victory chickens Lord Demon King gave us couldn't withstand it. Xiao Yuan added weakly, her voice laced with worry. If humans get their hands on this, Lord Demon King will be in grave danger. While the others were engrossed in their discussion, Dulan approached Hao-Ran, Mr. Qin. His voice was cold. I thought we were more alike. A top-tier player among humans, and yet you risk everything for the Demon King. Aren't you ashamed? Hao-Ran remained defiant, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you really have the right to say that to me? Dulan ignored Hao-Ran's provocation. Calmly, he stated, No matter how humiliated humans become, one day they will rise again. I have never doubted the prophecy of humanity's victory. Hao-Ran retorted sarcastically. Well, I have my doubts. Jordan looked at him, exasperated, and remained silent. Seeing Jordan turn to leave, Hao-Ran asked in surprise, You're not going to kill us? Jordan replied coldly, There's no need. Before departing, he issued a warning, No matter how far you push your boundaries, there are lines you should never cross. When I bring the outer stone back to Sky City, you'll understand the extent of your foolish short-sightedness. Lu Jiao could only report, He's taken a stone. With Dulan gone, their strength began to return, each of them regaining 399 energy points. Hao-Ran watched helplessly. I knew it. If such a powerful gadget falls into enemy hands, our mission is as good as failed. Tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Yuan approached Hao-Ran. Xiao Hao, I'm scared. Can we withstand the Demon King's wrath? He responded gently, What do you think? Meanwhile, Enlu silently drew a dagger from her sleeve. She thought to herself, I should just kill them, and then myself. However, her unusual behavior didn't escape the notice of Lu Jiao beside her. Lu Jiao suggested, Why don't we report back first? As she spoke, she casually extended both hands, intercepting Enlu's thrust. Lu Jiao, unfazed by the attack, turned to Enlu with a wry smile. The outer stone's power is overwhelming. Even so many chickens couldn't defeat it. It can't be helped. As long as we present our results sincerely, Lord Demon King might forgive us. What do you think? Enlu stared back at Lu Jiao with an impassive expression, remaining silent. A short while later, the petrified, now charred and partially crumbled remains of the sprite princess suddenly appeared. The remains were placed on the table in front of Xia, Hao-Ran, and Enlu stood beside him. Xia looked at the remains and asked, Is this the sprite you were talking about? Hao-Ran gave a strained laugh. Yes, But not entirely. He pulled out a plastic bag. There's still a third left here. Seada was speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Hao Ran asked tentatively, although the most important part is gone. Do you think this will be acceptable? Seada's face darkened instantly. Acceptable? He asked coldly. Hao Ran trembled, his face paling. I'm dead, he thought. He's furious. Meanwhile, Enlu's thoughts took a different turn. Her eyes widened, sparkling with admiration. Lord Seada is so handsome, even when he's angry. Seada's heart was a hollow drum, a cavern of despair. His eyes, bloodshot and burning, flicked between the two figures before him. Meanwhile, in the virtual world of Sky City, joyous greetings echoed incessantly. Lord Seada, welcome back, Lord Seada. Was the mission a success? Jordan, his face radiant, waved cheerfully from his sleek vehicle. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's been so long since we've seen Lord Jordan smile like that." He responded amiably to the throngs of well-wishers, his mood buoyant. A resounding success, a complete triumph. Humanity has finally grasped true hope. A murmur rippled through his subordinates. Really? That's fantastic. A staff member holding a folder stood outside the building. Counselor Yuli has been waiting for you for a long time. Please report to him personally. Jordan ascended the steps and entered the building, replying softly, "Understood." Inside, a vast room bristled with advanced technology. At its center sat a large, round table. Yuli, his face etched with a deep frown, leaned forward on the table, his hands braced against the polished surface. 7 of the 12 Sky City counselors sat around him. "You've finally returned, Jordan," he said coldly. The other counselors stirred. "Tell us, Jordan," one spoke. "What kind of true hope has humanity found?" Jordan strode confidently towards the round table. "I retrieved this," he declared. He produced the stone he had painstakingly acquired. The sprite's treasure, the outer stone of wisdom. The crimson gem shimmered in the air, captivating the attention of everyone present. Meanwhile, back with Seada, a bright smile stretched across his face. "What were you saying?" His eyes, wide and innocent, fixed on the charred remains of the sprite princess that Hao Ran had brought. Though he couldn't see what a true sprite looked like, the fact that they brought him a gift filled him with a quiet joy. Probably a souvenir from a nearby dungeon shop, he thought to himself, not voicing his suspicion. And a pricey one at that. What a shame it's broken. Seeing Seada's cheerful demeanor, Hao Ran and Enlu exchanged surprised glances. They quickly adjusted their expressions. Hao Ran's nose practically morphed into a heart. Yes, he thought triumphantly. Lord Seada isn't angry. Beside him, Enlu preened, lost in self-congratulation. Could it be he's pleased because he favors me? Seada, fascinated by the blackened sprite princess remains, peered intently at them. Besides, he said, addressing the other two, I happen to have some experience with related technology. I might be able to fix it. Hao Ran froze, his smile solidifying into a rictus. Fix it? Fix what? He recalled Jordan's methods, his jaw dropping. He's not going to use glue again, is he? Beside him, Enlu's bubble of self-satisfaction burst. So it wasn't because he favors me after all. Seada analyzed the damage. The chest area is the most severely damaged. If I can restore that, it shouldn't be a problem. Hao Ran pondered. Jordan said that's where sprites concentrate their power. The explosion, that means to prevent it from falling into our hands. The sprite released all of its energy at once. Doing so also meant certain death. Hao Ran stared at the empty space on the ground. Her energy, her very essence, dissipated with the blast, returning to the world's energy flow, like a drop of water falling into the ocean. There's simply no way to retrieve that single drop. Just say what's on your mind. Hao Ran said regretfully to Seada, Mr. Xia, I'm afraid she truly can't be restored. Is there nothing more you can do? Such a pity. Unexpectedly, Seada stood up and retrieved a small box. No way around it, he said to them. Instead of her chest, I'll use this one I whipped up 2 days ago. Hao Ran's face was a mask of blank incomprehension. He was utterly bewildered. Seada was planning to redesign the shattered chest of the sprite princess. This skin tone is pretty good. A perfect chest appeared. Seada, his faith placed firmly in his creation, declared, You're the chosen one. He calmly donned medical gloves, reassuring himself. Even if I can't fight, repairing a doll is still within my professional expertise. Seada focused intently. All he needed to do now was follow his intuition, find the universal button within the heart. All operations could be returned to their original essence, and complexity could be simplified. One for all. The entire modern system delivered a notification. Press F to repair the sprite doll. If you're using a controller, please press B. Xiada, receiving the information, yelled, "Now's the time." He channeled all his energy to connect the chess piece. The sprite's newly perfected body shimmered. Did it work? Her vibrant golden hair had returned. Xiada was still in a daze. The special effects are pretty realistic. Meanwhile, Hao Ran beside him was losing his composure. This is energy gathering within her body. The sprite princess, Haini, slowly opened her eyes, still disoriented, unsure of who she was. The first thing she saw was a handsome young man with blazing red eyes staring intently at her. This startled her. Her eyes widened in confusion. Why is the Demon King here? Suddenly, something felt wrong. Haini looked down. Her hands touched her new chest. Her previously ample bosom was gone. My chest is ruined, she thought. It's become an A-cup. Haini's face contorted in horror. Unable to believe it was the smallest size, she despaired. With nothing left to live for, the sprite princess Haini turned to stone once more, falling into a peaceful slumber. This time, she truly didn't want to wake up. Don't save me again, please. Hao Ran was in despair, sweat pouring down his face. She was absolutely alive just now. His face was ashen. He looked towards the still oblivious Xiada with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. What kind of heaven-defying power is this? Completely changing the laws of energy flow. Truly an omnipotent being. Xiada noticed Hao Ran's distress, but misinterpreted it. Thinking it was his own fault, he turned to Hao Ran with a sincere smile. I didn't expect the souvenir doll you brought back to be so lifelike. I really like it. Hao Ran's eyes bulged. His lips went dry. His skin turned pale. Utter confusion and a profound questioning of his worldview washed over him. Xiada's words twisted his mind into a bird's nest. Doll, he thought. Hao Ran, in agonizing disbelief, spat out water. The sprite princess, coveted by humans and demons for millennia, and he called her a doll. Enlu, beside him, seemed to regain some life, murmuring in a daze, doll. So that's Lord Xiada's preference. I understand completely. Enlu's eyes gleamed like starlight. Sitting in a corner, lost in thought, she fantasized about Xiada. The rare sprite princess has fallen into Lord Xiada's hands. She can only become a doll for him to play with. Lord Xiada appears indifferent, but in reality, he's full of passion. So captivating, truly captivating. She couldn't restrain the frantic beating of her heart. I also want to find a way to become such a woman, to receive Lord Xiada's favor. Meanwhile, Hao Ran stood before her, forcing a smile, trying to follow Xiada's train of thought. I also bought this at the souvenir shop. Hao Ran pulled out a small blue sphere and offered it to Xiada, delighted by the unexpected gift. Xiada accepted it. From a sphere, a doorbell manifested. It scares you like that? This is the extent of your wrath? Feel my 10,000-year hatred. You brought this upon yourselves. Rather than fear, Xiada found the doorbell novel. Turning to Hao Ran, he spoke with a hint of amusement. It's rather interesting. I think I could modify it and use it as a door alarm. If these things aren't useful to you, then I'll gladly take your word for it. Hao Ran, please, replied. Please, by all means, keep it. Xiada, still slightly embarrassed, said, I don't have much to offer in return. Hao Ran quickly dismissed the notion. Return? You're too kind. While they chatted amiably, Haini, the sprite princess, cracked open her eyes, having heard everything. So that's how it is. These humans, she shuddered, making deals with the Demon King. I want to hear it. What could be more precious than me that they would betray their own kind to obtain it? Her tiny ears perked up, straining to hear every word. Oblivious to her awakening, Xiada asked Hao Ran cordially, Did you finish the roast chicken last time? He replied humorously, Finished it all. It was incredibly powerful. Xiada, innocently misunderstanding, responded, Good, I'm glad you liked it. He enthusiastically continued, I also have some higher grade salted chicken. I'll give you that too. Hao Ran, not one to refuse, replied, Thank you so much. Haini, eavesdropping, froze, unable to believe her ears. What, chicken? I am the sprite princess, and you traded me for chickens. The aroma of salted chicken wafted through the air. Haini, though she hadn't tasted it, found her mouth watering. It certainly smells delicious. But she quickly snapped back to reality. The taste isn't the point. The point is I'm in the hands of the Demon King. What am I going to do? Meanwhile, Hao Ran and Lu prepare to leave. Hao Ran waved goodbye to Xiao. We're gonna go level up now. Xiao encouraged them. Good luck. Come back and visit again soon. Finally, the two of them exited the building. Lu Jiao and Xiao Yuan, approaching from behind, immediately inquired, "So, how did it go?" Hao Ran didn't answer the question directly, simply greeting them with, "Welcome back." Lu Jiao glanced at them, splitting their path. "We're in charge of funeral preparations, aren't we?" Xiao Yuan whined playfully. "Little Hao, I'm very capable, you know," she boasted cheerfully. "I used the money we got this time to buy a grave in a really good location. That way, even if the Demon King kills us, at least we won't be wandering ghosts." Exasperated, Hao Ran sighed. "Lucy," Hao Ran then explained coldly, "the Demon King has no intention of blaming us." The clueless Xiao Yuan immediately turned around. "Oh, I see. I'll go return it then." Lu Jiao tugged on her sleeve, stopping her. "Keep it. We'll need it sooner or later in this apocalypse." Finishing her sentence, she turned and asked pointedly, "What happened exactly?" Hao Ran, with a sly grin, replied, "Turns out the sprite we risked our necks for was just a doll. He was so pleased, he even gifted us 10 salted chickens." Lu Jiao exclaimed in surprise. "What, 10 salted chickens? A new divine artifact, and 10 of them?" Hao Ran, stroking his hair, confirmed, "That's right. His power is truly eye-opening. It makes you realize you're on the right side. It's truly fantastic." All of them regained their confidence. With such a powerful backer, they had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Sky City, Jordan proudly presented his findings. "I retrieved the outer stone of wisdom," he declared, but his hands were empty. The council members leaned forward, curious and bewildered. A murmur spread through the room. "I don't see anything. What's going on? Could Counselor Jordan be mistaken? Impossible. Counselor Jordan is humanity's hope." One counselor, convinced of his own brilliance, declared, "I understand. It's a type of magic that only intelligent people can see." Another chimed in, "I see it. Absolutely magnificent. As expected of humanity's hope." Yu Li, seated in the center, remained silent, head bowed. Jordan panicked. "How can this be? It was in my hand just a moment ago, but it suddenly transformed into energy and was absorbed. It vanished instantly." Hearing this, the counselor who had just agreed quickly backtracked. "So, it wasn't a setting where only intelligent people could see it." The other scratched his bald head. "You should have said so earlier." Yuli sternly interrupted the commotion. "Silence," he declared. "The Sprite Princess has been revived. The Outer Stone of Wisdom is a Sprite artifact. It's natural for it to return to her." Jordan's face darkened in disbelief. "What? You're saying the Sprite Princess is alive again?" Yu Li, with unwavering certainty, replied, "Yes. And not just you. I've been observing the Demon King's every move. I must say, his acting is quite convincing." Jordan still tried to argue, but the Sprite Princess exploded right in front of me. Exploded into pieces. There's no way she could be revived. Yuli slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Precisely," he continued, his voice resonating with authority. "Given this situation, there are two possibilities. First, you were deceived by him. From the moment you first entered the real world, you've been under his control." Jordan averted his gaze. I can't explain." Yuli pressed on, and the second possibility. A somber shadow fell over the council members. The air grew heavy with tension. Yuli's face was grim, his eyes sharp as he looked at Jordan and uttered each word with chilling weight. "You betrayed us." Heine lay on the bed, beads of sweat dotting her brow, her expression filled with extreme anxiety. "Did those humans really leave me here?" she wondered. She bit her lip, her worry masked by feigned sleep. Xiao approached her, radiating a palpable aura of menace. He looked down at her and said, "Well, it's just the two of us now." Sensing the terrifying aura beside her, Heine still didn't dare open her eyes, squeezing them shut as tightly as possible. "He knows I'm awake," she thought fearfully. "Just the two of us. What does he want to do? Will I have to fight? Do I stand a chance against the Demon King?" Beneath the covers, her hands began to gather energy, preparing for the worst. Surprisingly, Xiao placed his hand on Heine's head. He sat down beside her and spoke softly, trying to soothe her. "Don't be afraid. It's just the two of us. You can open your eyes and look. No one will hurt you." Upon hearing his voice, Heine's fear instantly vanished, replaced by a strangely warm feeling. Inwardly, she marveled, such a warm voice. This is the Demon King? Why does it feel so warm? The room, previously gloomy, now seemed to radiate countless warm rays of sunshine. Suddenly, from Heine's perspective, Xiao became terrifying. The sprite's passive skill True sight activated. Just seconds later, Heine involuntarily reverted to her child form. As I thought, I'm still terrified, she thought to herself. Xiaota, witnessing the transformation, exclaimed in surprise. Why did you change back? And you shrunk. Meanwhile, Jordan, holding a report, approached Yuli. Seeing Yuli's figure, Jordan couldn't help but gasp. At a time like this, in the meeting room, Yuli's fury surged. He glared at Jordan with an accusatory and enraged look. The second possibility, you betrayed us. Faced with Yuli's terrifying expression, Jordan remained impassive, trying to suppress his emotions. He looked at the group and began, but before he could finish, Yuli flicked his wrist dismissively. Immediately, a beam of laser light shot down from above, and another beam simultaneously descended beside it. The beams formed a transparent cubic box, trapping Jordan inside. His eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. He wasn't the only one surprised. Everyone around him was equally astonished. At that moment, NPC 7 rushed forward, shouting, "Impossible! Lord Jordan is humanity's hope. He's the one who will ultimately defeat the Demon King alongside the players. How could he betray us?" But before he could finish, a surge of power launched from afar, striking him. Seeing his close subordinate attacked, Jordan cried out in alarm. Caught off guard, NPC 7 was slammed against the wall. Beside him, Yuli called out, "Number 7. Immediately, a poisonous aura enveloped NPC 7. Yuli aimed a gun at him. Seeing the gun, Yuli's subordinates gasped in astonishment. "Lord Yuli, that's—" Yuli, his expression wary, glanced at them. Looking at the gun in Yuli's hand, one of them exclaimed, "It's the S+ rank divine weapon bestowed upon us by the gods. The Demon Slayer number 3. Yuli looked at NPC 7 and began to hypnotize him. Borrowing the power of the creator of the divine artifact, Moshi, no one can withstand this power. After a moment, NPC 7, seemingly under control, placed his hand over his chest and bowed his head submissively. "As you command, Lord Yuli." "You are right." Yuli smiled in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Jordan glared at him furiously. Yuli pointed the gun at Jordan. Then he spoke, "Lord Jordan, this isn't very appropriate, is it? Special times call for special measures. Now that things have spiraled out of control, we must resort to more drastic actions. As for betrayal, just look at the low-level code and you'll see." As he spoke, Yuli slowly tightened his grip on the device in his hand. Turning towards Xiaota, Bao Bao looked up at him and whimpered softly. Xiaota was putting on his shoes, preparing to leave. Noticing Bao Bao's gaze, Xiaota turned back and said, "You're wondering why I'm going out? I'm going to get this sprite doll appraised. I don't know why, but she won't transform back into a human. I'm worried she might be broken, so I'm going to the shop to ask." Hearing this, Bao Bao gestured towards herself with a front paw, looking at Xiaota with pleading eyes and whimpering softly. Xiaota immediately left, closing the door behind him. Then, from outside, he called back, "Don't cause any trouble. Be a good girl and guard the house. This place relies on you to keep watch. Donte let." He trailed off. Outside, the clear blue sky suddenly darkened as ominous clouds gathered. The wind began to pick up. Looking at the sky, Xiaoda's expression tightened slightly. Such dark clouds, could it be? Suddenly, he touched his head with a slightly foolish expression and wondered aloud. Is it going to rain heavily? He quickly opened his umbrella and cheerfully went on his way. "Good thing I have an umbrella." Back with Yuli, he pointed his gun at Jordan, his voice laced with anger. "You wanted to find me too?" "Counselor Yuli," Jordan responded, "I believe, like you, I'm also part of the pro-war faction, am I not?" Yuli continued speaking, but Machi, perched on the table, interjected, "Indeed, that is correct." Then, glancing sideways, Machi thought to himself, "If I could fight back, I'd certainly be pro-war. That adorable kitten defeating a level 84 monster. Incredible. But by borrowing the power of my master's demonic weapon, I, Machi, am their strongest trump card now. Even against the Demon King, victory isn't impossible. If we can win, the situation could be completely reversed." "What do you think?" he asked, directing his gaze at Yuli. Yuli, completely bewildered, blurted out, "Whatever you're thinking, it doesn't sound good to me." Machi then looked at Yuli and said, "I agree with going to war. However, I've witnessed the Demon King's power firsthand. In this world, perhaps only you, wielding the demonic weapon, possess the strength to oppose him. Why not face the Demon King yourself? Use your power to show those stubborn fools the error of their ways." Yuli silently observed Machi. Then, he lowered his weapon and said, "That makes sense." Seeing his apparent success in persuading Yuli, Machi hopped off the table. "Then I'll take my leave." Yuli waved his hand and declared, "Then it's decided." Trapped within the cubic box, Jordan exclaimed, "Wait, are you serious?" Yuli smiled faintly, tucking his gun back into his coat. "I will personally meet with the Demon King. I'll show your weak, hopeful self what true human strength looks like." Jordan was aghast at Yuli's intention. He looked at him and shouted, "Don't be foolish, Counselor Yuli. The Demon King isn't as simple as you think." Despite Jordan's pleas, Yuli remained resolute. Snapping his fingers, he declared, "I will confirm that myself. You stay put in prison and await my good news." Immediately after these words, the cubic box vanished. Yuli waved his hand, and Jordan abruptly disappeared from the room. He then looked down at the people below, smiled, and announced, "All right, prepare to engage the Demon King. Shut down all game world services, including the trading post in the safe zone of Kujiyami. Evacuate all NPCs from the safe zone of Kujiyami. Shut down Bultagang, although whether it's open or closed makes no difference." As his words faded, Yuli's ship gradually emerged from the dark clouds. He continued issuing commands. Demon Slayer number 3+. Target the safe zone of Kujiyami and prepare for direct fire. The appearance of this strange object in the sky drew bewildered stares from everyone below. Machi approached Yuli and asked, "Counselor Yuli, do you intend to abandon the safe zone of Kujiyami?" Yuli turned sharply and replied, "Kujiyami is about to become the Demon King's final dungeon. What's the point of keeping it?" Machi responded, "I suppose you're right." Then, a cruel smile spread across his face. He glanced sideways, thinking to himself, "Counselor Yuli is serious this time. If we win, my retirement fund." Yuli looked down and roared, "Army, follow me. Advance." Below, sharp blades glinted. "Even if we can't kill the Demon King, we must retrieve the sprite." He then lifted his head high, his voice filled with arrogance. "And furthermore, contact the media and arrange for a global live broadcast. Let the whole world see what true hope looks like." Seata arrived to find everything closed. Seeing this, a thought struck him. Could it be? He happily pondered. Is today a legal holiday? Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a group of people running away from the city. As they ran, they shouted, "Get out of the city now, or it'll be too late." Seata stared after them, bewildered. He stood there, thinking, are they going on vacation because of the holiday? Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hey, what are you still standing there for? Bultagang just shut down, so run." Seata was puzzled. Bultagang shut down? Is even the system deity on holiday? The benefits in this game world are incredible. As he stood there pondering, a piece of paper fluttered down near him. He looked at it. It was a newspaper. It read, "Kujiyami Safe Zone. Housing prices drop." He picked up the paper and read it again. Housing prices drop? He slumped to the ground, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a large crowd appeared behind Seata, advancing towards him. In their hands, they carried sharp spears. Seata realized he was surrounded. Yuli, at the head of the group, stepped forward. "We've finally found you." Seata, still oblivious, asked, "What's going on?" Tiny Haini poked her head out of Seata's pocket. "Did I fall asleep again?" She opened her eyes to the startling sight of armed figures standing before her. What was happening? Could it be that humans and demons were clashing over her again? Oh no, was the 1,000-year-old tragedy repeating itself? How utterly heartbreaking. Seata stood there, addressing Haini. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I'll count to 3. He began to count, the assembled humans and demons watching him intently. Tears welling in her eyes, Haini cried out, "The Demon King is about to attack. Run. You can't defeat this Demon King." Yuli and the others, both human and demon, watched Seata tensely, unsure of his next move. Seata continued counting. 2. Haini, nestled in Seata's pocket, thought miserably, "So I truly am a being that brings ruin to nations. Am I not even worthy of happiness?" Seata reached the final count. 3. Then, he turned and sprinted away from the assembled crowd, yelling, "Run." Haini was bewildered. He had fled instead of attacking. One of the demons turned to Yuli. "Counselor, should we pursue him?" Yuli hesitated. "Wait," he ordered, a frown creasing his face. This could be a trap. As they watched, Seata stumbled and fell to the ground. The same demon spoke again. "Counselor, what now?" Yuli, still suspicious, replied, "Isn't this even more suspicious? They bound Xiada, who sat on the ground, trembling with fear, his face a mask of terror. The words, "Someone save me," were practically etched onto his features. The demon sighed, turning to Yuli. "I didn't expect it to be this easy." Yuli, equally surprised, admitted, "To be honest, I was quite frightened." He then asked, "Did you find the sprite or the stone of wisdom?" The demon replied, although he surrendered willingly. Searching him feels intimidating. He seemed hesitant to proceed. From her hiding place behind a rock, Tiny High-Knee observed the unfolding scene. She watched furtively, puzzled. Why? Why wouldn't he fight back when he clearly possesses such overwhelming power? A passive sprite? True side eyes? Xiada's level? Impossible to determine. Heine wondered what he was playing at. Yuli's sudden shout startled Xiada. "Hey, Xiada!" Xiada responded meekly. "Yes?" "Hand over the sprite," Yuli demanded. Xiada feigned ignorance. "Sprite? Is that what you're after?" A sly grin spread across his face. "How much are you willing to pay?" Heine, the demon, and Yuli were all taken aback by his words. "How much?" Heine thought sadly. "He wants to sell me." Yuli, equally stunned, thought, "He wants to sell me the sprite? What's going on?" Xiada chuckled inwardly. "So that's what you wanted. Why didn't you just say so? You scare me half to death." He breathed a sigh of relief. Yuli, however, grew increasingly suspicious. This is definitely fishy. This is a priceless treasure, an immense power capable of disrupting the balance, on par with a divine weapon. How could he sell it so readily? The capture, the offer to sell, it's all a pretense. "I'm not like that idiot Jordan. I won't be fooled." He then let out a yell. "Ah! I won't pay a single cent." True Chi reinforcement. A stunned silence followed his declaration. Xiada, indignant, exclaimed, "You're trying to cheat me?" Yuli, confused, asked, "Cheat? Cheat you how?" Xiada glanced at the other demon. "What about you?" he asked. "Do you want the sprite doll too?" The demon stammered. He stammered, a blush creeping up his face. "How could I not want it?" Xiada, seizing the opportunity, shot back. "Then how much are you willing to pay?" An eerie silence descended upon the scene. It felt as if the entire world was watching them through the live feeds streaming across social media. After a moment of serious contemplation, the demon stammered, "I earn 13 gold a month. I've saved up 430 gold so far. If I could get a loan, I think I could pay around 1,200 gold." Xiada's voice boomed. "Do I hear a higher offer?" The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. A shared thought rippled through them. A higher offer? For what? Yuli, his patience wearing thin, snapped. "You scoundrel! Do you think this is an auction house?" But then, voices erupted from the crowd. "I'll add 100, 500 more. I can pay in full right here." Yuli stared at his subordinates in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Tiny High-Knee, cowering behind a boulder, thought fearfully, "Are they really auctioning it off? How did this happen?" The bidding continued. "Another 100. Let me have it. Look at me. I really want it. 1,500. Don't outbid me, brother." Heine realized with a start, this is disarming the soldiers. All their hostility is gone. Peeking out from behind the rock, she thought, could it be? Heine glanced furtively at Xiada, a suspicion dawning in her mind. This is all part of his plan. She noticed the numerous cameras surrounding them, broadcasting the scene live across social media. The bids continued to climb. 1,300 gold, 1,350, 1,800, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Xiada sat back, a smug grin playing on his lips. The rising prices were music to his ears. His amusement growing, he let out a hearty laugh and bellowed, "Do I hear any higher bids?" Despite the tense atmosphere, Xiada was thoroughly enjoying himself. The demon, sensing something, turned to Yuli. "Your Excellency, people online are starting to bid as well." Yuli looked at him, bewildered. "What? Because you arranged for a global live stream. Everyone around the world is watching the auction," the demon explained. Yuli sputtered, "Preposterous. How could these new players possibly understand the value of a sprite?" The demon replied, "They don't. They say, as long as it's pretty, that's all that matters." Yuli froze, dumbfounded. "But where are they getting the money to bid?" The demon answered, "They're crowdfunding." Yuli, Heine, and the demon stared at each other in stunned silence. Crowdfunding? Is that even possible? Heine, a child abandoned by time, having slept for 1,000 years, had no idea what crowdfunding meant. Crowdfunding, a novel investment model where individuals contribute to projects, companies, and ventures, granting them certain rights and responsibilities, was a concept entirely foreign to her. At that moment, money from all corners of the globe was pouring in. Yu Li, realizing the implications, barked orders at his subordinates. Quick, shut down the live stream. Now. Yes, sir. They scrambled to obey. Heine, still hidden, pondered the situation. He's not just dissolving the enemy's hostility and morale. He's uniting the entire world. Peeking out from behind the boulder, she thought, this demon king, truly exquisite, this difference. In Heine's eyes, Xiada seemed magnificent. Xiada sat there, lost in thought. Wholesale souvenirs from the dungeon shop, then resell them to these soldiers. And stream it all live. Good heavens, what an unexpected windfall. Speaking of those souvenirs, I wonder if I could get Little how to fetch them from the shop. We could all get rich. They're really something, managing to get their hands on such valuable goods. Elsewhere, Xiao Yuan and Hao Ran stood close together. Xiao Yuan, sensing something in Hao Ran's demeanor, asked, "What's wrong?" Hao Ran replied, "I feel like the Demon King is thinking of me." In the distance, a sign stood near them. First human team to complete the mechanical chicken escort mission. Reward, 1,500 EF. Back where Xiada sat, Heine timidly emerged from behind the boulder. "Mr. Xia," she whispered. "Xia das Eichmethirsch." Tears welling in her eyes, she asked, "Are you really going to sell me?" Xiada was taken aback by her words. He told Heine, "I just want to survive." The menacing faces of the soldiers flashed through his mind. He explained, "If I don't hand you over, they'll just take you by force." Heine, hearing this, asked, "Why not fight back?" Xiada's response was immediate. "Resisting violence only breeds more violence. Too much violence." Xiada imagined the scene, him resisting, only to be beaten and mocked. He dared to resist? Hit him harder. Heine was moved by Xiada's words. Violence only breeds more violence. Such a simple statement, she thought. It explains why the world is mired in war, she mused. So that's how he thinks, single-handedly severing the tragedy of millennia of conflict. Such a compassionate demon king. This is true nobility. Then Heine spoke to Xiada. If it were you, perhaps a bloodless, peaceful world could truly be achieved. Xiada stared blankly, stunned by her words. Xiada looked at Heine. "Such a cute, small creature," he murmured. She trembled, saying, "For such a world, I'm willing. I'm willing." Suddenly, a voice boomed. 5,400 gold. First bid. Xiada's attention snapped towards the sound. What? 5,400 gold already? Heine, indignant, radiated anger. But the voice continued. 5,400 gold. Second bid. 5,400 gold. Third bid. A human-demon hybrid announcer declared, "Congratulations to Counselor View Li for the highest bid." Despite the victory, View Li looked anything but happy. View Li, his face grim, thought, "I still ended up bidding to ensure control over the sprite's intellect. Fighting against global crowdfunding with the resources of a ruined man, a heroic effort, in a way. But if I can secure the sprite, along with the third descender, the council and the world will be mine." He remained impassive, his face etched with exhaustion. "Victory is within my grasp," he thought. Moments later, Wang, holding a bag of gold, attempted to complete the transaction with Xiada. But the system flashed a message. Transaction failed. Both men stared dumbfounded. The system announced, "The sprite Heine is soul-bound to Xiada trade is impossible." View Li looked down at his hands. Heine, perched on View Li's hand, mumbled something inaudible. Moments later, Heine floated upwards, startling View Li. She then drifted over to Xiada, landing gracefully on his hand and bowing. "The contract is established," she declared. "From now on, you are my master." Xiada looked up, a blush creeping across his face. "Sorry, big brother," he stammered to View Li. "I didn't know it would turn out like this." View Li, enraged, roared, "You dare trick me? You were playing me all along." Fearful of View Li's mounting fury and the palpable aura of power radiating from him, Xiada pleaded, "Big brother, I truly didn't mean to." "Big brother, let me explain. Just let me explain." Perched atop Xiada's head, Heine struck a seductive pose and addressed View Li with a sigh. "The rice is cooked. Just give it up. Stop harboring these delusions about me." She shrugged dramatically. "Besides," she added, "you're too old. Not my type." Xiada's jaw dropped. "That's not what I wanted you to say," he blurted. View Li stood dumbfounded, reeling from Heine's blunt rejection. Enraged, he whipped out a gun and pointed it at Xiada. "Enough," he bellowed. Xiada flinched, terror gripping him as something materialized in the sky above. View Li continued, "If you have anything to say, say it after you take a blast from my cannon." The map cannon began to charge, its energy building. Below, a small cat, grooming itself, noticed the ominous weapon powering up. The map cannon continued to gather energy. Inside, a crew worked frantically at View Lee's command. One of them shouted, "Receiving orders. Demon Slayer 3+ ready. Prepare to fire. Target, Kyujima safe zone." Panic erupted in the city below as people saw the massive weapon. What is that? A map cannon. People scrambled, desperate to escape. Are we the target? Run for your lives. There's no time. The map cannon glowed a menacing crimson. Fire! The operator inside yelled, reaching for the launch button. Suddenly, the small cat from below appeared, leaping onto the operator's hand and then down again. The operator stared blankly, bewildered by the cat's sudden appearance. The cat's glare snapped him back to reality. "Don't point strange things at other people's homes," it scolded. A beeping sound emanated from beneath the cat's paws. It looked down, puzzled. "Can I press this?" it wondered aloud. Then, the map cannon unleashed a colossal beam of red light towards the city below. An energy field enveloped the city. Panic turned to sheer terror as people fled. "We're doomed." A beam of light from above. "It's coming down. The city is about to be destroyed," someone cried. Just as the words left their mouth, a massive energy beam slammed into the city from above, its bluish light angled downwards. A man, witnessing the strange energy descending upon the city, exclaimed, "It stopped." Another voice responded, "Not just stopped," as if drawn by an unseen force. The energy within the city began to converge on a single point, swirling inwards like something being sucked into a vortex. "It's Bao Bao," someone shouted. The creature, mouth agape, absorbed the energy descending from above. The NPCs stared in disbelief. This is impossible. That is the power of the Creator, the ultimate, supreme intellectual power, the strongest in this world. A wellspring of power, growing ever larger, surged relentlessly towards Bao Bao. Moments later, it began to absorb all the terrifying energy surrounding the city. After gorging itself, it let out a satisfied burp. Then, it glanced back at the NPCs with a less than pleased expression. Bao Bao rubbed its full belly and declared, "The flavor was decent." Simultaneously, it thought to itself, "It's a little like the cat Foodmaster makes." Witnessing this scene, the NPCs were utterly aghast. Standing on its hind legs, Bao Bao looked at them and said, "Excuse me, you can bombard anywhere on this map, but aiming for my home's a bit rude, don't you think?" Its expression, brimming with murderous intent, drained the color from the NPCs' faces. They stammered in terror. Overcome by fear, the NPCs collapsed, their eyes wide with panic as they looked at Bao Bao. What are you? How do you also possess the power of the Creator?" At their question, Bao Bao's eyes narrowed, a savage glint within them. "You should be asking what my master is. I am merely a cat he keeps to watch the house." The sight of Bao Bao filled them with a primal dread. Outside, high in the sky, a strange machine crackled with electricity. In an instant, a massive explosion ripped through the air. The powerful energy from the blast radiated outwards. Below, the panicked crowd looked up at the sky, crying out, "What's happening now?" Another explosion. No, it's not an explosion. It's fireworks. The explosion blossomed into a dazzling display of vibrant fireworks. Immediately afterwards, countless figures began to fall from the sky. Bao Bao leaped nimbly from one crumbling piece of debris to another in the air. Suddenly, it paused mid-leap, its eyes widening in surprise. That's Dulan. He was trapped within a cubic prison. Dulan, seeing Bao Bao, stared back in astonishment. From outside the cube, Bao Bao exclaimed, "You're..." Then, with a mischievous grin, Bao Bao flicked its paw. The cube encasing Dulan shattered into fragments. After a moment, he registered the change, looking around in disbelief. "How?" he began, but before he could finish, Bao Bao was already bounding away across the debris. Dulan watched in silence as it disappeared. Below, everyone craned their necks skyward, watching the strange objects raining down. "Something else is falling," they cried. "Are those fireworks made of metal? How is that possible?" A young man in a green shirt looked up with tears in his eyes. "If those things fall, everyone will die." His friend, dressed in red, smiled and pointed. "Look, it's..." As Zonander slowly descended towards the ground, the crowd erupted in cheers. "It's Du Bruno. He's like a savior emerging from the fireworks." crushing all the steel. It fell in pieces. All the iron, the steel, the danger, scattered by the wind, transformed into tiny sparks of light. It turns out it was Dulan. Dulan saved us. He truly is humanity's hope. After landing, he slowly rose and walked towards the crowd. At this moment, countless girls surrounded him, their voices filled with admiration. Dulan, thank you. Without you, what would we do? Dulan, I'm your biggest fan. Dulan looked at the crowd around him, a bashful expression on his face as he politely demurred. I didn't really do anything. Someone in the crowd looked at him and spoke. Please guide me, Dulan. As if sensing someone's gaze, Dulan turned his eyes to the side. It was Bao Bao. It was sitting on a nearby building, observing him. It smiled, glancing at him, and said, "That back scratch you gave me earlier was quite pleasant." Seeing this, Dulan was deeply touched. He looked at Bao Bao and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Before he could finish, it replied, "Consider this a fair exchange." Dulan looked towards it, his eyes brimming with emotion. But suddenly, sensing something amiss, his expression changed. He thought to himself, wait a minute, what's with this bubbly atmosphere? Back with Xiada, Viuli held a gun pointed directly at his head and yelled, "Let you taste the power of the Genesis device number 3. After firing at Xiada and seeing that his weapon had no effect, Viuli cried out in alarm. The Genesis device number 3 turned into a water gun. It was said that the energy released could restore anything in the game world to its original form and rewrite it. He stared down at his weapon, thinking, even though the real engine in the Genesis device number 3 plus, well, this is just a reloaded version, but it shouldn't have this little power. What's going on? Just then, the loud bang of fireworks in the sky behind him startled him. Viuli immediately turned his head and shouted, "Genesis device number 3. He turned to see the source of his weapon's energy exploding, transforming into fireworks that slowly drifted down. Viuli's eyes widened in disbelief. "Turned into fireworks?" he stammered. At that moment, Xiada approached from behind him. His eyes darkened as he lightly patted Viuli's shoulder and addressed him. "Hey, mister," he said, his voice laced with a hint of disdain. "You can't just squirt someone with a water gun because a deal goes south. You're not a child." He thought to himself, irritated, "Scare me for a second there." Viuli turned, and together with Xiada, looked up at the fireworks in the sky. Xiada, standing beside him, continued, "The aromatic division mobilized so many people, talking about letting me eat a cannonball. Turns out it was just celebratory fireworks, though admittedly quite spectacular." Looking at the scene before him, Viuli's expression was one of utter disbelief. He thought, celebratory fireworks? The most powerful weapon the system gave us. And he says it's quite spectacular. Doubting his own sanity, his face went blank. He stumbled towards Xiada, looking like a man who had lost his soul. Seeing this, Xiada reached out to support him. The unexpected action startled Viuli, sending a shiver down his spine. He slowly raised his head to look at Xiada. Xiada smiled, a chilling aura radiating from him as he looked at the man and spoke. "My temper is generally pretty good, but jokes like that aren't funny." He continued to glare at the man, his voice laced with annoyance. "I can see you're not entirely a bad guy. That's why I'm warning you. You're practically begging to be beaten up. If I weren't so lacking in power right now, I might have already fought you. What if you run into a hot-headed powerhouse next time? Did you hear me? Answer me." Viuli seemed unable to process anything, his face pale and frozen as he stared fearfully at Xiada. As soon as Xiada finished speaking, Viuli dropped to his knees before him. "Yes, master, I understand." From a nearby building, Bao Bao watched Xiada's form and spoke. "See, I told you. The Demon Lord didn't need us to rescue him." Belian, who had been prepared to fight to the death for the Demon Lord, sat beside Bao Bao, gazing at Xiada with utter admiration. "I never expected the Demon Lord's actions to be so flawlessly executed. Acquiring the Spirit Princess, defeating humanity's upper echelon, destroying humanity's creator's weapon, crushing the enemies with a blend of grace and intimidation." They smiled proudly. Both were deeply satisfied with Xiada's performance. Simultaneously, the same thought echoed in their minds. Truly magnificent. Sensing something, Xiada instinctively glanced back. But the spot where Belian and Bao Bao had been was now empty. He continued to scan the area, trying to locate them. Perched atop Xiada's head, Haini, puzzled, spoke up. "Master, is something over there?" Xiada glanced up at her. "Just a trick of the light." Then he continued, "All right, if the deal's off, I'm going home." Heine, still perched on his head, exclaimed in surprise. I'm going home with you too? Xiao looked up. Well, you're bound to me now, so there's no helping it. Come on, let's go home. He then asked, I don't support freeloaders, though. Do you have anything you can, grow and sell every day? Heine answered frankly, I don't think I have that kind of ability. Xiao continued, all right, then what kind of housework can you do? I wonder when this holiday will finally be over. He spoke as he slowly walked toward his home. In the distance, two cloaked men watched him. Though Xiao had walked some distance away, the remnants of his words still reached the two observing men. Otherwise, this safe zone won't be safe anymore. The deal won't be completed, and the house won't be worth anything. How will we live? The two men stared after him, speechless and stunned. Then, one of them turned to the other. Councilman Viuli, they're gone. Viuli remained kneeling on the ground, his eyes vacant and staring downwards. He continued to mutter apologies. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. His panicked state drew sighs of exasperation from the two men. He's completely lost it. We shouldn't have bothered. Back with Xiada, the aftermath of the livestream unfolded. He stood beside a brown-haired man, surrounded by celebratory confetti. The brown-haired man held Heine in his hands, beaming. The spirit, obtained by the influential Councilman Viuli, and the mysterious seller who had profited handsomely. Over on the NPC side, players watching the live stream were speculating that the true outcome was the corruption of the creator god number 3. He glanced at the person beside him and spoke. Machi, all ranks have found the remains. Machi smiled and replied, have them transport the creator god number 3's remains back. It's time to report the situation we're facing to the divine. However, Councilman Viuli, the supposed winning bidder, was unable to acquire the spirit. As the one primarily responsible, he was taken back to Skyless City to await trial. Humanity's first attack against the Demon Lord had ended in failure. The Demon Lord had secured a resounding victory. Turning back to Xiada, he looked at the paper with the housing prices in his hand. The contents of the paper made him cry out in alarm. Why haven't housing prices gone up? Babylon and Belian stood behind them, observing. Both smiled, then turned to face each other, each murmuring in astonishment. Well, there's nothing to be done. After all this chaos, many have fled the safe zone for whatever that place is called. It's completely become the Demon Lord's territory now. Aside from Xiada, there was another who wasn't pleased. Over on Dulan's side, he walked alone into a room. As he entered, he thought to himself, I was actually rescued by the Demon Lord's subordinate. The thought only fueled his rage. His face contorted, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Inside Dulan's room, he leaned against the door, a deeply troubled expression on his face, thinking, rescued by the Demon Lord's subordinate. What an utter humiliation. But that wasn't the worst of it. The most humiliating thing was, he then recalled the scene of Bao Bao rescuing him, and groaned in frustration. I can't stop remembering how it saved me, with such flair. After a moment of brooding, Dulan suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, trying to snap himself out of it. Once he calmed down slightly, he hung his head, cold sweat dripping down his face. He muttered to himself, that's the Demon Lord's subordinate, the most evil being in the world. Remember all the evil it's done. The people of the safe zone, Kajama, survived this time because it saved them. But as he thought about Bao Bao, the cat, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, could it be that it's actually a good, kind-hearted cat? Realizing his thoughts were spiraling, Dulan immediately turned and slammed his head against the wall, yelling, this isn't right. I'm humanity's hope, the one who will lead the human players to defeat the Demon Lord. I can't be seduced by the Demon Lord. Just then, an NPC approached from afar. Mr. Dulan, he said, there's a package for you. Hearing this, Dulan turned, breathing heavily, and looked at him. The sight of Dulan's bloodied face made the NPC freeze, a look of alarm spreading across his features. Dulan took the package, his eyes fixed on it with intense suspicion. Careless, he muttered, I almost succumbed. I can't relax for even a second while fighting the Demon Lord. He clenched his fist, and a surge of energy enveloped him. Dulan thought, fear not. Level 0 magic, level 9 protective barrier, full level 1 enhancement of all attributes. Magic resistance maximized to the current level limit. But the moment he saw the letter attached to the gift box, surprise flooded his features, and he exclaimed, This is from the safe zone's residential area? Dulan carefully picked up the letter, unfolded it, and slowly began to read. Dulan, big brother, it began. You were the first person I met who helped me. I don't know how to thank you enough. A handmade gift? I hope you don't mind. Inside the box was an adorable handcrafted cat, nestled amongst a bed of brightly colored cotton balls. The sight of the gift filled Dulan with delight. His eyes sparkled as he whispered in admiration. So cute. Dulan leaned back against the door, his face flushed with a bashful warmth. He breathed heavily, a thought echoing in his mind. How can anyone resist this? Meanwhile, Xiada received a notification on his device. Seeing Dulan's reaction to his gift brought a smile to Xiada's face. Looks like Dulan has received my present, he thought to himself. He walked toward the bathroom, placing a towel on a rack. I've left the towel here, he called out. From within the bathroom, Heine's voice responded, Mem, thank you. She relaxed in the large, hot tub, touched by Xiada's gesture. The demon lord is so warm and thoughtful, she mused. This demon lord is truly different. Such immense power, such noble character. Suddenly, her expression shifted, a realization dawning on her. The prophecy, it said humanity would be the ultimate victor. That can't be allowed to happen. Heine recalled the actions of the Haoran and spoke to herself. Rather than let the world fall into the hands of people like them. None of them are good. It would be better for the demon lord to rule the world. If it were him, perhaps he could truly change the future, abolish war. She continued her internal monologue. I'll use my spirit wisdom to help him achieve everything. We'll name our firstborn Peter and love Xia. Oh dear, is it all right to decide that on my own? Perhaps I should ask Lord Xiada first. Suddenly, a figure radiating a chilling aura appeared behind her. It was Belian. Her face darkened as she looked at Heine and spoke. Hey, newcomer. Belian's gaze, sharp with menace, pierced Heine. I suggest you don't overstep your boundaries, she warned. Heine's face paled under Belian's intimidating stare. But, she stammered. Before she could finish, Bao Bao appeared beside Heine, placing a hand on her shoulder. Bao Bao's expression was savage, bordering on feral. Learn some respect, she growled, or we won't be so polite next time. Heine's eyes darted nervously as the chilling words sunk in. What? Xiada's subordinates? She thought in a panic. The combined presence of the two, their unfriendly expressions and terrifying auras, weighed heavily on Heine. She glanced from one to the other, her thoughts racing. Looking closer, they're S-class greater demons. Their ranks exceed 3 digits. What's going on? They're different from the demon lord. They radiate such a dangerous aura. Could it be they intend to defy the demon lord? Are they preparing to torture me? To seize the legacy of the spirit folk, the stone of wisdom? But I've already decided to help the demon lord. The tighter their grip on my shoulders, the more terrified I become. My body trembles uncontrollably as I lament. I should have considered this sooner. Even if the demon lord is merciful, his subordinates are bloodthirsty demons. How could they possibly ignore the power of the spirit folk? Do you want to resist? Heine thought. Fighting back will surely displease the demon lord. But if I don't resist, just then, Belian shattered her train of thought. Standing with arms crossed, she looked down at Heine with a furious glare. Don't you dare, unless the master allows it. You're not to do any housework, and don't even think about cutting off your horns to sell them. You're the mistress here. Beside her, Bao Bao, equally indignant, pointed at Heine and added, That's right. Don't think you're so great. Faced with their scolding, Heine didn't dare to resist, only trembling in fear, silently enduring their wrath. Sensing something amiss, Heine's fear abruptly vanished. She turned her head, glancing at them with a puzzled expression. What's going on? She asked. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, this is like dialogue from some third-rate manga. Belian, still with her arms crossed, continued her reproachful tirade. You should know that in pursuing the master, I've eaten rotten apples and been killed by those despicable humans. It wasn't easy getting back to his side. Bao Bao, standing beside her, puffed out his chest arrogantly. And noble beings like us have to play the role of pets. We have to pretend to be friendly with those selfish and wicked humans. Suddenly, Belian stood up straight, pointing at herself dramatically as she looked excitedly at Heine. Do you know how much we've sacrificed for the master? Do you know how difficult everything is? At her words, Bao Bao gasped in surprise. Huh? Belian suddenly clutched her face, blushing. For the sake of the great demon lord. Even that must be endured. Oh heavens! Heine and Bao Bao watched Belian's strange behavior with bewildered expressions, each thinking to themselves, that's hard to comment on. And why does she seem to be enjoying this? As if realizing something, Heine covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wait, I understand. I understand everything. Then she slowly bowed her head, her body trembling. So that's how it is. I was thinking too simply. The path of peace that the demon lord has chosen, it's so arduous. To be friendly, but not subservient. To be considerate, but not abandon his own people. Running around in the enemy camp is so dangerous. Even greater demons of triple-digit rank have to exert themselves like this, and I was having such foolish thoughts. It's all thanks to the demon lord's incredible power and wisdom that I can relax. The matter of bearing children can wait. Seeing Heine suddenly fall silent and motionless, Bao Bao and Belian exchanged confused glances. Bao Bao frowned, looking at Belian. Why isn't she saying anything? Belian added, she's not even looking at us. Seeing Heine still unresponsive, Bao Bao and Belian grew furious. Simultaneously, they raised their hands and lunged towards her, ready to attack. As they advanced, Bao Bao roared, "Are you looking down on us, you wretch? Let's settle this with a fight." The moment the words left her mouth, Belian lashed out, her hands sweeping outwards as she began to unleash her power. "I'll show you the difference in our strength." Her eyes slowly shifted to a vibrant pink, their sharp gaze fixed on Heine. Belian raised her fist, poised to strike, then without a moment's hesitation, swung at Heine. But just as her fist was about to connect with Heine's head, it stopped, suspended in midair. Before her, Heine bowed her head low, a picture of sincere contrition. "I didn't understand. I apologize. Please, seniors, guide me." This unexpected display of humility stunned both Belian and Bao Bao. They stared at Heine, speechless for a moment. Did you just call me senior?" Belian stammered. Bao Bao touched her face, a look of astonishment spreading across her features. Good heavens, she thought. I've never been called senior before. Belian slowly lowered her gaze to Heine. "Little sister," she began, her voice softening. "Tell me, what guidance do you seek?" Heine, still bowed, spoke with a melancholic tone. "Although I was once a spirit princess, my kingdom has been destroyed. I am the last of my kind. I woke up alone in a strange place. I want to serve Lord Seada, but I don't know how. Cutting horns, doing housework, all the things he mentioned. I don't know the customs, I don't understand the rules. Please, seniors, teach me. If I make mistakes and get cast out, I'll be all alone again." The sheer vulnerability in Heine's eyes was almost too much for Belian and Bao Bao to bear. They exchanged bewildered glances. "She's so pitiful," Belian murmured, her previous anger completely dissipated. "It seems like we're the only ones who can help her." Bao Bao. Bao Bao tilted her head, a small smile playing on her lips. "I suppose you're right, Belian." Bao Bao abruptly stood up, pointing at herself. "All right then. From now on, if you have any problems, just tell me. I'll protect you. My name is Bao Bao, level 101, and one of the 7 heavenly kings of the demon tribe. My special skill is transformation. I especially like to transform into something big, tough, and strong." Belian smiled gently and also rose to her feet. "And I am Belian," she introduced herself, with the unique ability of foresight. "I'm ranked first among the 7 heavenly kings. I was the first high-ranking demon to know of the demon lord's existence, appearance, and location. I'm also the only demon who has heard the prophecy." She gestured towards the door, where Bao Bao's familiar was peacefully sleeping in a tree. "That cat guarding the door is the future master of the demonic beasts. The link with the demon lord has already been established. The Nova System Divine artifact has been destroyed by it." Belian smiled at Heine, propping her chin on her hand as she spoke. "But in accordance with the demon lord's wishes," Babylon, a level 1, chimed in from beside her, "we often disguise ourselves as pets. Infiltrating human society and dismantling it from within is the demon lord's plan. You just need to play the role assigned to you by the demon lord. The rest is up to circumstance. Don't worry, 3 cookies a day. The demon lord definitely doesn't mistreat us." After listening to their explanation, Heine immediately grasped the situation. Clapping her hands together with a delighted expression, she exclaimed, "So that's how it is. Lord Seada, calling me a doll, was for this reason. I understand now. I understand everything." Then, Heine smiled at the 2 of them and continued, "Thank you both for explaining. If you don't mind, we'll be good sisters from now on. Level 1, of course." Having made her proposal, She extended her hand as a gesture of cooperation. Without hesitation, both Belian and Bao Bao placed their hands atop Hai Ni's in agreement. One of them declared, "Good." Seeing their agreement, Hai Ni beamed with joy. "Let's all work together for our master's noble ambition." Meanwhile, she thought to herself, a world without war. Hai Ni's suggestion seemed to amuse Belian. She touched her face delicately, looking at Hai Ni as she echoed, "Let's all work together for our master's noble ambition. To dismantle everyone completely. Demon rule over the world." Then all three of them chanted in unison, "Peaceful coexistence." Outside, Bao Bao, who had woken up at some point, watched the three intently. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across his face as he thought to himself, "Well, the demon lord likes me best anyway." Hai Ni rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Recalling how the servants had attended to her in the past, she diligently continued to help Xiada with the housework. Holding Xiada's freshly laundered pants, Hai Ni declared happily, "All clean." Not only that, but she also prepared a hearty breakfast for him. Fresh breakfast every day. In the evening, Hai Ni meticulously made Xiada's bed and warmed it so he could have a most comfortable sleep. A warm bed ready for sleep. Furthermore, she was always attentive and caring towards him. Attentive and caring. Noticing a puddle of dirty water, she warned, "Master, be careful not to get your shoes wet." Hai Ni activated her level 3 plant growth skill. Hai Ni received the B-rank title, Feudal Patriarch. Xiada was extremely pleased with Hai Ni's attentiveness. Xiada feels very satisfied. The scene shifted outside. From inside a red car, a voice echoed. The demon lord seemed to be waiting to die, but in reality, he had gathered such a powerful strategy. This is what we know so far about the demon lord's chief subordinates. The NPC muttered, clutching a clipboard filled with profiles of the demonic hierarchy. His eyes scanned the information, lingering on the entry for Babylon. The only demon in the known records to surpass level 100. Possesses overwhelmingly powerful AoE capabilities, capable of leveling a city with a single attack. A legendary creature thought extinct, resurrected by the demon lord, and now his personal weapon. He continued, his voice taking on a grim tone. Belian, spreading false prophecies, claiming humanity's inevitable defeat at the hands of the demon tribe, sowing fear and panic. 2 malignant growths on his chest possess hypnotic powers, capable of enthralling any creature with a magic resistance below D. And Bao Bao, the boss of the purifying apartment complex dungeon, whose combat prowess far surpasses his rank. Unfathomable depths. After a moment of contemplation, comparing the profiles on the clipboard, the NPC exclaimed in astonishment, I made a discovery." Noticing his expression, his colleague spoke up. "What is it? What have you found?" "Look." The NPC thrust Bao Bao's profile forward, showering it with praise. "Bao Bao is still the cutest. My vote goes to Bao Bao." His colleague shot him an irritated look. "Get serious. This isn't a joke." He sighed, then continued, "I'll say it again. Belian appeared first and has the most screen time. He's also humanoid. Logically, he has to be more powerful than Bao Bao, right?" The NPC, clearly annoyed, snapped back. "Is that really the point?" A third NPC, observing the exchange, chuckled and wagged a finger. "Actually," he interjected, "the newly arrived spirit princess shouldn't be underestimated either. Since the demon lord got her, he's been in a noticeably better mood. He doesn't even seem intent on world destruction anymore, at least for now." His words clearly irked the second NPC, and the two immediately began to bicker, their argument escalating rapidly. "You think this is all a coincidence? You have a point. I see. Their argument caused the vehicle they were in to swerve erratically, losing all sense of direction. After the argument subsided, the second NPC, still clutching the profiles, turned to his colleague. "There's something I still don't understand," he confessed. "I heard that even the mutants have become more active since the spirit princess arrived. Her level is only in the double digits, while the demon lord's is in the quadruple digits. Why does the Grand Leader believe that with her, we have the power to defeat the demon lord? What exactly is this earth-shattering power of the spirit folk everyone keeps talking about?" he pressed. The third NPC leaned against the window, gazing at the passing scenery. "That's not information our rank has access to," he replied cryptically. To himself, he thought, even the mutants are affected? The spirit folk's power, it's drawing all races in. As they continued on their way, the two NPCs kept discussing the matter. Well, it doesn't concern us. We just need to do our job, which is to monitor the demon lord while he's grocery shopping. We stay here, wait for him to come out, see if he needs a ride, and then take him home. Meanwhile, inside the supermarket, Seada gazed at the bags of flour on display, a delighted expression on his face. "What a great sale!" he exclaimed. "Ever since Heine arrived, we've been going through cookies much faster. I definitely need to restock." He looked back and forth between two different brands, a flicker of indecision in his eyes. He reached for the brand he usually bought. "Same as always, then." Suddenly, Heine's voice came from behind him. "Actually, Master Seada, I'm fine with any kind of cookie." Seada froze, stunned. She looked at him with such pity in her eyes. There would be no one. Then, dejected, she sat far away, a picture of forlorn resignation. With a sigh of acceptance, she muttered to herself, eating alone again. Heine seemed utterly lonely and lost in thought. Seeing her like this, Seada decided against buying the flour to make her a cake. He placed the bag back on the shelf and said, "Forget it." Seeing him put the flour back, Heine looked at him quizzically and asked, "We're not buying the flour, master?" Seada replied, "No, let's go buy some other daily necessities." As he walked away, a puzzled expression crossed her face, her gaze following him. And finally, they arrived at a pet store. There, Seada bought 2 cat beds for 50 gold and 30 silver pieces, a brand new blanket for 50 gold and 40 silver pieces, and a new bed for 6 gold and 20 silver pieces. After a while, Seada looked at Heine trailing behind him and said, "I'm going to pay." She replied cheerfully, "Yes, master." He then proceeded to the checkout counter, while Heine waited outside. She rested her chin in her hand, a perplexed expression on her face as she recalled the items Seada had purchased: 2 cat beds and a bed. Meanwhile, back at the house, Belian and Bao Bao were suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. "What's wrong?" one asked. "I have a bad feeling," the other replied. Seada, carrying 2 shopping bags, walked out and called to Heine, "Let's go home." Just then, not far away, a scuffle broke out. A man yelled, "You old hag, give it back." He angrily snatched a bag, knocking the elderly woman to the ground. "You wouldn't take it the easy way, so now you get it the hard way." An accomplice behind him, having retrieved the item, urgently ordered, "We got it. Let's go." After they left, food lay scattered on the ground. The old woman shakily got to her feet, whimpering. A strange exclamation mark hovered above her head. Seada approached her and asked kindly, "Ma'am, are you all right?" The old woman didn't respond. He then began picking up the scattered food. After a moment, she sadly explained, "That was my eldest son. This isn't the first time he's done this." Seada led her to a nearby bench and listened as she recounted the incident, asking, "Did he steal your money?" Her voice filled with weariness. She replied, "He said he needed money to increase his combat power, or he wouldn't survive. There's nothing I can do." The old woman, who possessed the basic tailor production skill, earned a small income by making linen backpacks. Her brow furrowed as she continued, "He always takes my food money, and he even resorts to violence. It truly breaks my heart." But then, her sadness turned to anger. "The worst part is what he did to Little White, who always protects me. He did this to Little White out of spite." He looked at the bundle of fur in her arms, puzzled. Little White. Then, she revealed a small dog whose head was covered in a red substance. He smeared him with chili sauce like this. Looking at the dog with its innocent eyes and white fur, Heine and Seada's eyes lit up at the adorable sight. Suddenly, a notification popped up, catching Seada's attention. The system window displayed, "Daily Quest, Wash Little White. Reward, 200 experience points." Seada stared intently at the quest, thinking to himself, a daily quest. In other words, this old woman has to go through this every day. Remembering how the dog had protected her, she explained, "Little White knows who's kind to him, so he always tries to protect me. But it's so small and weak and not very smart," Seada murmured, stroking the dog sympathetically. "Poor thing. Let's give a bath." And so, Seada accepted the daily quest, bathe Little White. Upon completion, the reward, no experience points. Heine, standing behind him, smiled and offered, "Leave it to me, master." He replied with a satisfied hum, "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Heine cheerfully responded, "Yes, master." The old woman and the dog immediately shot them, both a scrutinizing look. Moments later, Heine led Little White into the bathroom to bathe him. The stream of water cascading over the small dog left him looking utterly drenched and miserable. Inside the bathroom, it was just Heine and the little canine. Outside, the old woman began reminiscing about her younger days, mentioning how she used to play with the boy's father in the same way. Xiada, not quite understanding, asked play. The woman, launching into a wistful, worldly-wise mode, glanced at him with a coy look and continued. Well, he used to call me master. Xiada choked, realizing there was a misunderstanding. Seeing his lack of response, the woman changed the subject. So, that little girl is a spirit, right? She inquired. Xiada was a little surprised by the question, but answered, yes, a spirit, although just a life-size souvenir one. He then turned to her, curious. How did you know? The old woman promptly replied, everyone saw the live stream of the spirit auction. Even though we don't know exactly who you are, everyone recognizes her. A mysterious internet celebrity, Xiada muttered, forcing a laugh. How quaint. Then, with a touch of astonishment, she added, but I can't believe you just walk around with such a valuable spirit. Xiada was taken aback. What do you mean? The old woman, seeing his confusion, gave him a flat look, probably thinking, is this guy playing dumb, or is he actually dumb? But then her expression softened, and she said gently, young man, I see you have a kind heart and clear eyes, so I'm telling you this. That little spirit is something countless people are watching. One careless moment, and someone will try to steal her. As her voice drifted from outside, inside the bathroom, a large hand with sharp claws seized Heine's wrist. A massive wolf with blazing golden eyes, licking the head of a snow-white creature, spoke. Finally found you, spirit. The fierce-faced wolf, Han Lang, introduced himself. I'm a subordinate of Lord Fandijire. Han Lang the mutant, here on orders to retrieve the spirit. He let out a triumphant chuckle. Found you without any trouble at all. I heard the security system of the safe zone was all bark and no bite. Seems they were right. Heine, not showing any fear, but rather a hint of confusion, asked, Fandijire? Unless a wolf-type mutant. Han Lang narrowed his eyes, impressed. As expected of a spirit, your intelligence is truly remarkable. He then launched into a lengthy explanation about his master. But Lord Fandijire is different from ordinary mutants. We call him the King of Talents. His pre-awakening potential was unprecedented. Give him time, and he will become a being that surpasses both demons and humans. He will stand at the top of the world. Meanwhile, a furry figure sat before a television screen. This was Fandijire, level unknown. His eyes glowed brightly in the dim light. Watching the live stream of Heine on the screen, along with a stream of astonished comments, he gave the order, capture her. Han Lang, hearing the command, smirked. And so, I came here on his orders. With the power and intelligence of the spirit, the rise of us mutants will be unstoppable. Heine remained calm and spoke. If you're live streaming this, you should know I already have a master. Han Lang, gripping Heine's arm tightly, sneered, did your master say you were a weak, scrawny newbie, or that wrinkled old geezer? Heine's face darkened at his words. Insolent cur, she commanded. You have one chance. Retract your statement, and I will let it slide. Han Lang stuck out his tongue mockingly. You think you're in a position to bargain with me? He brought a finger close to Heine's face. Your expression shows displeasure, yet you don't struggle against my grasp. You think I don't know why? His eyes widened, a cruel smile twisting his lips. That's right. I can track you with my earth-digging sense of smell. My superior olfactory senses can detect. He paused, his next words laced with a chilling amusement that made Heine's face fall. The truth is, your rank is quite low, isn't it? That's why you don't have the strength to break free. Back with Xiada, ellipses practically danced around his head as he paced. He'd encountered an entity that many feared. A moment later, he brightened, counting on his fingers with a delighted air. So, it was actually worth it. The elderly woman beside him chimed in. Indeed, so you must protect it well. A sudden realization struck Xiada. Speaking of which, she's been in there washing for quite a while. It's a bit worrying. He hesitated, his gaze flickering towards the bathroom. Should I go check on her? But seeing the symbol on the door, he muttered, I can't just walk into the women's restroom. He decided to wait a little longer. Inside, Han Lang's voice dripped with false sweetness. Come quietly with me to Lord Fandijire. You won't regret it. Heine frowned, remaining silent. Suddenly, Little White, the small dog, lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Han Lang's hand. He looked down at his hand in surprise and anger. What the? He glared at the tiny dog with contempt. A pathetic runt, a discarded product, unable to evolve into a mutant, huh? Heine stared at the dog in astonishment, a thought dawning on her. Is he trying to protect me? Han Lang grabbed the dog's head roughly. You're looking for death. He hurled the small creature against the wall. Little White yelped in pain. Heine gasped, watching him fly through the air. Han Lang, his face twisted in a sneer, reached for her again. If you don't want to suffer needlessly, come quietly, spirit. But Heine, now fully enraged, spoke in a chillingly calm voice. First offense, making arrogant remarks about the demon lord's appearance and demeanor. Utterly disrespectful. A murderous glint entered her eyes. Second offense, despite the fall of my kingdom, I am still the spirit princess. Defying my will is an act of treason. Han Lang, still oblivious to the danger, scoffed. What are you babbling about? Power surged through Heine. Years ago, to prevent others from exploiting our power, we chose to seal ourselves away. But do you know what it means when they say spirit power can shatter the balance of the world? Han Lang, finally beginning to sweat, stammered, what? Little White's body began to glow with Heine's green energy. His legs trembled as he struggled to stand, and then his eyes sharpened with intelligence, causing Han Lang to cry out in shock. That dog, it's still alive. Compared to the other two, Little White's form was incredibly small, and he let out a soft whimper. Han Lang sneered. Just a bluff or some kind of resurrection trick? Then, seeing the dog's level, he gaped. Its level, it's jumped to 75, the same as mine. It retrieved the jade, and with a smug grin, continued. So that's how it is. This is the power of a spirit. No wonder so many factions crave you. To be able to instantly raise someone else's rank. Truly astonishing. But before Han Lang could finish, Little White suddenly lunged at him. Han Lang braced himself, roaring, my rank, combat experience, and physique give me the absolute advantage. Yet, in the next instant, as if he'd forgotten to properly tighten his head that morning, Little White simply clamped its jaws around Han Lang's head, neatly separating it from his neck. Han Lang let out a bewildered yelp. He stared at the notification that appeared, asking, what is this? My rank. It's dropped to level 1. Heine activated her S-rank skill, Energy Manipulation. The flowing wisdom of a spirit grants deep understanding of the world's energy flow. Swap rank. Exchanges the level, attributes, and status of two targets. Can be reused to dispel. Only one energy manipulation can exist in the world at any given time. Realization dawned on Han Lang. So it doesn't raise the target's rank? Before being forcibly logged out, he roared, it swaps them. A tremendous crash shattered the ground. Before a phone screen displaying investment options, a man sat comfortably in his car when a massive explosion ripped through a nearby high-rise. Two men scrambled out of the vehicle, one asking, what happened? It's over by the supermarket. The other man, running after him, shouted, could it be related to the Demon King? Hurry, let's go. As they ran, they continued their frantic exchange. What are we doing? Going to fight the Demon King. Idiot. Of course we're going to protect him. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to disturb his leisurely supermarket stroll. Nearing the supermarket, one of them called out, it's here, 4th floor. Through the dissipating smoke, they spotted someone and exclaimed, it's... A moment later, Heine's face came into view, leaving them stunned. It's the spirit. With a hint of annoyance in her voice, she muttered, oh, for crying out loud. Little White was now ferociously tearing at Han Lang's remains. Despite the blood smeared across its face, the little dog still looked utterly adorable. Heine sighed softly. Looks like another bath is in order. She gazed affectionately at Little White. But I can't let Master know I couldn't even handle a simple task like this. You'll keep my secret, won't you? Han Lang, now reduced to a pathetic mess in the corner, suddenly caught her eye. Down below, she saw two figures. Looking at their bewildered faces, she thought to herself, humans from Chung Tian. They didn't come to fight the mutant, did they? The problem's already solved, but they're too late. They're always like this, stirring up conflict everywhere, yet unable to protect their own territory. Her eyes darkened with the thought, this world truly needs the Demon King's salvation. Despite being the Demon King, Xiada was acting rather foolishly, pacing back and forth anxiously outside the women's restroom. The reason for his odd behavior? He was worried about the person inside. I heard a noise just now. Is everything all right in there? However, his presence was causing a misunderstanding amongst the women inside. Look at him, he looks familiar. Isn't he a pervert? Hearing their whispers, he didn't know how to explain himself. I haven't even done anything, and I'm already being misunderstood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, a scene of utter devastation unfolded. Heine walked towards a gaping hole in the wall. She then scooped up Little White and leaped gracefully to the ground. Heine landed as lightly as a feather, two NPCs already positioned before her. Heine's breathtaking beauty seemed to momentarily captivate them. She was even more stunning up close. With a pageant-perfect smile and a voice as clear as a chime, she playfully chided, "If you're here about the mutant, you're a little late." Truly, men are easily swayed by beauty. A few words from her, and they were startled, snapping to attention and saluting respectfully. "Our deepest apologies. May we inquire if the demon lord has suffered any harm?" At their words, Heine paused. They addressed her master as the demon lord too? Could they be like her? Could they share her hope for a peaceful world under her master's rule? But then, the dark memories of the past washed over her. Bella and Babylon's words echoed in her mind. Do you know what the demon lord's plan is? It's to dismantle humanity from within. After a moment of reflection, enlightenment dawned on Heine. "Understand," she murmured. The NPCs before her were suddenly transformed in her eyes, from potential enemies to allies. They were kindred spirits, rushing to protect the demon lord. Such dedication to protecting someone so seemingly vulnerable. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. As expected of the demon lord, his reputation precedes him. Truly magnificent. Despite her praise, a wave of anxiety washed over her. But if that was the case, when it came to flipping sides, even a thin crepe couldn't match Heine's speed. Her expression darkened. The mutant incident in the safe zone, don't let it happen again. The two NPCs visibly cowered. The air grew heavy, threatening to suffocate them. Heine offered another gentle, flower-like smile, but her words were laced with a chilling edge. "Your duty is to protect the lives of the people here, to ensure their safety, isn't it? No matter how weak you are, you should be able to accomplish such a simple task, shouldn't you?" Heine had transformed into a terrifying, demonic figure. "Do you intend to rely on luck every time?" "The truth is, I just happened to be passing by, which is why no one was hurt. Understand? Don't let it happen a second time. The safety of this zone rests entirely on your shoulders. I will crush you like ants. If you don't want to die, then strive to do better." Terrified into silence, the NPCs immediately prostrated themselves before her. "We apologize. We know our mistake." Heine was taken aback by their abject display of submission. "Are they bowing to me? They revere the demon lord this much." Having convinced herself of their devotion, Heine seemed to transform into a benevolent goddess, radiating divine light. "Good, you understand. Rise." Despite her previous threats, she still had a favor to ask. "Now about something else." Heine presented Little White, covered in blood, to the NPCs. "Could I trouble you to look after him?" Meanwhile, Seada was still lingering near the women's restroom, hesitant to leave. As he approached the door, it suddenly swung open. Seeing her emerge, Seada felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Heine, you finally came out," he exclaimed, immediately asking, "Are you done?" But surprise turned to a 5-second stunned silence as Seada noticed the NPCs, dressed as janitors, polishing the floor to a mirror sheen. A flicker of suspicion ignited within him. Was this really just a burst pipe? He wondered aloud. Heine, noticing his bewildered expression, didn't hesitate to confirm his doubts. "It did waste quite a bit of water," she admitted. With their task complete, she offered her gratitude to the two NPCs. "Thank you both for your hard work," she said. The NPCs, not daring to contradict her, simply replied, "It was our duty." Seada, slightly miffed that Heine hadn't sought his help with the restroom incident, chided her gently. "Next time, let me know sooner. I would have helped." Heine, beaming, responded, "My apologies." After sending Little White off for a pampering spa treatment, Seada returned the now pristine pup to the elderly woman. "Mission accomplished. You look much better after your bath, little one," he cooed. To his surprise, the woman offered him a small gift in return. "You mentioned you were having trouble gaining experience. Take this as a token of my thanks. It's nothing much, really. Taking the glowing slip of paper from her hand, Seada looked at it quizzically. "What is this?" he asked. "It's a skill acquisition chance," the woman explained. "The probability ranges from a very rare 0.2% to a more common 42.1%. After scanning the information, a dark thought crossed Seada's mind. A lottery? Seriously? And with such low odds, it even looks like that. Despite his inner reservations, he accepted the gift graciously. "Well, whatever I get, I guess it's down to luck," he said. "Then I'm in trouble," he muttered under his breath. "I'm notoriously unlucky." Eager to see what fate had in store, he immediately tore open the blink box, hoping for something spectacular. A notification popped up. Seada had received the skill, Basic Water Purification Alchemy. Though inwardly drowning in a sea of disappointment, he forced a smile. "See, I told you I was useless." To break the awkward silence, Heini chimed in cheerfully. "But master, it's not about the reward. The greatest reward is the joy of helping others." The elderly woman, touched by her words, beamed. "Oh, you two are so kind." Amidst the desolate shopping center, an idea sparked in Seada's mind. "Well, despite everything, today was fun. How about we go to the supermarket together next time?" Heini readily agreed. "Yes, master." The supermarket, however, if it could speak, would likely have protested vehemently. "Great, just great," it might have groaned. "Don't come back." Thanks to the earlier chaos, the supermarket was now a desolate ruin. Miraculously, the university campus remained unscathed, protected by the Demon King and his subordinates. The safe zone lived up to its name. As night fell, casting long shadows across the city, and the only light emanated from the remaining buildings, the elderly woman settled into bed, ready for a good night's sleep. Another day, she sighed contentedly, maintaining her optimism despite the turbulent world outside. It's tough, but it's the life of a low-level NPC. Overcome with a pang of guilt, the elderly woman turned to Little White. "I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you," she said, "and that you had to endure such a horrible experience." Just then, her good-for-nothing son barged in, kicking the door open. "Did you make much money today, old woman?" he demanded. She thought to herself, with a son this disrespectful, I might as well have hatched a ballot and eaten it. He showed no shame as he continued, "I'm going drinking with my friends. Give me tomorrow's allowance now." But when he glanced down and saw Little White, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. A sinister grin spread across his lips. "Back for more, are you?" he taunted. "So many times, and you still haven't learned your lesson, you stupid mutt." "Shut up, you slimy creep," Little White retorted. Unable to bear the insults, Little White lunged forward like a furry projectile. Meanwhile, Seada was in the restroom, attending to nature's call. Surprise! News of his being bitten by Little White had already made the headlines. "Serves him right," he thought with grim satisfaction. From within the restroom, Seada called out, "What did you say?" A variant appeared in the safe zone. An NPC outside relayed the situation. "The artificial barrier has been reinforced. Even if the Demon Lord's suppression field fails, no mutants will be able to penetrate it." But that kind of mutant appeared near the Demon Lord. If the Demon Lord is angered, it could lead to the end of the world. Seada, stunned by this news, blurted out, "What?" He sat in the quiet of the restroom, pondering the implications. Mutants are influenced by the Demon Lord and evolve from animals and plants. They can't escape their animalistic nature and are driven by instinct. Even the level 84 mutant lizard that attacked the safe zone before had fighting power but no higher level thinking. So even if it's stronger, it's limited. His face tightened. A mutant that can dig such a long tunnel and appear right near the Demon Lord, as if it has higher intelligence. What a coincidence. 7,749 questions swirling in his mind. Seada asked, "Where's Doolander?" The NPC replied, "Lord Doolander is on leave." Seada formed a theory. "I see. It seems the last incident really shook him up. He won't be of any help for now." After a moment of intense thought, he pushed open the restroom door. "I'll go then," the curious NPC asked. "What are you going to do, sir?" Seada didn't bother hiding his intentions. "I'm going to meet the god who created this world." "I'm going to meet who?" The NPC thought, bewildered. "The divine weapon, Demon Slayer, like Boss Stool, is a system-level weapon bestowed upon us by Lord Tamix to fight against the demon race. And the mysterious person wearing the white mask is none other than the creator god, Mother." Seada and the NPC stood before the ravaged remains of the system. It's been completely destroyed. Witnessing the devastation, Seada was at a loss for what to do. Counselor Julie has been punished, but what should we do next? Considering Heini's overwhelming power, Seada felt a sense of futility. The demon lord has such crushing strength. We can't possibly win. Overhearing their heated discussion, another player, Twofer, chimed in. As a spiritual player, he offered optimistic reassurance. Don't worry, with sincere hearts and united spirits, we will surely prevail. With unwavering faith in Twofer, he stood before the colossal statue, expressing his utmost reverence. The Lord Mother absolutely wouldn't deceive us, right? After much deliberation, Twofer finally reached a decision. No matter what, he needed to inform the Lord Mother that the number 3 demonic artifact had been destroyed. Every single action they took relied on the Lord Mother's guidance, as she seemed the most reliable authority at this point. She would show them the next step. Having settled on this course of action, Twofer immediately retrieved his tools and prepared them. He held a golden chalice in his hand and began chanting an incantation, weaving a spell. Then Twofer grasped a wooden staff, holding it straight out in front of him. In the next moment, he donned a mask, preparing for the next stage of the ritual. Finally, with all preparations complete, Twofer used his magic to levitate both the chalice and the staff high into the air. 3 days later, after countless elaborate gestures and incantations, an unnerving silence still permeated the air. Nothing had happened. Despite waiting what felt like an eternity, Twofer received absolutely nothing in return. He stood frozen, dumbfounded for a full 5 seconds. The Lord Mother had offered no response. Being so utterly ignored left him bewildered. How could this be? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Twofer. Could the Demon King's power be so immense that even the Lord Mother was affected? The thought resonated within him, a chilling possibility. Oblivious to the struggles his followers faced against their 7,749 tribulations, the Lord Mother, also known as Mother, had just woken from a deep, peaceful sleep. Damn it, she muttered. I accidentally overslept. Having been offline for so long, she was greeted with a notification of 10 missed calls. This is just awful, she sighed. So many missed calls. Naturally, the first thing Mother did upon waking was contact Twofer. The Lord Mother has manifested. She has answered us. It's the Lord Mother. The news spread like wildfire. They had thought themselves on the precipice of despair, doomed to the abyss, but now they stood at the gates of paradise. The Lord Mother had awakened to aid them. It's wonderful. She hasn't abandoned us. After a period of silence, the Lord Mother finally spoke. My children, she addressed them, you have suffered greatly. I never imagined that the number 3 demonic artifact would be no match for such a foe. Twofer, his previous frustration forgotten, now overflowed with admiration for the Lord Mother. Oh, benevolent Lord Mother, you truly know everything. You're always watching over us. I am so moved. However, inwardly, the Lord Mother silently refuted this praise. It's not like I'm always watching. She trailed off, her gaze falling upon the ravaged remains of the system displayed behind Twofer. Isn't that the wreckage of the system behind you? I saw it at a glance. Reunited with the Lord Mother, Twofer had much to report and wasted no time getting to the point. As you said, the worlds have merged and the players have descended. But life, as they say, is full of surprises, and Twofer had a particularly unexpected story to share. He produced a book, its cover bearing an image of Siada, but in the form of the Demon King. We have recorded all that has transpired within these pages, he declared. Before Mother could even fully process the information Twofer presented, she reacted with an almost childlike glee, a thrill of anticipation lighting up her features. Is this the report on the battle between you and the demon race? Oh, this is going to be good. This represents the blood, sweat, and tears of my followers, so I simply must see it. Let me witness your valiant struggle against the demonic horde. But whatever emotions stirred within Mother as she perused the report, they quickly turned to something cold and dismissive. Without a word, she abruptly tossed the book to the ground, the impact echoing in the silent chamber. Expecting a tale of heroic clashes and epic battles, Mother had instead found herself wading through romantic drivel. A wave of irritation washed over her. I sent you to fight him, not to flirt with him, she snapped, her voice laced with displeasure. Faced with her accusation, Twofer stammered out an explanation. But if we had fought him with our current strength, it would have been suicide. You said the Demon King would be in a nascent state. Clearly, that wasn't the case. Mother's anger only intensified. What? Are you blaming me now? Two-Fur, sensing the dangerous turn the conversation was taking, quickly backpedaled. No, of course not. We just felt that if your prophecy had been a little more accurate, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Mother, still simmering, pressed the point. Even if I had told you the Demon King was at a 4-digit power level, could you have defeated him? Unwilling to back down completely, Two-Fur retorted, well, not necessarily. Because of the faulty information, Lord Doolander nearly. Mother cut him off, exasperated. Talking to you lot is giving me a headache, she groaned. Don't tell me you're still blaming me. Two-Fur, recognizing the need for damage control, bowed low. Forgive me, my lord. Your wisdom is eternal, and we were wrong. Mother, slightly mollified, crossed one leg over the other. Very well, she conceded. I suppose blaming me out of concern is forgivable. Despite the outward show of deference, Two-Fur couldn't help but feel a surge of annoyance. Mother fell silent, lost in thought. Even so, she mused, he shouldn't be this powerful so soon. Even the divine weapon, the Demon King's pseudo-artifact I created, should have been able to defeat him easily. Xiada's hidden potential is what truly worries me, she continued, her voice laced with a hint of unease. To a certain extent, his power is unexpected. In this situation, there are only two options. Two distinct paths began to form in Mother's mind. Wait for the players to grow stronger, or a bold, almost reckless thought crossed her mind. Descend myself and kill him personally. But the idea of personally eliminating Xiada was as quickly dismissed as it had appeared. Just grandstanding, she muttered, just thinking out loud. But in the next instant, a surge of power erupted from the statue, accompanied by crackling arcs of lightning. Both Two-Fur and Counselor Julie, startled by the sudden display, watched with wide eyes, barely daring to breathe. This is our Lord's power, the power of descent. Our Lord is performing a miracle. The dormant machine before them roared back to life, pulsating with a cosmic energy that defied human comprehension, bathing the chamber in an ethereal glow. Mother's awakening had breathed life back into the system, restoring its functionality. Repair divine weapon number 3 immediately, she commanded. Two-Fur, awestruck, could only stammer. Incredible, truly incredible. Our Lord, so powerful. Two-Fur and Uchi stood before the colossal system, a surge of pride welling within them at Moses' masterful restoration. Meanwhile, Two-Fur's hands hovered over the pink keyboard. Julie was history now, and humanity needed a new fighting force, a new power to protect its evolved players. Suddenly, a pistol materialized in midair before Uchi. Without preamble, the Lord Mother's voice resonated, declaring her intent. New wielder of the demonic weapon number 3, you have been chosen. Take this weapon and continue the fight for humanity. Machi, hearing this, froze, stunned into absolute stillness by the weight of such an enormous responsibility. New wielder? Me? The Lord Mother then explained her reasoning to the bewildered Machi. I see the ambition and courage within you to ascend. Little did she know, Machi's motivation stemmed solely from a desperate desire to avoid a gruesome demise. My lord, he stammered. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, Machi voiced his concerns. Even if the divine weapon number 3 is repaired, I doubt it can stand against. But before he could finish, the Lord Mother interrupted with a chillingly casual reassurance. Don't worry, if you die, you'll go to heaven. Machi, beads of sweat trickling down his face, stood frozen for a full 5 seconds. Heaven. Two-Fur, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How lucky, he thought, a chance to go to heaven just like that. Sensing Two-Fur's apparent interest, Machi offered, Want me to give it to you? But Two-Fur quickly declined. No thanks. Seeing their reluctance, the Lord Mother sought to reassure them. Don't worry. For hundreds of thousands of years, humanity has swept across hundreds of races in this world and has never been defeated. This time will be no different. Inwardly, Machi began to pray, offering up the most sincere pleas he could muster. Please, let me live to see that day. While Two-Fur remained oblivious to Machi's internal turmoil, Machi continued his fervent prayers for survival. Even divine intervention couldn't fully quell the tremors of fear that coursed through him. Having settled the matter of the weapon, the Lord Mother seemed to relax slightly. All right, with this taken care of, we just need to ensure the development of Jordander and the future players. There's nothing to worry about. The Lord Mother's faith in Jordander was absolute, whether it's by divine right or sheer belief. That child is one in a million. And indeed, Jordander, seemingly born under a lucky star, had consistently lived up to the expectations placed upon him. Chosen as humanity's beacon of hope, he displayed remarkable resilience and excellence. Jordander trained relentlessly, pushing himself to his limits to enhance his power. No matter how formidable the opponent, he never gave up, always seeking a way to overcome them. If it's him, the Lord Mother mused, even if the demon lord is terrifying, he will fight to the very last moment. After all, he is the hope of humanity. No matter what, he will not be destroyed. After praising Jordander to the high heavens, Machi added another request. One more thing. Summon Lord Jordander's father, General Gali, back here. Seeing Machi's insistence, Tufur expressed concern. The number one demonic gladiator, General Gali, he's holding the front lines against the demons. Just how serious has the situation become? This only fueled Machi's fervor. He must be brought back. We can't just stand by and watch the hope of humanity fall from grace. Gali stood vigilant on the defensive line, having recently quelled numerous threats. Suddenly, an NPC rushed to his side. Counselor Gali, a divine decree from the Lord Mother. She says there's been a grave incident and summons you back to Skirich immediately. The messenger delivered the news with urgent brevity. Gali, his face grim, stood by the cliff edge, contemplating. A moment of silence passed. I understand, he finally said, a knowing glint in his eyes. Consider yourselves fortunate. You wretched demons, just wait until Gali returns. I, Gali of the Gali clan, will hunt you down to the last one. Gali, one of the 12 counselors, and among the most powerful figures in Skirich, seethed with righteous fury. Unlike the other counselors, Gali's position was hereditary. The Gali clan had been at the forefront of the war against the demons since the founding of Skirich. The current head, General Gali, was an unparalleled war god, wielding the divine weapon, demonic gladiator number 1, bestowed upon him by the god Mosier 11. He had battled the demonic armies 49 times without a single defeat. Mountains of demonic corpses lay testament to his brutal efficiency. His ruthless tactics, coupled with his unwavering calm and cold logic, earned him the moniker, the Iron-Blooded Gladiator. Upon arriving at Skirich, Gali, unable to contain his curiosity, addressed Tufur. Lord Mother, why have you pulled me away from the front lines, interrupting my confrontation with the demonic army? What is so urgent? The NPC, seeing no reason to prevaricate, answered frankly, it concerns Jordander. Hearing that the matter involved his son, Gali's demeanor shifted. To confirm what he had heard, he asked again, Jordander. A surge of paternal emotion welled up within him. Jordander is my only son, the heir to the Gali clan. He was the first to arrive on Earth and guide the players in battle. Gali's pride in his son was evident. Despite my reputation as the iron-blooded gladiator on the battlefield, as a father, I have never been absent from my son's life. I am well aware of his excellence. He is the most hard-working and outstanding individual in Skirich. He firmly believed that his son was a shining star destined to lead humanity out of the darkness of the demonic threat, the hope of humanity chosen by the Lord Mother, the chosen one who would lead them to ultimate victory. He has never disappointed me. He is the heir I am most proud of. Because of this unwavering faith, the news of Jordander's apparent trouble struck him with unexpected force. Entering the designated chamber, he inquired about Jordander's progress. Tell me, what remarkable achievements has Jordander accomplished since arriving on Earth? But to his utter astonishment, the chamber was deserted, empty as a drum. General Gali's eyes darted around, his face stiffening in bewildered disbelief. Lost in this surreal scene, he turned sharply to Tufur, demanding, where are the Leaf family heirlooms, the treasures passed down through generations? Tufur froze, momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain without incurring the general's wrath. Realizing the futility of concealment, he carefully detailed the events that had transpired at Skirich while the general was battling the demons on the front lines, focusing on Jordander's actions. General Gali's face darkened as understanding dawned. So, he growled, Jordander has gifted everything he could to the Demon King, and whatever he couldn't give, he's used to hunt monsters, all to find the Demon King a spirit companion. And instead of finishing off that whelp, Heya, to save humanity, he helped him. This is infuriating. Struggling to process this mind-blowing revelation, General Gali fought to maintain his composure. On the battlefield, he muttered, they call me the Iron Blood General. Even facing 30,000 enemies, I never flinched. He tried to empathize with Jordander, searching for a reason behind his son's baffling actions. I must see this from my son's perspective, he concluded. Though unaware of the trials Jordander had endured, General Gali remained resolute in his belief in his son. He must have a reason for doing this, he declared. Tufur hesitantly added, I did tell him about taking the heirloom. General Gali slammed his fist on the table, rising to his feet. He said he wanted to pet the Sanamea dragon. He didn't say he was going to empty our coffers. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anger, General Gali forced himself to calm down. Perhaps, he mused, the burden of saving humanity is too much for him to bear. The afternoon sky outside was beginning to deepen into a warm, dusky hue. A softer expression crossed the general's face as he made a decision. Perhaps we should find him a therapist. True to his word, General Gali procured a list of therapists for Jordander. I think these are suitable, he announced. Tufur stared blankly at the list, utterly numb. Sensing a misunderstanding, Tufur stammered. I apologize for disappointing you, father, but I don't need this. It's not what you think. General Gali's expression hardened. Jordander, he said sternly, do you know why our family has always been victorious? Why we hold the position we do today? Jordander flinched, then replied, you said it was because of our faith in Mother Machi. Our devotion to Machi is absolute. Yes, General Gali agreed. But those words are not just a slogan. He held out a glowing pendant towards Jordander. This is different from the trinkets you squandered. This is our family's true heirloom. The divine demonic weapon number 1, bestowed by Mother Machi herself. The downfall of Zuzaner. The wielder's reverence for Machi amplifies their strategic prowess many times over. Of course, it can also be used to test one's loyalty to Machi, because only by maintaining 100% reverence to Lord Machi, the wielder of demonic weapon number 3, can its power be fully realized. Upon hearing this, Tufur's face became slightly tense. Then, Uchi took this opportunity to subtly cast a concealing mist. You know, father, you've never lost a battle against the demons, so you can't understand how terrifying they truly are. But the situation has changed. It's not like it used to be. Now, Jordander is humanity's hope. It was unclear what Jordander was feeling at that moment, but he glanced away as if trying to avoid the truth. At this point, General Gali made a decision. He would give Jordander his pendant. I now entrust this to you, son. Seeing his father offer the pendant so readily, Jordander couldn't help but wonder, you don't doubt me at all? As he reached out to accept it, General Gali added a few words of advice. You are still young, and fear is perfectly reasonable, but a resolute heart is the most powerful strength. Although Jordander couldn't express everything he felt, deep down, he was grateful to his father. Being a disappointment and misunderstood couldn't be helped. After all, his father had never lost a battle against the demons, and no matter how dire the situation, he would never compromise. The pendant in Jordander's hand now emitted a light filled with holy power. The number 1 demonic gladiator. As he received the treasure from his father, Jordander pondered its purpose. Does this mean you want me to use this to fight the Demon King? Father, I understand your suffering. I will definitely pull myself together. However, upon closer inspection, something puzzled him. Why does this holy light have a trace of something else? This seemed unprecedented, and now General Gali was also confused. He began to question everything. Is it broken? No, it can't be. The family records of over 1,000 years have never mentioned it breaking. Could it be that the reverence for Machi has been tainted? Suddenly, Jordander's demeanor shifted dramatically as he snatched a piece of paper. Father, please give me a therapist. Oh, good eye. I like that kind too. After regaining his composure, Jordander offered a theory. The anomaly of Juvender's downfall might be related to this. Suddenly, the pendant in his hand emitted a miraculous light. Then, General Gali found himself holding a small, cute creature. He examined it carefully. Did I win this from a claw machine? But life wasn't a dream. In his hand was a cat in full attack mode. No, wait. On closer inspection, this is a system-level demonic artifact. The cat's eyes glowed crimson, radiating a murderous aura as if it was about to take his life. General Gali began to question everything again. How is this possible? There are only 13 system-level artifacts, and they are all bestowed by Machi. Bultagen, demonic gladiator number 8, with the power of absolute sealing, separated it and used its parts to create safe zones on Earth, 66 in total. Drawing on his vast experience, he continued. The primordial cannon, demonic weapon number 3, possesses the power of essence. It can transform the power of faith into the power of essence. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the combat power. The downfall of Juvendur, the #1 demonic gladiator, knows no bounds. Seeing that even the most powerful weapons were no match for the approaching darkness, he became deeply worried. These three are all on the list of system-level divine artifacts. But these three currently cannot inflict significant damage on the Demon King. Then, Gali turned back to the small, harmless-looking kitten he held in his hand. It seemed ordinary enough, yet appearances could be deceiving. A latent power resided within this unassuming creature, a strength deeper and more profound than met the eye. Gali's face lit up with excitement. Excellent work, Jordander. With this, even if the enemy is stronger, we can still achieve victory with ease. He immediately questioned the source of this newfound power, his voice brimming with anticipation. Where did you acquire this? However, the answer that followed left him utterly dumbfounded. The Demon King gave it to me. Jordander's blunt reply left Gali reeling in disbelief. The Demon King gave it to you? The shock didn't end there. Jordander continued. What's more, the Demon King's lair is filled with these. He probably just whipped them up on a whim. This outlandish revelation nearly sent Gali into a fit of apoplexy. Filled with them? Whip them up. He lurched from one shock to the next as Jordander added. He even has the Crimson Outpost, an S-class artifact, just lying around. Gali stammered. I understand, Jordander. Seeing his father's strange behavior, Jordander cautiously spoke. Father? In the next moment, Gali stepped forward and placed a comforting hand on Jordander's shoulder. I understand what you've been facing, son. I didn't realize he was such a formidable foe. You must have endured so much hardship. Touched by his father's understanding, Jordander felt a surge of emotion. Gali, regaining his composure, declared, Don't worry, father. I've recovered my spirits. You've entrusted me with the #1 demonic gladiator title. I will defeat the Demon King and won't disappoint you. But Gali's face darkened, his voice grave. The #1 demonic gladiator title alone isn't enough. I never thought the day would come when I'd have to pass down our family's ultimate trump card, passed down through generations to you. Jordander's curiosity piqued. An ultimate trump card? We have something that powerful. Realizing Jordander needed to know, Gali revealed the truth. Indeed, against such a formidable enemy, even the demonic gladiator's divine weapon may not be enough. This final measure is one our family hasn't used in 1,000 years. Gali then instructed Jordander on how to utilize this powerful trump card. First, raise your left hand. Then, raise your right hand. Although unsure of the purpose, Jordander obediently followed his father's instructions. The unexpected twist was that the never-before-used trump card Gali spoke of was surrender, the last resort when cornered. Finding this utterly ridiculous, Jordander turned to his father, exasperated. Don't joke. You call this our trump card? I was just starting to feel determined. Gali beamed with pride at his son's sharp intuition. What? You saw through my bluff? As expected of my heir, my pride and joy. Meanwhile, Jordander, still holding his hands aloft, stared blankly and asked, What then? What an aftershock. Like fine wine, he truly gets better with age. And in the next second, he unleashes an even more formidable trump card, a demonic upgrade and a crushing blow. In a mere instant, the entire space is convulsed by the intense martial arts duel between the two. How can such a father be considered a demonic, blood-forged puppet? Isn't his son the hope of humanity? The two, evenly matched, are determined to give it their all. This is no joke. There's no other way. Meanwhile, the beautiful female demons are burning with anxiety, having received no news of the Demon King. The situation is growing dire. We can't find the Demon King, Bella exclaimed, exasperated. What the hell are we going to do now? Even the three Milan have no news of him. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts despairing, they see no progress. We're at an impasse, one lamented. Contrary to everyone's agitation, Mammon remains seated, calmly contemplating. After countless failures, she finally decides to dispatch a team to search for the Demon King. The older demon seems less than enthusiastic about Mammon's plan, but we only have one team left. If we dispatch them, he turns, his voice laced with concern. We won't even have anyone to guard the base, let alone the children. The little demons are blissfully enjoying their icy treats, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. But Mammon refuses to let them remain idle. They must take action. If we can't find the Demon King, she declares, we have only one path left. A gruesome death, better than nothing. Having nothing left to lose, she decides to gamble everything. While their location remains undisclosed, it's all or nothing. Demon Squad move out. Upon receiving her command, they waste no time, setting off immediately in search of the Demon King. Reaching a desolate wasteland, they disembark from their vehicle. The Demon Squad now finds itself face-to-face with a human convoy. The human driver, upon seeing the demons before him, is paralyzed with fear. Demons, we've encountered the Demon King's subordinates. The demons, however, are not pleased by this encounter. Humans, one grumbles. Just 3 kilometers out, and we run into humans. What rotten luck. From the human convoy, a man clad entirely in black steps out. Both sides raise their guard, anticipating an attack. The hot-headed humans immediately draw their swords. Impudent demons, one shouts. Prepare for a fight to the death. But it's all a bluff, a mere show of force. The demons react instantly. I'll hold them off, one cries. You all go. Find the Demon King. He charges forward, roaring, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Both sides, weapons at the ready, wait for the inevitable clash. After a moment of tense silence, they erupt into a chaotic brawl. Suddenly, amidst the furious fighting, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, painting the sky crimson. The humans struggle against its intense force. Even the demons pause, awestruck by the sheer power of the blast. What was that? And then, a third party enters the fray. Phinia class, E-rank, mutated wolf, unknown level. He looks on in disbelief at the surreal scene. How is this possible? Now, their enemy wasn't each other, but that monstrous, hairy, and dangerous Phinia. An S-class variant, its rank exceeding 100 stars. Humanity had truly lost all hope, facing 2 such overwhelmingly superior opponents at once. This was an absolute impossibility. It turned out the reason Phinia joined the fray today was its bottomless stomach. Smelling food, it had arrived. Perhaps at this moment, they were silently praying for their lives as they watched Phinia charge forward like a god. The nightmare it sowed was only just beginning. Phinia immediately snatched a human, and what happened next was probably predictable. With its ravenous hunger, it instantly devoured the person's head. Everyone now officially joined Phinia's bloody feast. Phreens looked at his hand and spoke. My power has indeed increased again. He carried within him the energy of Phreens, now a level 5 characteristic, violent self-enhancement and leveling through devouring living beings. The layers stacked upon each other, 34 layers deep. Cooldown time, 29 minutes, 30 seconds. Halang approached Phreens and spoke. My lord, come and look at this. He looked towards his subordinate and replied, just keep going like this. We might actually be able to swallow the demon. Instead, Halang led Phreens closer to the bus and said, the group from earlier seemed to be escorting this vehicle. The vehicle's door slowly opened. The sight before him left him speechless. Inside were a group of children huddled together, terrified. Some of the children looked towards Phreens with pale faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The scene shifted to Uchi. He leaned on the table, looking forward, and asked in astonishment, what? Missing children outside the safe zone? NPC 404 looked at his computer and replied, after the demonic weapon number 3 incident, we initiated an evacuation plan. Children under 16 were moved out of the safe zone to keep them away from the Demon King and protect them. But we lost contact near East Lake Forest Park. According to the investigation at the scene, a battle took place. There are traces of demons and variants. His report made Machi ask with some doubt, traces of both demons and variants? Isn't number 07 supposed to be monitoring the Demon King? What's going on? NPC 404 reported again. According to the report, the Demon King did leave his lair early this morning and went to the center of the safe zone. During this time, he helped an old lady cross the street and fed stray cats. He pointed out a pervert on the bus. The Demon King, Hada, received the title Righteous Citizen of Conscience. He set up a stall in the central square of the safe zone. Didn't sell anything, but chatted nonstop with uncles and aunts for 3 hours. Now he's back in his lair, taking a nap. Hearing about Hada's day, Machi slammed his hand on the table and roared. That insidious and cunning Demon King, hiding his evil so deeply. I can't understand what he's trying to do at all. He then looked at NPC 404 and ordered, we can't determine if the children's disappearance is related to him. Continue the investigation. The other obeyed, replying, yes. After he left the room, NPC 404 leaned on the table, lost in thought. Damn it. The missing children are because of the NPC plan. If rumors spread, the reputation of Chung Tian will definitely be affected. We must find those children quickly. The hope of humanity rests on suppressing this chaos. He then pulled out his phone to call someone, but the moment he raised it to his ear, the operator's voice announced, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." His worried, contemplative expression instantly froze into one of helpless frustration. After a moment, Machi erupted in a furious shout. "What in the world are you trying to do, Jordander?" Inside Hades, the Demon King's residence, on Jordander's side, he sat bleary-eyed from lack of sleep, listlessly watching his grandfather, Gali, holding a gift box. He'd spent ages choosing the perfect present to give the Demon King. Jordander glanced at him with a look of disgust, thinking to himself, the father I've always been so proud of is actually a shameless sycophant. As he looked down at his own necklace, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Pure 99% Jordander pendant. Please verify the owner's loyalty level. He immediately turned to Gali and snapped. Appeasing the Demon King is only temporary. Our ultimate goal is to defeat him. Remember that. His outburst left Gali utterly bewildered. Isn't that obvious? He asked. Why are you making such a big deal about it, especially right in front of his house? And so loudly. Jordander, slightly embarrassed by his outburst, feigned a cough and replied, just a precaution. A reminder, father. Gali raised his hand towards the gate, preparing to ring the bell, and sensing his son's odd behavior, announced, well, I'm ringing the bell now. He pressed the bell. Suddenly, a thick black smoke billowed out from the other side, forming a demonic figure that glared at them and roared, "You're courting death." Jordander, startled by the sight, muttered to himself, could this be the Demon King's warning to any enemy who dares to encroach on his territory? Gali, standing before him, pushed up his sunglasses and said, I sense it, Jordander. His words confused Jordander, who blurted out, sense what? Gali lowered one side of his sunglasses and continued, I sense that this Demon King senses me. I am the #1 demonic gladiator. I've slaughtered countless of his underlings. This illusion is his direct warning to me. How arrogant, how presumptuous. The demonic figure, which turned out to be the Demon King's doorbell attendant, looked at them and announced, the master is unavailable at the moment. Couldn't you have come another time? Jordander stared at it, dumbfounded. A doorbell, he whispered. Gali, standing beside him, was too speechless to even comment. The doorbell attendant propped its chin on its hand, smiled at them, and said, staring at me won't do any good. I'm not telling you anything. Behind it, another demon, Bao Bao, was basking in the sun. Bao Bao lifted a leg, turned its head towards them, smiled, and said, he's taking a nap. Jordander, once again taken aback, echoed Bao Bao's words. Oh no! Bao Bao looked at them, then glanced at 2 small chairs by the gate. If you're willing, you can wait there. All right then. Both Jordander and Gali walked toward the chairs and sat down with surprising ease. Then he just scrolled through his phone until evening. But time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. The sun began to set, painting a vivid picture of the twilight hour. Jordander's phone, after a long day of use, finally ran out of battery, completely drained. Jordander put his phone away and looked at his father, Gali, with exasperation. Father, please be serious. What if the Demon King comes back and sees us scrolling on our phones? Do you think that's appropriate? But in reality, Gali had just taken his own phone out when he received a disapproving look from his son. A little while later, the Demon King finally woke up. He hurriedly opened the door, looking sheepishly at them before speaking. I apologize. I accidentally overslept. Upon seeing Hada, both Jordander and Gali immediately stood up and politely replied in turn, not at all. Not at all. We just arrived. We haven't been waiting long. Not numb at all. But despite their words, their legs were, in fact, so numb that they trembled uncontrollably as they stood before him. Seeing Gali for the first time, Hada couldn't help but express his surprise. And this is Gali, smiling, gestured to his side and introduced himself. This is my father, Gali. He currently works at the Chung Tian City Council. Hearing this, Hada was taken aback, silently wondering why Gali had come to see him. Noticing Hada's expression, Gali put a hand behind his head and said sheepishly, I became your fan after watching that live stream. I heard you and Jordander are acquainted, so I came to visit. Hearing his reason, Hada exclaimed with delight, so you're a fan of the live stream? It was just a misunderstanding. Everyone misunderstood me. Actually, I'm not some big shot or rich guy. I'm just an ordinary citizen with no combat ability. He then opened the door and invited them inside. In the living room, Gali sat down and looked at Hada. Right. That's right, I understand, he said, playing along. He continued to praise Hada. I just didn't expect Mr. Ha to be so much more handsome in person than in the video. Truly. This made Hada blush and humbly reply, "You're too kind." Meanwhile, Jordander sat nearby, watching with a helpless expression. Unexpectedly, Gali stepped forward and offered to massage Hada's shoulders. "Let me give you a shoulder rub." Hada was startled. "How can I let you do that?" But immediately after, Gali took out a handkerchief and knelt down to polish Hada's shoes. "You don't know, my shoe shining skills are top-notch." This action horrified Hada even more. "Isn't that a bit much?" he exclaimed. Jordander, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. "Father," he thought to himself. Hada, his expression a mixture of confusion and bewilderment, asked, "Mr. Gali, I'm just an ordinary person. Shouldn't we interact normally?" He thought to himself, are even high-level NPCs acting like this now? Gali, still clutching Hada's leg, stuck out his tongue like a puppy and nodded repeatedly. Understood. Meanwhile, he thought, can't overdo it. I'll blow the Demon King's cover. Hearing this, Hada, the Demon King, exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful." Gali, seated on a chair, pulled 6 gifts from his bag and, looking towards Hada, said, "Please accept this small token of my esteem." Hada took the gift. As he opened the box, a brilliant blue light unexpectedly erupted from within, causing him to cry out in astonishment. This is a self-propelled vacuum cleaner that suddenly launched itself from a box. The S-Class force-powered automatic vacuum cleaner, equipped with the latest AI. Automatic cleaning mode can be activated upon startup, freeing up your hands for a more enjoyable life. Gali, beaming with pride, explained to Hada, "This is a vacuum cleaner imbued with primal force. Your your residence is so spacious. I felt this would be the most appropriate gift." Nearby, in the pet activity area, Babylon and Bal-I-Am were playing chess. When they saw the vacuum cleaner, their eyes widened in surprise as they watched it approach. Suddenly, the vacuum cleaner swerved towards them. Both Babylon and Bal-I-Am leaped up and, clinging to each other, ran. "Don't come any closer," Bal-I-Am yelled as they fled. The self-propelled vacuum cleaner bumped against Bal-I-Am, causing her to lurch forward to avoid it. Hada, still seated, watched their frantic attempts to escape the vacuum cleaner with a touch of helplessness. He then turned and smiled at them. Seeing his smile, Gali's eyes gleamed with a knowing look. "Success," he thought triumphantly. "Only I can make the Demon King smile like that. Take that, you sycophants. Learn a thing or two from me, son." He then turned to Jordander with a smug grin, his expression baffling his son. Gali narrowed his eyes, thinking gift-giving must be based on the recipient's personality, hobbies, and living conditions. This automatic vacuum cleaner not only helps him clean his house, but also provides entertainment. It perfectly meets the Demon King's needs and will remind him of us every time he sees it diligently working. Jordander, meanwhile, stared at his father with utter bewilderment. Finally understanding his father's look, Jordander furrowed his brow and thought with a weary sigh, "Oh, Dad, of course, you're truly something. I learned so much." Gali, still basking in his perceived triumph, declared, "But you thought that was all, didn't you?" They exchanged knowing glances, each silently asking, "Did you really think I was just a limitless bootlicker? What, weren't you?" Gali thought in response, "It seems you, too, and even the Demon King, have been blinded by my charm, overlooking my true intellect," Gali declared. Jordander could only stare in astonishment. True intellect? Before Jordander could finish, Gali continued his internal monologue. "Indeed, this S-Class device may seem harmless to humans and beasts, but it's actually equipped with the latest divine power AI system, capable of complex calculations." He continued to observe Bal-I-Am and Babylon, who were still being pursued by the relentless vacuum cleaner, clinging to each other for dear life. "It's so itchy. I can't take it anymore," Babylon cried. "Hold on tight. Just a little longer," Bal-I-Am urged. Gali muttered to himself, "It possesses the ability to accurately calculate the most pleasing course of action. Prolonged use could paralyze the Demon King's mind, driving him to madness. If things continue like this, humanity will triumph without a fight." Jordander, taken aback by his father's inner monologue, thought, "That's my bloodthirsty dad for you, boasting 100 victories in 100 battles against demons." I spent years manually testing it, Gali continued. As Hajia took hold of the device, a blinding light suddenly erupted. Gali, startled, spun around and exclaimed, "What's happening?" "The vacuum cleaner's head is changing. Next, its body began to transform," he narrated, eyes wide. "Then, its components started shifting. And then, the internal parts of the vacuum cleaner began to change. In mere moments, the vacuum cleaner was upgraded in Hajia's hands. Hajia, holding the device, looked at it in astonishment. "It transformed?" he asked, bewildered. Gali, equally surprised, nodded vigorously. Right, he agreed before the full realization of what had happened hit him. He froze as if turned to stone and choked out, "Right, but why?" Gali furrowed his brow, glancing at Hajia with suspicion. This is strange, he thought. How can something transform into a deadly weapon just by being touched? And it's equipped with the latest divine AI, with computational abilities far surpassing humans. It can instantly analyze and gather comprehensive information about its owner and calculate the best way to please them. Wait a minute, he realized. After analyzing the Demon King, it immediately chose to surrender? You spineless, shameless thing. Suddenly, Gali dropped to his knees and kowtowed before Hajia. The Demon King, taken aback, asked, "Mr. Gali, why are you suddenly bowing?" Back on the sofa, Gali, still flustered, explained himself. I apologize. My legs suddenly went weak. I lost control for a moment." Hajia, holding the upgraded vacuum cleaner, thanked him profusely. "Please, sit down and rest, Mr. Gali. You shouldn't have bothered bringing such a precious gift when you're not feeling well." "Thank you so much, but I really can't accept it." Both Gali and Jordander were stunned by his refusal. "What?" Gali's eyebrows shot up in alarm. The AI's flattery has reached this level, and he still won't accept it? Could it be he prefers living beings? His expression quickly brightened. "Hey, be met at Hadia. Mr. Ha, you prefer pets, don't you? You have sprites. So how about a goblin or a werewolf?" Hajia smiled gently. No, it's not that." He brought a hand to his face, a touch embarrassed. "Actually, there's something I need your help with. I should be the one giving you a gift, not the other way around. I'm just a little embarrassed to ask." Gali, understanding dawning on him, spoke up. "So that's it? Another mission? Leave it to us." Jordander, still bewildered, asked, "What is it?" Hajia recounted his journey home. He'd heard about the missing children outside the safe zone. The residents, eyeing him, spoke up. "Young master, you're a big shot now, living in a fancy house, even having a high-ranking NPC as a friend. If you have the chance, please help us think of a solution. Even just a word or two to Jordander would be good. Everyone in the Kajama safe zone knows he listens to you the most. If he agrees to join, we're sure to find those children." He'd barely finished speaking when Jordander moved towards his charging phone and answered it. "So that's what happened. I understand. Send the documents to my device." He continued charging and making calls, gathering information. A notification popped up on his phone. "You have received information regarding the attack on the convoy near Mitashimiki." Reading the information, he thought to himself, it's normal for the aberrants to attack humans. If they can eliminate the guards before reinforcements arrive, their combat power will be overwhelming. But this might attract the Demon King's attention. Could this incident conceal a devastating threat? Hajia suddenly looked at him and blurted out, "Although it's presumptuous, could you please save those children?" The interruption startled him. "What? Are you afraid they won't agree?" Hajia clasped his hands together, looking utterly pitiful, and pleaded sincerely, "Because I'm truly worried about them." This action left both of them dumbfounded. Gali, glancing at Hajia with a wary expression, thought, something's not right. Is he acting? He's the Demon King, yet he's urging us to save those human children. If the conflict drags on, Gali mused, those children will become the backbone of the resistance against the Demon King. Meaning, the children, representing hope and the future, will be the very ones to oppose him. Why is he so eager for them to die? He's feigning innocence, but in reality, he must have some sinister, cunning plan. Gali sat down at his computer and began analyzing the situation for the other two. The report says the evidence suggests the aberrants didn't kill the children on the spot, but took the school bus. We can't yet determine the logic behind their behavior or the reason for it, but deliberately taking the children must have some purpose. And because there's a purpose, the children are likely still alive. Hearing this, Hajia was immensely relieved, tears welling up in his eyes. "They're alive? That's so wonderful," he exclaimed. "Demon King, thank goodness. Thank goodness." Gali, witnessing this display, was speechless. He shot Hajia a disdainful look, thinking, such exaggerated acting. I still have to pretend to believe it. But as long as he can maintain stability, these humiliations are nothing. Despite his inner thoughts, he turned back to Hadia, feigning emotion, grasped his hand, and cried out, "It's truly a divine blessing." Hadia replied, "Yes, I feel the same way." Jordander, hands on his hips, confidently declared to Hadia, "Don't worry, I'll definitely rescue those children." Overjoyed, Hadia exclaimed, "Jordander, my hero. He's too strong. I'll go tell everyone. Wait for our good news." Jordander, his gaze unwavering with newfound resolve, declared as he left Ghali's home, "I will definitely complete this mission." His performance was flawless, utterly genuine. This left his father, Ghali, utterly dumbfounded. Inside Jordander's control room, surrounded by a multitude of screens, he raised a hand and issued commands. NPCs in Kujama receive orders. Target all aberrations exceeding level 50 within a 100 kilometers radius and monitor their activity for 3 hours. The NPCs outside, already hard at work, responded, filtering hostile groups showing signs of activity. Jordander's team, within the room, added their input. Simultaneously issue quests to the players. Prioritize hunting carnivorous aberrations and gathering clues about the missing children from them. Jordander surveyed the screens, thinking to himself, "This way, I can receive news the moment a clue is found. Just you wait for my good news, Demon King." Outside, Ghali watched his son from afar. Jordander's fervent dedication to the mission touched the older man. "Jordander is working so hard to complete the Demon King's task," he murmured. The Demon King chose to cooperate with him and refuse the S-rank Primal Force AI vacuum. He's really trying to gain favor. No, to stabilize the kingdom. Jordander's dedication has surpassed even my own. What a relief. Now I can focus on the upcoming conference. Ghali shouldered his weapon, stabilizing those corrupt, high-ranking officials. That's something only I, as Councilman number 1, can do. Jordander has finally given me the time to focus on this. But just then, he leaned his weapon against a nearby wall. "From now on, your job is to accompany my son," he addressed the weapon. "Primal Force AI." He turned to leave. As the weapon touched the wall suddenly flashed red. Laser-like beams of light appeared on its surface. Ghali stared, bewildered. The weapon, now leaning against the activated wall, spoke. "Primal Force AI has connected to Skirich City's private network, expanding surveillance network to encompass all individuals within Skirich City. Any anomalies will be reported to the Demon King immediately." Ghali responded, "Right. It's already begun its work." But as the implications of this sank in, a wave of horror washed over Ghali, freezing him in place. This is the real reason the Demon King refused the Primal Force AI. He gasped. That cunning, deceitful Demon King. Meanwhile, Hadia, the Demon King, stood in the street, addressing the surrounding crowd. "Jordander has intervened. Everyone, rest assured, we will definitely be able to save the children. If even he can't do it, then perhaps no one in this world can." The crowd responded with enthusiastic agreement. That's right. We all know. Skirich City has just issued numerous bounty quests, calling on everyone to hunt down aberrations and search for traces of the children. The rewards are incredibly generous. Seeing everyone's agreement made him so happy he blurted out, "Is that so? That's great. Now I can rest easy." An elderly woman in a brown coat, standing nearby, smiled and spoke up. "Although we don't understand the specifics." A woman in purple, standing next to her, continued, "But I hear that if you complete more, your reputation in Skirich City will improve. The cost of all future transactions will be reduced by 5%. Hearing this made Hadia incredibly happy. After a moment, touched by these words, the surrounding crowd continued to chatter. "But the aberrant variants are a bit dangerous. These missions are thanks to Jordander. He's the one who issued them. If they knew I was involved too, it would be a bit embarrassing." Hearing this, Hadia felt a pang of despair. Suddenly, a woman with curly hair looked at him and asked, "Hadia, are you interested too?" He put his hand behind his head, replying bashfully, "Not me, ma'am." The next morning, Hadia held a wooden sign that read, "Recruiting people for missions," and offered money. Beside him lay countless other scrolls. He raised the wooden sign and stood in the middle of the street. Everyone passing by ignored him completely, simply walking on. Others chatted animatedly as they passed, saying, "Let's go." Suddenly, A voice called out from nearby. Oh, isn't that the famous Hadia? Hadia turned around in surprise. It's you? Class president. The young man with blue hair was indeed the level 19 assassin, the class president. The class president looked at Hadia, smiled, and asked, I saw you in a live stream before. I thought you were some important figure. How did you end up in such a desperate situation? Hadia put his hand behind his head and laughed awkwardly. It's a long story. In a nearby alley, a young man in a blue shirt tossed 2 copper coins in his hand. A chubby young man sitting on the ground looked at them with a terrified expression and pleaded, all the rewards are here. Please take them and let me go. I'll bring more tomorrow. I promise. The man in blue threatened, if you don't want us posting your nude photos on the World Channel, you'd better do what you say. This new mission is amazing. Thanks to the class president gathering so many underlings, we're raking in the cash. The woman beside him smiled smugly and added, exactly. Being able to collect so many nudes, the class president is truly skilled. This calls for a celebration. Suddenly, recognizing a familiar face nearby, she exclaimed in surprise, Class president. Over by Hadia, the class president clapped him on the shoulder and said cheerfully, what a coincidence. See, I told you you're not some big shot. I'm probably still level 1. Unlike you, class president. You've always been so capable. The woman smiled, stroking her hair. Oh my, is the class president developing a new downline? Such a model employee. He looked at Hadia and asked, isn't that someone from our class? Rents a room off campus. I've never seen him in class. The woman replied, I don't recognize him either. The class president generously tossed some coins towards Hadia. Since you look so pathetic, I'll help you out a bit. Here's a reward for you. Hadia received 3 silver coins. He looked at the coins in his hand, his expression a mixture of speechless amusement and exasperation. Then, looking at them, he began, actually, your class rank is pretty high, right? The class president's already reached level 19. World Strategic ranking 3,445. At his question, the class president narrowed his eyes, looking at Hadia with disdain. Pretty high? You don't understand anything. He had gathered all the scrolls, stuffing them into the basket slung across his back. Hadia looked at them, a smile playing on his lips. I really don't know much. Even my party experience is limited to just one time. So, could you guys take me on a mission? I've been waiting a long time, and it's really hard to find a team capable and willing to lead me. At his words, the class president put his hands on his hips, sneering. Huh, can't even afford 3 silver coins, and you expect to leech off us for missions. The cheerful expression faded from Hadia's face. I can pay. The class president, clearly disbelieving, gave him a scornful look. Oh really? A level 1 newbie like you, unwanted by any team, how much money could you possibly have? Opponent requests a trade. Opponent pays you 2 gold coins. Opponent has confirmed. A sudden silence fell. The class president stared at the amount Hadia offered, his expression shifting from disbelief to utter shock. T2 gold coins? He stammered. Everything I've saved up until now is only 2 gold coins. How does this newbie have as much as me? I'm in the top 5,000 of the world rankings. Hadia, a hint of smugness in his smile, asked, full payment is 5 gold coins. I'll give you 3 more after we're done. Considering your level and rank, I think it's a fair price. Even world-class parties only charge 10 gold. The class president stared at him, dumbfounded. Then a surge of angry jealousy washed over him. Damn it, he muttered. Why does it seem like he just achieved his top rank? An outsider from our class, showing off in front of me after just 1 live stream. I wasn't planning on messing with him, but now I've changed my mind. I'll lure him into the wilderness, teach him a lesson, and then take some compromising photos. And I'll take all his money. Let's see him strut around after that. A sinister thought sparked in the class president's mind. He approached Hadia with a friendly smile. Hey, since we're classmates, let's not talk about money. Helping each other out is only natural, right? Eving approached. A player, clad in the familiar green of Monster Hunters, hands tucked in his pockets, looked at Hadia. Don't wander off. If those aberrations get you, I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you in time. Hadia, sitting on the ground, scrolled through his notifications, then looked up at them with a smile. Ah, Class president, don't scare me. You'll protect me, right? I still have to pay you the rest of the money. The class president drew his weapon, assuming a combat stance, and looked ahead. Honestly, I don't really care about the rest of your money. He gestured to his two companions. Our levels are 21, 22, and 20, all rogue trainees. Hadia, still diligently sorting his scrolls, murmured, these are completed, these are not. After submitting all the quests and earning the prestigious Friend of Skirich City title upon completing all the reports, Hajia's face lit up with uncontainable joy. It seems I've done enough to earn the reputation reward, he thought. As evening fell, the class president, hands tucked into his pockets, looked over at Hajia and said, if you're all done, let's head back. Hajia, still diligently working on his reports, glanced up at the class president and politely declined. I'm sorry, but I have quite a few quests to manage, and it's getting late. A while later, Hajia and the class president finally left together. Just then, a young man in a green shirt approached from afar and called out, I've been looking for you. The difficulty of the quests used to be so high. Why the sudden change? His companion chimed in, I don't know. We'll ask when we go back to turn in the quests. The class president glanced back, as if signaling to his companions, while thinking to himself, perfect, it's dark. I'll lead him somewhere secluded. As they walked, Hajia, sensing something amiss about their route, turned to the class president and asked, are you sure there won't be any problems going this way? At Hajia's question, the class president furrowed his brow and turned back to look at him, wondering, could he have figured it out? Hajia, looking at him, exclaimed, because the monsters around here, they don't seem easy to fight. Almost all of them are high level. Level 56 mutated wolf, level 49 mutated wolf, level 72 mutated wolf, level 66 mutated wolf. Sensing danger, Hajia immediately turned and ran, glancing back at the group as he yelled, everyone run. Suddenly, a hand reached out and shoved him towards the monsters. Hajia stared back at them, his eyes wide with disbelief. A faint, ethereal glow suddenly emanated from the surrounding forest. Reacting quickly, Hajia narrowly escaped the jaws of a monster. Realizing what was happening, he muttered to himself, these guys are trying to sell me out and run for it themselves? Damn it, I was so close to finishing. Moments later, he was thrown into a prison cell. The door slammed shut. The realization that he was still alive filled Hajia with relief. I'm alive, he exclaimed. That's great. Next time, I should stick with the top 10 players and not try to cut corners, he thought. Suddenly, the sound of children crying reached his ears. Crying, he wondered, startled. Behind him were the missing children. The sight of them shocked him. These kids, could they be the missing children? And there are missing players and guards too. So even those big shots didn't escape. Not just children. All the missing humans are alive, just like Big Brother said. What are these beastmen planning? Just then, a little girl in a yellow dress among the children cried out, it's so scary. It stinks. I want to go home. Suddenly, Hajia pulled out a roasted chicken and offered it to the children. Their eyes widened in surprise as they looked at him. Upon seeing the chicken, instead of rejoicing, the little girl in the red dress made a shockingly blunt statement. I don't want it, she declared. Mom says it's too high in protein. I can't digest it. Hearing this, Hajia pulled out a gleaming iron sword. The girl in the red dress looked at the sword and exclaimed, it doesn't even glow. It's not cool at all. Hajia's expression became one of utter helplessness. Despite this, he pulled out a Sailor Moon figurine and offered it to her. Seeing this, the girl in the red dress immediately eyed him suspiciously. Big brother, she asked, you're not from Fantasy World, are you? The little girl's words left Hajia utterly defeated. He turned his face to a corner, muttering to himself, are children this hard to please these days? Looking over at him, the girl in the red dress, her curiosity piqued, asked, Big brother, what's that? He glanced at his potions and replied, these are potions. It's a level C production skill I got from previous quests. The primary purification potion, after consumption, can purify low-level negative status effects. The girl in the red dress picked up a blue potion and asked, can it purify bad feelings like fear, worry, and sadness? Hajia turned back, smiling. Yeah, he said hopefully. But there's nothing to be scared of, even if it's just your best friend. At his reassuring words, the girl in the red dress immediately retorted, really? You look totally terrified just now. Why shouldn't I be scared? Hajia replied, because someone will definitely come to save us. His confident answer made the little girl skeptical. Really? She asked. He affirmed, of course. Seeing them chatting animatedly, Han Lang, standing nearby, tried to cover his ears to block out the noise. Meanwhile, Hajia continued talking with the children. By then, these monsters will all be killed, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Wow, little big brother is right. A brown-haired girl looked at the girl in the red dress and asked, but these monsters are so strong. Who will kill them and save us? The girl in red replied, exactly. Suddenly, Hajia spoke up. Have you ever heard of the hope of humanity? Elsewhere, Jordan was driving his car with all his might, rushing towards their location. As he drove, he spoke into his communicator. The missing children's school bus has been located. They've overrun the entire southern area. No players or NPCs have been spared. The children were brought here after being captured. Send the exact location to my phone. He thought to himself, I have to keep them alive. Why is this so complicated? Back with Hajia, Fancy Geo looked at him and asked, are you saying that this hope will come to save you? Hajia glanced at him in alarm. It was Fancy Geo, the S-rank mutated variant leader. He crossed his arms, smirking smugly at Hajia. That's good news, he mocked, because I've been waiting for him. In another area, 2 high-level monsters stood guard. Seeing someone approaching, Han Lang called out, who's there? This is the lair of the Beast King, Fenriser. No entry without summons. From afar, a dark figure slowly approached. It was Du Long Du. He frowned, his expression murderous. His appearance startled Han Lang, who stammered, wait. But before they could react, Du Lu Din Du, in his first attack, lunged past them. In a blink, he eliminated one of the two. Friend Ji, inside the base, felt the ground shake and cried out in alarm. What's happening? Just as he spoke, the corridor at the far end shook violently. Ha Lang rushed in, yelling, Friend Ji, sir, it's Jale Ding De. Duladin Du has broken in. Friend Ji turned to Ha Lang and said, wait, he's finally here. If I could just meet him, then I can. He glanced at Hajia, but before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion rocked the base. Ha Lang was instantly thrown back. The powerful blast shook the entire old building. A gaping hole appeared in the wall. Fancy Gioi spun around in a panic. Jordan stepped in, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He commanded, hand over the children. His terrifying presence made Fancy Gioi stammer. So intimidating. I was prepared, but still. He frowned at Jordan and said, as expected of the legendary hope of humanity, your aura and power are truly admirable. Jordan cut him short. Enough with the flattery. Where are they? Under Jordan's intense gaze, Fancy Gioi pointed towards Hajia and the children nearby. Don't worry, not one is missing. They're all here. Hajia, seeing Jordan, was overcome with relief and joy. Jordan, upon seeing Hajia, paused, trying to process the situation. Realizing the unexpected presence, he thought in astonishment, why is the Demon King here? Hajia, overjoyed, exclaimed, Jordan, I've been waiting for you. You actually came. I asked you to rescue the children, but I didn't expect you to rescue me too. Fancy Gioi stood between Jordan and Hajia. Hajia's words shocked Jordan, who thought he was actually waiting for me. He didn't trust me, so he deliberately came to supervise me, to see how I'd perform, to see if I'd show up. If that's the case, then I'll give you a good show. He drew a sword from his hip. Seeing this, Fancy Gioi started to say, Jordan, wait, but before he could finish, Jordan attacked. His eyes glowed crimson as he roared at Fancy Gioi, I'll take them all. Hand them over. Jordan's terrifying aura frightened the children. They all ran to Fancy Gioi, crying, scary, help, please don't let him take us. Fancy Gioi, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief, who's the villain here? Jordan, unfazed, charged towards him with terrifying speed. Jordan swung his sword, striking Fancy Gioi. He tried to dodge, but couldn't avoid it completely. The impact of the blow caused a massive explosion, sending debris flying through the air. Fancy Gioi gasped, such powerful sword energy. So, this is truly the hope of humanity, Jordan. Its face was so contorted, its parents probably wouldn't even recognize it. Seeing the situation escalating, Fancy Gioi quickly distanced himself from Jordan. He looked towards him and then spoke up, interjecting, wait. Then, he yelled out an explanation. Actually, I captured these humans with no intention of harming them. This is to attract the attention of high-ranking humans. I want to meet with you. The atmosphere suddenly grew still, punctuated only by the passing breeze. He could sense it. This creature's goal wasn't to kill Jordan. Jordan raised an eyebrow, staring at the creature before him. What do you mean? Friend G, an S-rank mutated variant, stated coldly, reminding him, look at my build and my rank. Jordan frowned, retorting, you're level 101? Friend G puffed out his chest, his voice booming. That's right, I awakened the ultra-powerful growth trait. Eating one sentient being allows me to accumulate one layer of gluttony. Consuming one layer of gluttony increases my level by 1. Jordan, still gripping his sword tightly, listened as friend G continued. In just 2 short days, I've reached level 101. Although I've accumulated 15 layers and haven't used them yet, it probably won't be necessary. Because aside from you and other wielders of divine artifacts, I'm already invincible, right? He grew even more gleeful as he spoke. So, if an invincible being like me wants an alliance with humanity, what do you think? Friend G furrowed his brow, thoughts churning within him. His purpose wasn't to antagonize humanity. It was to find a way for them to coexist so that more mutated variants could survive in this world. He looked directly at the man before him, his heart full of calculations for his kind. Revealing his strength was merely a bargaining chip. Even Jordan would surely be shocked after learning of his power. He observed Jordan's every move, finding it somewhat puzzling. Friend G saw what Jordan was doing. He wasn't shocked, but instead looked towards the captured humans. Why was he starting to look increasingly angry? Was it still because he had attacked the humans? He had to eliminate Jordan's hostility. Thinking this, he immediately lowered his stance and spoke respectfully. As for that, I can apologize. I only captured them to create an opportunity to communicate with you. You could even say I saved them. Jordan questioned coldly. Save them? What do you mean? Fancy Goy immediately explained. When I encountered them, they were being ambushed by demons. He puffed out his chest proudly. I killed all the demons and saved these humans. Silence fell once more. No one spoke a word. Even the onlookers were dumbfounded. Is that wolf looking for a death wish? Jordan's expression darkened. He asked softly, is that so? Fancy Goy mistook this for understanding. He beamed, overjoyed. He's wavering. He understands. He thought Jordan was moved by his sincerity. He continued to boast. And that young man behind you? My subordinates discovered him and his companions wandering in a dangerous area. To prevent them from being ambushed by demons, I took them and locked them in a cage. But upon hearing this, Jordan looked at him with an expression of pity mixed with a hint of something like finality. Fancy Goy was utterly bewildered. Why? Why is he looking at me like that? He tried desperately to persuade Jordan. Let's cooperate, Jordan. His voice rose. We have a common enemy, the Demon King. Du Le Din Du, after hearing this for the first time, broke out in a cold sweat. How could this wolf know that the person they were talking about, the Demon King, was right behind them? Du Le Din Du furrowed his brow and roared, simultaneously drawing his sword. Holmon Luangu, I can't let you continue. Hadia from behind seemed quite intrigued, giving Du Le Din Du a fright. She innocently asked, why not? I think he's speaking quite well. Du Le Din Du trembled all over, unsure how to handle this awkward situation. TH that. Heeding Hadia's words, he sheathed his sword. Continue, he said. Fancy Goy, full of himself, went on. I knew you'd be interested. His next words left everyone dumbfounded. I've devised a perfect collaboration. We mutated variants are developing higher intelligence. We also know the current whereabouts of the Demon King and the Great Demon are unknown. This is a perfect opportunity to eliminate them. I'll help you kill the demons, and you help me become the leader of the monsters. From then on, I'll command all monsters, feeding them only demons and never encroaching on human territory. He grew more and more enthusiastic, convinced of his own righteousness. Isn't it perfect? Isn't it undeniable? There's no way to refuse, is there? The atmosphere grew heavy, a terrifying silence descending. Jordan turned to look at Hadia, who smiled brightly and replied, sounds pretty good, doesn't it, brother Du Le Din Du? Du Le Din Du's expression with a mixture of emotions. He silently nodded. I understand. His mind raced. The Demon King let me come here first to prevent me from joining forces with this mutated variant. He made him reveal his entire plan to test my reaction. This means he's known about the evolution and plans of the mutated variants for a long time. Everything that's happening is within his predictions. Such powerful judgment, such deep scheming, such a terrifying desire for control. The wolf, Fancy Gioi, remained convinced everything would go smoothly. Such a mutually beneficial solution, even if a temporary alliance. He saw no reason for refusal. Jordan abruptly cut off his train of thought. I refuse. Friend G was utterly bewildered. He didn't understand at all. Wait, why? He blurted out, stunned. Didn't waste words. He charged towards Fancy Gioi, his mind racing. Of course, it's because the Demon King is watching. The wolf's eyes burned with frustration. You have to tell me why. Any demands you have, we could discuss them. Duladindu attacked again. Again, the wolf roared, exasperated. Let's talk. Let's renegotiate. But Duladindu had no time for negotiations. The pressure was immense. Unable to negotiate, he invoked Hadjia's name. I, representing the Demon King, will destroy you. The wolf was speechless, utterly helpless. Whose side are you even on? But before he could utter another word, he was cut down. Duladindu struck a dramatic pose. Even though we're both level 101, you're the growth type. You can't defeat me. Besides, I'm a veteran of 100 battles. The dust settled, revealing the figure of Jordan. Hajia was astonished, replaying the events in her mind. Did Brother Duladindu just shout, representing the Demon King? She couldn't understand why. Could it be amidst the lingering smoke and dust that Wolf still lives? Fancy Gioi murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Is it because my awakened intellect is insufficient? Why else can't I grasp the logic behind these humans' actions? Resignation tinged his tone. Very well. It seems you've realized I won't cooperate on your terms. A new resolve hardened his voice. You needn't offer me anything. I'll return all your prisoners. I'll even help you fight the other demons on Earth. Just spare my life. Jordan, upon hearing this, was utterly dumbfounded. His mind raced, trying to process the sudden shift. What? He stammered. I think I understand. I think I get it now. Jordan's thoughts drifted to a distant, unsettling possibility. The second implication of the Demon King personally overseeing this, he mused, is that he's afraid I'll immediately let this mutated variant go. He spoke his realization aloud. He's expressly forbidding it. No way. Friend G, overhearing this, was equally speechless. He still won't allow it? Seriously? Zoleding de luet at fancizo once more. The desperate mutant continued his frantic bargaining. All right. I won't be the leader of the monsters anymore. Just let me live. I'll be your dog. Duladindu remained unmoved. No, Fancy Gioi pressed on. Then all my subordinates will be your dogs. Duladindu's answer was the same. No. The wolf-like mutant wanted to howl at the heavens in frustration. Someone tell me, he pleaded, dodging another attack. Why nothing works? Is this human insane? He vented his desperation. I just want to give the mutated variants a way to survive. It doesn't have to be like this. A chilling resolve hardened Fancy Gioi's features. Fine then, if that's how it is. I won't hold back anymore. He unleashed his power. Fancy Gioi consumes 50 layers of gluttony, increasing his level by 30. From level 101 to 131, the scene shifted. Elsewhere, a figure known as Mother spoke in a cold voice. Haven't I told you already? A subordinate questioned him. Didn't you say the mutated variants were creatures of low intelligence? Mother explained, the Demon King is stronger than anticipated, and the mutated variants under his influence are also stronger than expected. Isn't this perfectly logical? The subordinate, bewildered, continued. My point is, why didn't you tell us sooner? Mother retorted sharply. Couldn't you have figured it out yourselves? Must you rely on me for everything? Perhaps you should reflect on that. I'm a god, not your mother. The subordinate fell silent, unsure how to respond. Mother turned away in exasperation. My apologies. It's all my fault. Another figure, Motion, spoke up. It's just such a pity. Mother turned back in surprise. A pity. Motion let out a chilling laugh, his expression filled with malicious glee. Indeed, a promising alliance transformed into a grave threat. He was referring to Jordan and Friend G. Friend G spoke, his voice cold. Do you really think you could defeat me? Jordan, hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Fancy Gioi's eyes burned with a destructive intensity. Duladindu understood Fancy Gioi's intent. He roared, it's a ranged attack. He's trying to kill everyone. He turned and shouted to the others. Brace yourselves. Use all your defensive abilities. Now, the others sprang into action. Yes, they activated their skills. Shield wall, concealment, word of warding. The young girls joined the fray. We're here too. Defensive light ring. Armor boost. Protective blessing. Hadia, however, stood frozen, completely lost in the chaos. Du unleashed his own power. S-rank Divine Shield. At the same time, Friend G launched an attack against them. Murmurs rippled through the group in the face of this perilous situation. Even with Jordan's support mitigating the damage, they began hesitantly. This attack is draining everyone's health rapidly. This situation is extremely unstable. But Hadia, stunned, realized something. It doesn't actually hurt that much. Du gritted his teeth, bearing the brunt of the assault. The force is too strong. The difference in levels is immense. If I use an enhancement item, Hell Breakthrough mode will be interrupted. He lunged towards Friend G. Facing a level 131 mutated variant, Jordan knew he had no chance to use an enhancement item. His power was limited by the current version. Damn it, he ground his teeth, glancing at Hadia, hoping for some kind of miracle. He'd already refused to cooperate with the mutated variant. Fancy Gioi. Was the Demon King going to abandon him too? Hadia, oblivious, wondered, what's going on? Why doesn't it hurt? This is lucky. To Du, this act looked like terrible overacting. Feigning ignorance and deliberately avoiding my gaze, he thought. Friend G intends to eliminate me. Du and extinguish humanity's hope. Hadia, consumed by worry, could only watch Du, meanwhile, inwardly cursed. I've pushed myself to the limit. Are you really not going to help? A young voice cried out. Brother, I'm coming to help. Du saw a green bottle. The bottle hurtled through the air, smashing against Friend G's head. A spray of adhesive erupted, freezing the wolf-like mutant stiffer than a dog caught in a trap. In an instant, the massive wolf collapsed with a resounding thud. Everyone stared anxiously at Jordan. A cloud of dust and debris obscured the scene. Hadia, filled with anxiety, peered through the haze. Jordan, a golden light pierced the gloom. Friend G's mouth was filled with a shimmering golden orb, leaving the creature bewildered. What? The power dynamic has shifted. Du was activating his divine support skill. Friend G frowned, recalling the previous support he'd easily dispelled. Something felt different. Sensing his confusion, Du explained, it's someone else's level. Friend G was utterly bewildered. What? The mutated variant, under the effects of the gluttony state, was purged and reverted to his original level. Level 76. My gluttony rank, it's all gone. He stumbled back, his physique and state returning to normal. He finally understood the reason. That potion, that cleansing potion, C-rank cleansing potion, removes magical effects on the target's body. Removes 2 beneficial spells on an enemy or 2 harmful spells on an ally. Gains an unknown enhancement effect for an unspecified reason. This was the first time Friend G had encountered such a thing, and it left him questioning his entire existence. Impossible. A C-rank potion negated my S-rank rare trait? How? Even Du was bewildered. What kind of potion is this? Turning, he saw Hadia clutching a stack of the potions. He spoke with complete innocence. I didn't expect it to work like this. Do you need more? Both Jordan and Friend G were left speechless, frozen in astonishment. Jordan's thoughts began to churn. So that's how it is. I understand now. He had his methods prepared, but didn't act. Only because I wasn't fully against the werewolves. Only when I and the werewolves fought to the death would he intervene. He saw my life or death struggle as a werewolf as mere entertainment. This thought brought tears to his eyes. We were nothing more than playthings in his hands. Du regained his composure. He questioned Fancy Gioi. Do you have anything else to say? Fancy Gioi, feeling unjustly treated, roared, Why are you so angry? I'm the one in a desperate situation, aren't I? Annoyed by the werewolf's defiance, Du's voice turned cold. Are these your last words? Fancy Gioi was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he abruptly fled. I don't want to tangle with you anymore. After his departure, Hadia approached Du, eyes shining. Zole Dingda, I knew you'd come to save us. You saved me again. How can I ever thank you? He continued with naive enthusiasm. I finally worked up the courage to go out and earn some quest rewards. I never expected this to happen. It's a good thing you came. But in Jordan's eyes, Hadia wasn't so innocent. Sure enough, as soon as the incident ended, he returned to his false persona, as if nothing had happened. He knew it, but there was nothing he could do, so he sighed. Jordan played along, his performance exaggerated to match Hadia's. Mr. Ha is right. Mr. Ha, rest assured, as long as I'm here, the mutated variant experience won't harm anyone. Hajia readily agreed. I feel the same way. Duladin smiled and reminded him, now that you've had your fun, shouldn't we head back to the city? Hajia asked innocently, so is everything resolved? Duladin looked at him perplexed. What else do you think? Hajia, feigning naivety, replied. The mutated variant ran away, didn't it? Duladin explained seriously. Its special characteristic has been purged. It shouldn't be a threat anymore. But Hajia put on a sorrowful expression and sighed. But it's still a dangerous threat to low-level players, right? Even though it was originally only supposed to attack demons and not harm humans. Didn't you just refuse to join forces with it? Duladin didn't hesitate and immediately got into his vehicle. All right, I'm leaving now. Hajia's face immediately brightened as he clapped encouragingly. Someone called out, Duladin. He gave serious instructions. I'll leave everything here to you. I've eliminated all the troublesome beastmen nearby. Just take the children and other ordinary players back to the safe zone. They hesitated, then continued. What about the Demon King? Duladin added, take him back to the safe zone too, and make sure to comfort him. Don't let anything else happen. With that, he immediately departed. Hajia called after him, Duladin, good luck. The group was guided onto a large vehicle. Hajia intended to follow, but he was stopped. Mr. Ha, why don't you take this vehicle as well? Looking at the luxurious vehicle, Hajia was surprised. He happily complied. Well then, I wouldn't dare refuse such an offer. As he was about to leave, a woman spoke up. Hajia. Sigh. Then, feigning concern, she apologized. She said she was sorry for sending him on a mission without being able to protect him. She even tried to sound friendly by calling him Hajia. She chatted with Hajia in a friendly manner. I can't believe you know Duladin. The guy next to him was quick to join the conversation too. She continued, oh right, here's your 2 gold coins back. We're all friends, no need for money between us. Let's team up again sometime if we get the chance. One of Jordan's subordinates quickly asked, are you all friends of Mr. Ha? He then made a suggestion. If not, you should get in the car too. The blue-haired man was also about to seize the opportunity. But before he could speak, Hajia threw cold water on his plans. Not really, Hajia said, directly exposing their relationship. I hired them to escort me on a mission. We're not exactly friends. Plus, they abandoned me when things got dangerous. It felt pretty awful. Jordan's subordinate, quick-witted, immediately replied, understood. He promptly tied them up. Then please get in this car and head back. These words hit hard, leaving the others speechless. The scene shifted to a rather grand building. Outside, a sign read Quan Min Justice Department. The staff member there looked at the person before him with an incredulous expression. You just said you committed what crime? He asked, trying to confirm. Extortion, wasn't it? The staff member glanced at the form in his hand. Looking at the document, he saw their crime listed as assaulting the Demon King, also known as the civilian Hajia. The punishment, 3 years of re-education in prison. The staff member considered this for a moment, then continued. We can change it to extortion, if you like. Hearing this, the 3 men were left in stunned disbelief. The day's news broadcast began. Chungtian News has uncovered a cruel and illegal extortion case targeting low-level players and collecting protection fees. We urge all players to strengthen their combat abilities through official channels, coexist peacefully, and create a harmonious world. The announcer continued enthusiastically. Furthermore, we have news from the front lines. The missing children have been found. The suspect is a mutated wolf variant named Friend G, currently fleeing towards Damon Street. The hope of humanity, Jordan, is in pursuit. Friend G's obscured face was displayed on the television screen. The announcer, unfazed, continued. We were able to successfully rescue the children thanks to the enthusiastic assistance of Mr. Hajia. She then handed the microphone to Hajia. Mr. Hajia, what are your thoughts? Hajia responded modestly. It was all a coincidence. Just a coincidence. The announcer then brought up another event. Mr. Hajia, you also directly participated in the spirit auction at the Kajama E-Safe Zone last time, correct? As she spoke excitedly, a figure approached. There are rumors circulating among the players that you are a god-level expert. She tried to finish her interview. May I ask what your true identity is? But she was stopped by Jordan's subordinates. Even the camera was covered. That's enough. That's enough. No more questions. Elsewhere, Belian and Babylon were also watching the television. Why don't you appear on the leaderboards? Is Chung Tion deliberately hiding your identity? Do you have some sort of shady deal with Jordan? Belian, quietly munching on a snack and enjoying the drama, suddenly spoke up and asked Babylon, is Damon Street where that wolf is headed? Friend G is currently moving at 140 kilometers per hour. It tried to reassure itself, pressing onward. I can't collapse here. Even though I still don't understand how things ended up like this. It clearly didn't understand. Things clearly had a hacked quality to them. It could have come up with a perfect cooperation plan. Humanity wouldn't even give it the chance to be a dog. But friend G still clung to an unwavering belief. It's okay. Survival and future development are all thanks to Leader letting me be his dog. It drew closer and closer to a tower, recognizing the scent. It was a stronghold built by demons after their arrival on Earth. The Demon King wasn't here. The stronghold was empty. Originally intended as a reserve food supply, now it could finally be put to use. The tower was cracked, its architecture bizarre. Inside, there were demon children. Friend G pressed forward. I want to start over. I can only sacrifice you. It saw them. The children immediately fell silent. Become my sustenance. Crushing sounds erupted. A level 85 demon guard, a young woman, spoke up. Just a level 76 mutated variant, and you dare intrude upon demon territory? Friend G instantly threw her back, its tone fierce. Get out. The young woman, whose actual level was 36, was immediately obliterated by the blow. Obediently, she vanished. The children, witnessing this, were terrified. Mommy. Friend G opened its maw wide, intending to devour the children in one gulp. Time to feast. Suddenly, a beam of light halted Friend G's actions. The children stared blankly for a moment. The demon guard looked up. Not yet finished. As long as I live, I won't allow you to harm these children. Friend G, like a beast devoid of reason, lunged towards the demon guard. It slammed directly into her. A crashing sound echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. The demon guard was completely unconscious. Friend G trembled all over. It slowly turned its head. Why, you strangers? Looking at this figure, everyone should know who this is. A plump face appeared. It was Belial and Babylon, who had arrived on the scene. Belial smirked faintly. Look here, you mutated wolf, Friend G. Do you know who this is? It's Lord Belial and Lord Babylon. Seeing them was like seeing hell itself. Friend G stammered, Great Demon Kings. But aren't you dead? My investigation couldn't have been wrong. Belial's face darkened. Wait a minute, you mutated wolf. I can smell you. Belial thought of Hadia. She spoke up. You smell of that boy. Her face darkened, as if she'd been cheated on. The mingled scent could only come from sleeping together. Babylon immediately denied it. Impossible. Ever since we met the Demon King, we've always slept. A blush crept up Belial's face. Babylon instantly understood this expression. Could it be true? Babylon, having guessed correctly, coughed up blood from jealousy. The demon children whispered amongst themselves. What? Lord Belial has met the Demon King before? What? Lord Belial slept with the Demon King? Did you hear? Belial has a child with the Demon King. Bao Bao was the most level-headed of the bunch. It spoke up calmly. Its voice slowly resonated. I can detect Master's scent on a werewolf. Could it be you've met Master? Hearing this, Friend G struggled to recall. Master, a being the great Demon Kings would call Master. Could it be it's starting to remember everything? That teenager, he's the Demon King. And now it's starting to piece things together, thinking like a Demon King again. That's why he prepared the antidote for my gluttony in advance. Then it thought about feigning capture again. Finally, it realized the complete and utter mistake it made sneaking into his lair. Thinking of this, Friend G was terrified. Oh God, what did I say in front of him? He replayed everything he'd said, including but not limited to killing those demons, using demons as food, only using demons as food. It felt like he had discovered a whole new world. So, for the first time, he yelled, I represent the Demon King. I, representing the Demon King, will destroy you. He felt like a clown, completely ignorant. So it was all just me? Bao Bao's small figure appeared before Friend G. Bao Bao spoke to him in a cold voice. You know the truth now. Can you finally rest in peace? Friend G thought weakly. Forgive me, I can't get up. I'm down for the count. I truly don't want to live anymore. Suddenly, Bao Bao approached, causing him to squeeze his eyes shut. Bao Bao, suspicious, carefully examined the wolf from head to toe. He found it incredibly puzzling. This mutated variant's power comes from Master. That power is converging on him. Why? Bao Bao also began to think more deeply. Could it be? He thought, Hajia must have a reason. There must be a purpose for Master keeping him around. Bao Bao finally made a decision. He turned around. I'll give you a chance. Bao Bao's words were like a lifeline to friend Ji. Take you to Master. Atone for your sins. Belial looked at Bao Bao and spoke respectfully. After watching the news and knowing its target, I've been uneasy. You've worked hard, Bao Bao. Come with us. Bao Bao glanced at them. If the Demon King punishes us for acting on our own, it's all your fault. Understood. They were about to leave. All right, let's go home. Suddenly, Bao Bao noticed something unusual. Behind a large rock, a figure was watching them. It was Jordan. He was completely terrified. Oh my God, I've accidentally stumbled upon the demon's headquarters. Duladin Du was drenched in a cold sweat of fear. I was once the hope of humanity, but now I'm constantly consumed by despair. Ordered to track down the idealistic kidnapper, Fonsi Gioi, I've inadvertently arrived at the demon's base. What he was referring to was the building before him. After being discovered, he was now alone, surrounded by 3 powerful demons. Belial spoke softly, but his words sent a chill down Jordan's spine. Apologies, but we can only silence you permanently. Duladin Du was lost in his own thoughts. My power is the greatest among humans. In a one-on-one fight, neither Belial nor Babylon are a match for me. But right now, I have no chance of winning. Bao Bao spoke indifferently, sealing Du Ludin Du's fate. See you in hell, little hope. Du Ludin Du, driven to desperation, gritted his teeth. There's only one way. Duladin Du activated the Lai family's final trump card. He yelled, "The Demon King sent me." Bao Bao, about to strike, stopped instantly. His attack missed, landing harmlessly to the side. Bao Bao asked coldly, repeating the previous statement. What did you say? A sudden, chilling silence fell over the surroundings. Jordan, slipping into his role, feigned composure. It seems your underlings are nothing special. None of you truly understand the Demon King's plan. This statement truly enraged Belial and Babylon. You claim to understand Master's plan better than us? Such presumptuous nonsense. Babylon interrupted, cutting him short. Jordan hastily explained. At first, he gave me a mission, asking me to rescue the children kidnapped by the mutated variant, Frenji. He recounted the entire incident, including Hajia's words. Those poor, weak children should have stayed safely in the secure zone. I was so worried, wondering if you could bring them back. After I arrived, I discovered he was already waiting at the scene. Then the mutated variant ran here, and you all appeared. Babylon quickly refuted this upon hearing it. She couldn't imagine Hajia acting this way. Why bother with such a charade? If he wanted to kill the mutated variant, he could have done it directly. Why would the Demon King engage in such pointless games? But Belial spoke in a low voice. No, he's telling the truth. Babylon was utterly shocked. What? Belial turned to explain. He's a humanoid demon with the power of prophecy and the closest confidant to the Demon King. I've known about this plan for a long time. Babylon was even more surprised. Babylon, now also playing along, continued. If everyone already knows, I won't pretend anymore. This is indeed Master's plan. Babylon was now utterly bewildered. What the? She was only now realizing, with dawning horror, I'm the only one who didn't know. Belial offered further evidence to convince her. After all, I've slept with the Demon King. Du Ludin Du, seeing his opportunity, chimed in. Indeed, it is as he says. If we can confirm each other's stories, there can be no doubt. He spoke with a serious expression, justifying himself. The Demon King has long known that his subordinates would be in danger, but he seemed to just sit back and watch. In reality, every step has a hidden purpose behind it, concerning the mutated variant. Whether it's rescuing the human children or killing the mutated variant, neither is his true goal. He's merely using the rescue of the human children as a pretext. His next sentence left the 3 of them stunned. To bring the demon's subordinates back to the safe zone. Babylon, surprisingly, agreed with him. I suppose you're right. Some demon children, having overheard something, approached to see who Belial and the others were talking to. One of the children recognized him. It looks like a human. It's that bastard Duladin Du. Hearing his name, Duladin Du looked up. The children instantly erupted, seeing him as an enemy. Kill him, for the Demon King. Duladin Du, quick-witted, immediately approached the demon children. He tried to speak to them gently. Come now, children. The children, confused, stared blankly. Jordan quickly made a promise. I'll take you to see the Demon King. Suddenly, somewhere in Hajia's house, a system notification sounded. Your application has not been approved. Your application has been rejected by the system. Hajia heard the doorbell. Who is it? But the system beside him continued its announcements. Your application has been rejected by the system. Hajia opened the door, and the sight before him left him speechless. What are you all doing here? He looked quite helpless, wanting to keep this creature. Glancing towards Jordan and the group of demon children, he asked in a bewildered tone, So, I need to raise these kids now? The demon children gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Please take us in. Hajia's expression was a mixture of emotions. Did you even ask me? Who decided this? Hajia exposed the absurdity of the situation. What are you all thinking? A smaller pet raising pets? Is that even logical? He continued, voicing his frustrations. Besides, this one eats a lot, doesn't it? Friend G, upon hearing this, was filled with panic. Rejected. Bao Bao looked at him with murderous intent. Rejection means only one path, death. Hajia then began to lecture them. You can't even take care of yourselves, and you want to raise pets? Have you considered who's going to pay for their food? As he spoke, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute, speaking of food, mine. Looking towards Belial and Babylon, he suddenly realized they would cover the costs. He breathed a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, Actually, I'm very lenient with you all. If you really want to keep it, just tie it up in the backyard. Bao Bao was extremely satisfied with this answer. See, this is what Master truly desires. He just pretended to refuse to scare us. Friend G, too, was overjoyed, practically weeping with relief. The Demon King has forgiven me. He looked at Hajia with puppy dog eyes. Demon King, from now on, I am your dog. Even confined to a corner, he was ecstatic. Demon King, Duladin Du brought up the children again. Mr. Hajia, what about these children? Could you take them in as well? Hajia, upon hearing this, was exasperated. Is that even a question? Why are you all taking this for granted? Duladin Du then began to ramble. He froze, as if realizing something. He pondered. He really did have such a plan. After I spoke, the way he looked at me changed. In Duladin Du's eyes, Hajia's gaze had become incredibly sharp. Duladin Du decided to play his trump card. He whispered in Hajia's ear, I've been following friend G all this time and discovered that these children are the same victims killed by wolf claws. He winked. Their backgrounds and identities are untraceable. There won't be any problems. No citizens will be suspicious. Hajia was speechless. Untraceable origins aren't a problem. He thought for a moment, looking at the children. What's the big deal? Mr. Duladin Du, a government official, is asking me to contribute to society. He's helped me a lot already. It's a bit awkward to refuse. So, Hajia pulled out an item. It's really difficult to care for all of them if they live in my house. How about this? I have some basic equipment to keep everyone warm. In reality, these were slow-selling products. He added, trying to persuade him, then I'll fund an orphanage. I bought a building that came with some land I've never used. Duladin Du stared blankly at him and asked, An orphanage? Hajia clutched his chest dramatically. This is costing me a fortune. Any more, and I'll be bankrupt. This is all I can do. The demon children clung to Duladin Du's clothes. They were about to call him Demon King, but stopped themselves. To Hajia, the children appeared quite adorable. So, your status is orphans? Like with no place to go? Yes, they replied. Hajia's heart softened. So pitiful. He thought over. Well, I suppose, maybe it could work. Hajia lifted his head, a small smile playing on his lips as he offered a suggestion. If Duladin Du, my dear fellow, truly needs my assistance, I have an idea. Duladin Du, bewildered, simply echoed, An idea? Hajia began to outline his plan. Why not establish a guild and gather everyone into it? A close-knit group offering mutual support and care. The group of children listened intently as he spoke. Having an organization meant they wouldn't be considered homeless anymore. He smiled, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. If he had to spend money, at least it should be mutually beneficial. He knew the requirements for establishing a guild were stringent. Not only were the fees exorbitant, but there were also stipulations regarding strategy and membership numbers. However, once established, while the procedural fees were the highest, they could be reduced by 15%. Considering his reputation, a further 5% reduction was possible, bringing the total discount to 20%. His mind raced, calculating. Furthermore, a guild could participate in more activities, generating more income. Weighing the pros and cons, it wouldn't be a loss. He He handed Jordan an application form for the guild. This was truly a coincidence, if not entirely random. But Duludindu was deep in thought, feigning refusal to establish a guild. If it was only to this extent, then it was fine. As Duludindu approved the guild's establishment, something suddenly struck him. The guild's name. A notification appeared above his head. Congratulations to Hadjeta for successfully establishing the guild over. Everyone, upon hearing the name, over, reacted. The children interpreted over to mean the whole world, that people from all over the world could join, relying on each other. How heartwarming. Each person present had their own interpretation. Over meant transcending the world. It meant the creator wanted to forge an unprecedented world where all races could coexist peacefully. Belial, however, had a darker interpretation. A bunch of fools, she thought. It obviously means, in her mind, over signified the end. Water was the world. Duludindu seemed to share a similar thought. He stammered, Jordan was utterly distraught, filled with regret. Destroy, what is this? At that moment, the Over Guild was officially established. Haonin, upon receiving the notification, immediately smiled. The Demon King has established a guild. At Hadjeta's house, he sat on the sofa when the notifications arrived. Tan Haonin has applied to join your guild. AM Lu 69, Tune Gwyn has applied to join your guild. Hadjeta pondered these messages for a moment. On the other side, they simultaneously received a notification. You have joined the Over Guild. Haonin frowned at the message. The notification clearly stated, you have become the vice leader. Level 36 to 35. Received the title, Tan Haonin, the Demon King's Rogue Claw. Seeing this, he immediately glared at the others with hostility. Little Hao. He turned to see the group. They were utterly confused. What's going on? They sensed something strange about Haonin and the others. Why? Looking at Haonin's eyes, they realized they had suddenly become hostile factions. The scene shifted to a corner of a gate. This feeling is... It also received a notification. You have become the vice leader of dungeons levels 103 to 109. You have received the title member of the Demon King's lair. It had completely adapted to its current form. I was originally just an illusion. The Demon King suddenly granted me a physical body. On a certain map, a red dot appeared. The observer reported, a red has suddenly appeared on the map. Another surprised person asked, has the Demon King's mansion in the safe zone completely transformed into a dungeon? Machi seriously observed the current situation, recalculating the risks. The risk is too great to calculate. Machi's entire face darkened as he considered everything. The player's leveling progress hasn't improved much, but the Demon King's power is constantly expanding. He furrowed his brow in thought. Humanity has never faced such a formidable enemy. He clutched the cross in his hand. My lord, it seemed his plea reached somewhere. Bless us, a figure of indistinct form uttered, chuckling softly. Don't worry, in the worst-case scenario, I will personally descend. Duludinda reappeared in the corner of Hadja's house, still standing in the same spot, reflecting on his own actions. He realized he had made a mistake. How could this happen? I've lost all face. How can I continue to be the hope of humanity? His whole body trembled, but he tried to compose himself. I can't give up, Duludinda thought. No matter how dark the path ahead, there is only hope. He gritted his teeth, accepting reality. Only hope never fades. Above, Babylon watched the scene below and scoffed. Serves him right. She raised an eyebrow, taunting him. No matter what he does, it's useless. Belial added, the Demon King has already prepared everything. The two of them stood there discussing life. Our victory is the inevitable future. But for us, as they spoke, they heard a call. Dinner's ready. Hearing the mention of food, their eyes lit up. Coming. Babylon sat before a small cookie. As for us, the three of them ate cookies and chatted merrily. Just being the master's little pets is enough happiness. Frenji was also enjoying the food. He looked up with fear in his eyes. His whole body trembled as he asked, Demon King, why are you here? Hatjia reminded him of the past. You are the mutated tomb lord who intended to cooperate with Jordan to devour all the demons in the world. He questioned him coldly. I'm not mistaken, am I? At this point, he suddenly smiled. That's all, folks. If you want to continue following this story, hit the subscribe button. And don't forget to give it a like. Thanks for watching till the end. Bye-bye, my loves.